Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. My name is Kismet. I know so many awesome streams this week, right? We've been having lots of fun here in the stream, that's for sure. We've been playing tons of Satisfactory, Astroneer, 7 Days to Die, Fallout 76, and we got more coming down the line. Got some cool games that I'm going to be switching in next week as well. Going to be very, very fun, but we're going to keep on keeping on our schedule this week. Now, if you'd like to know my schedule and all of that, of course, it's down below the stream, offline message, Twitter, Discord, webpage. It's all on all of those things. So if you're ever wondering, they're easy to find there. So welcome, everybody. Thanks to awesome teamwork last night. We had a lot of fun on 7 Days to Die. We were just crushing it, man. We were crushing it. We got the chainsaw right at the end, which of course just changes the level at which we can go ahead and run our forges and collect wood and all that kind of stuff. So that's going to be awesome to see how that affects the team. Later tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we'll be back getting it going on. So if you'd like to join us on the Mega server, you're welcome to come and do it. Now today, of course, we're going to be doing some Satisfactory. Now Satisfactory is one of my favorite games. It's so incredibly fun. It's so fun and so massively addicting. So we're going to be playing that in the morning stream. And then, of course, tomorrow, all day long, Fallout 76. We're going to do it in the morning. We're going to do it at the night. We're going to grind some events. We're going to launch some nukes. We're going to probably sort a lot of gear. Because that's what you do in that game. And a lot of that kind of fun stuff in the game. So you're welcome to come join me also on my private server over there. And then, of course, this weekend, some more 7 Days to Die on Saturday and more 76 on Sunday. And then back into the same schedule again into Astroneer and so on and so forth throughout the week. So my schedule is going to pretty much stay the same as it is right now. It does help with me taking care of that IRL stuff. I suggest all of you go out there, take care of that IRL, get that stuff rocking and rolling so your IRL doesn't go off the rails, if you know what I mean. So we're going to have some fun. So let's first see who is backing me up today. We got Game Killer coming in, lending a hand today. So make sure to show him lots of love in the chat. Make his job nice and easy by following those chat rules. And do me a huge favor over here, of course, every time we stream, getting those retweets fired up. Now I got them right over here so I can watch them. Every time we reach 5 more retweets, I'm going to press a button and bam, you're going to get 1,000 Kisnaps. Now, 1,000 Kisnaps. 1,000 Kiscaps. You hear a lot of bad sentences in this channel because of my sleep apnea and vertigo. So go ahead and retweet that and follow that second link. Hit that like button, hit that retweet button. It does help a lot here in the stream. It does earn you Kiscaps as well because you guys work together in the chat just like we work together in game. So there we go. And of course, you can also host the channel. That does help a lot as well. That gets you also some Kiscaps toward those giveaways. And so on. And right now we got a $25 giveaway up for grabs for Steam the second we get that auger. Everybody's on bated breath last night. We were close. We almost had the auger, but it was a chainsaw instead. So luckily they snatched up that chainsaw. Then we went ahead and restarted the server. We're going to have some more fun tonight. So again, don't forget to join us for that. But right now, we're going to just jump right in. Let's say hello to everybody in the chat. Then we're going to jump in to some Satisfactory. Let's see, we got Soli coming in saying, hi, what's new with the update? Oh, with update 3, holy mackerel, just a lot of stuff. I mean, way more than I could probably go over in this stream. But the most important thing that they came out with are fluids. If you haven't seen that yet, they came out with oil and water and all of that stuff, and they upgraded how all of the tiers work in Satisfactory, including they've got refiners and things like coal mines that require water, and they have water extractors and all sorts of awesome stuff, plus a whole new area, the desert, which is where we are right now. We're building up a factory, rebuilding our factory actually, on our desert location. It's gonna be super fun, so stick around. We're gonna explore some new stuff. We're gonna make the hard stuff easier and the easier stuff easier. Because I don't want to make it harder. No. That's not how we do in this channel. Welcome back, Kismet. Yeah, 7 Days to Die was a blast. It certainly was, Cedar. That was a lot of fun. Absolutely a lot of fun. And in fact, speaking of having a lot of fun, let's not have a long intro. Let's have a get right into it and play some games. How about that? Let's do it. I actually got some sleep, which is amazing. Every time I sleep like a normal person, it's like a moment. Got me some Aquafina water, drinking it. So good for you just to drink water, not drink all that other bad stuff. I mean, that other stuff tastes good, but it is bad for you over the long run. Now, here we are way out here in the boonies. Now that I logged in. See, I'm so glad I logged out right here because I would have never remembered what the heck I was doing, even though I did write it down for sure. By the way, we're going to start that Stream Raiders up in about 30 minutes. So if you want to join us for some Stream Raiders, we're going to get that going. Let's ask Suri to help us out. Hey, Suri, set a timer for 30 minutes.
Okay, 30 minutes and counting.
She's like my co-stream host. Always helping me out. That's the thing about Suri. Suri's like, I got you back, Kismet, every time. Bro, you need some math? Boom, I'm here. You need me to run a timer? I'm on it. That's actually the main thing I do on that phone. It's like $1,000 egg timer. It makes me laugh every time because that's really all I do with it. That's it. Now, what we're going to do is going to revamp this particular line. Now, this line is currently not being used. It's a copper node, and we want to take this copper node and we want to go ahead and run it down the line, but we don't want to waste our time by running the raw resource because copper is always going to become copper ignis, and there's no reason to run it all the way down there and then convert it into copper ignis unless you want to. I mean, if you want to centralize everything, awesome. I've tried it. It's just a lot more work. It's a waste of my time. I think I would prefer to refine it here next to the thing and then just send one line of the ignits themselves down the line, which is what we're going to do. And we're going to be working with some simple but more advanced stuff today, and that is the refinery. So we got to have a lot of things in between our beginning and end, right? We have got to get our plastic going. We got to get the rubber going. We've got to get way down here at the bottom, aluminum scrap and solution. Now, there's a whole bunch of ones in between, by the way, that we have not restarted yet, like motors and stators and all of those. We'll get into those eventually. But aluminum at this stage is your number one thing, and that's because it's the fastest conveyors. And I'm starting to run a little bit on low on aluminum, so we'll just kind of get that going. I feel like that's kind of the most complex thing that we want at this stage. And of course, later on, we'll work on computers and turbo motors and all that other stuff, and we'll finally get our train going. And we'll get it going one of these days. But for right now, we want to go ahead and get this going. Let me press some buttons over here. There we go. Press some buttons over there. Oh, let me press some buttons over here, too. What do we got? Looking in the Stream Raiders store over there. See if I can upgrade any more scrolls from all my units. We got a new one coming down the line, by the way. New skin coming down the line for Norbert. He's going to be a healer. He looks awesome, bro. He looks so fantastic. But those peeps over there have such amazing talent. At Stream Raiders, I give them lots of love. Amazing artist talent for sure. All right, so let's go ahead and double check. What are we doing coming out of here, right? Coming out of here at a rate of 120. This is a Mark II, yes. And we have the ability to do Mark IIIs now. We'll come back. We'll upgrade these even more in the future. But for right now, we got a Mark II at 120. So 120, of course, if we split that up and run that into some smelters, right over here, we're going to need to bring it in at 30. So if we say 30 and 30 would be 60, and then we take 60 and double that again, that's 120. So we need 4 of them. Now, we could have had Suri do that math for us, or we could have used the spreadsheet, but this is the easiest split in the entire game. This is the easy one. Now, the way I would do this is I would, instead of doing it in, thirds, because if you do it in thirds, the numbers are going to be different. You want to do it in halves and halves. So, or you can do an inline, which is always fun. You know what? I feel like I'm going to turn it this way. Let's turn it this way, and we're going to do an inline. So we're going to feed it to the end, and then have it come back and feed in there. You know what? Let's back up just a little bit, maybe one more right here. Now, we don't want to utilize our road because we don't want it to be in the way of our road in case we got to run back and forth for whatever reason. And I think this one, probably the middle one here, would be our primary road. Usually the middle one, I make the road. There we go, all the way down to there. Oh, and I got to turn my sound back on again, so you can hear me walking around. So we're going to kind of set these off to the side. We're going to run it over here. We're going to run it up and over. We're going to run it inline this way, and then we're going to run it out the other way. Now, inline, again, we're going to need 4 of these. Inline is where you run it all kind of tagged together, right? So that's where you bring in a splitter, and let's get our proper line of splitters. There we go. You go ahead and bring it in like this, and so we're going to bring it from the side. Now, there's one problem here. If we do this, we're going to be a little bit into the road here, like this. We bring this up just enough so that we can, you know, get it up off of the thing when we're driving through. We have some headroom like that. Now, we also have some coal coming down as well, which is really nice. We should actually look at the coal rates of that. I think I wrote the coal rates down. I think it was, yeah, 120. 120, we have iron at 120, and then the copper is 120. All right, there we go. So that we can look at the rates of that, because I think we have some extra coal coming down too that we might be able to up our stuff, our steel production, which we're going to need later on more and more down the road. All right, so this looks pretty good. I guess I could live with that. So we'll go ahead and take this out over here. We'll go ahead and use our 120 belt and just connect it directly like that. All right, there we go. Now what this is doing is splitting right into here. Now inline is when you run it all in a sequence like this. Now we got to make sure that your output is pointing down to the next thingy. Oh, I grabbed the wrong thing. I can tell just by the color. I have a tendency to do that. Press number 2 instead of number 1 on my mouse. Let's try that again. We got to have our input there, and then output here. There we go. Thank you so much for that follow. Who was that? Valent Soda. Thank you very much coming in, dropping that dragon hammer, crushing that follow button, and becoming part of the Wasteland Tycoons. Welcome. Now here's the thing. The last one, you don't need a splitter, though if you wanted to make it look pretty, you're welcome to go ahead and use it. But what we're going to do is come in at 120. It's going to instantly split this to 60 and 60, because this first split is 60 and 60. It's not 30, 30, and 30. It's not perfectly split. If you split it in the middle and then you put another splitter out here, it's going to split 60 and then split 30, 30, which is how I prefer to do it. But when you're in a tight spot, or if you just want to make it look nice and clean, you can go ahead and just go with an inline split, because once it fills the first one, it's then going to fill the second one, and then it's going to fill the third one, and so on and so forth. And this is why you don't need the last one. The reason why you don't need the last one is this last one's just going to go straight into there. Now, see, this is like an overflow. So it's going to come in, start to flow into there, and then once that one's full, it's going to start to flow in there, and so on and so forth. And eventually, it's going to get up to a point where all of them are working efficiently. It's not my favorite way of doing it, but it does work in a pinch when you're trying to maximize your space, right? That's what I like to do sometimes, and sometimes I don't. Sometimes I like to make it beautiful and in line. Sometimes I like making it vertical. Sometimes we do all sorts of different stuff. Now, I like to also run my power. Oh, there's one right here. All right, that's convenient. I like to run my power behind the stuff. I also like to run it up on top here. This is very fun. They re-added this back in, by the way, in a patch where you can go ahead and put it up on top, and then you go ahead and run these. Now, there's going to be a little bit of a problem because I can only do 4 here, but we do have the power now, because we're in the later stages, to go ahead and upgrade this one pole. Oh, if I press the right buttons, there we go. We can go ahead and upgrade that pole to a Mark II, and the Mark II can do 7 connections instead of just 1. Now, I've been trying to get used to grabbing stuff that I've already done. So I'll hit F, and then I'll hit middle mouse button, and that will grab that power line, so I can then not have to go and press the buttons, even though I do have it right down here in my bar. But it's a really good habit to get into, for sure, to kind of get that mentality of doing that, and just kind of like second nature, more of a habit than anything else. There we go. Copper Ignit's online. Copper Ignit's online right there, so on and so forth. And this is now going to fire those copper ore in there and then get fired up. Now, we also need to look at our orientation. Green is an output, green arrow, and 3 lines are an input. Everything looking good there. Now you go, why is it not starting up? Well, we go look down here. This is conveyor working. Smelter. That we don't have a power? Where did our power not work? I see that's working there. We grab this from over here, and we kind of backtrack our power. Oh, wait, we didn't reconnect our power, right? And I already knew that, by the way, just in case you think I didn't see that. Yeah, we need to reconnect our power, and that's going to kick everything on. Now, the reason why I had it disconnected is because we were running power all the way up here. We connected it across there, but we haven't reconnected this one back into line, which is a separate one that runs this one too. So we're going to go ahead and just connect that across here and watch this as everything starts firing up, including our extractor. Over here, you can see this starts firing up. This is why I leave a little bit of a gap, by the way, so I can see that stuff is actually running visually. And then I'll actually enclose it in a building so we don't have to look at it. But if it's just smelters, we're fine. And there we go. All right, so that's working well. Now this is going to go 60. This is going to go 60. When this fills, it's going to start to backlog. Then this will go 120, and that 120 will then get broken 60 and 60, and so on and so forth, and diminish over time. Actually, it'll be more like 30 and 60. But you get the idea. It'll start to fill that first one, start to fill the second one, third one, and then fourth one. And I call that the overflow or the inline splitters. Now, the same thing with mergers over here. We can go ahead and merge this together. We're going to merge it in the opposite direction. And we're going to run that down the line instead of running our stuff. Now, again, we're going to start with the second one. We're going to make sure that our output is aiming in that direction down the line toward the next splitter. Now, again, we don't need this one because we're just going to run that in straight. And that's going to be just fine. And then over here, same thing. Line that up. Line that up. Now, again, the same problem with this here is that initially that the stuff is going to merge in such a way that it eventually it's going to start getting faster and faster over time or over the splitters. So we got this coming in at 30. This is coming in at 30, right? That's 60 right there. So we're looking good there. So we'll take our 60 belt and we'll run it to the next one. Now we got 60 and plus another 30. Again, this game's all about the math. Hey, Furwin, what's up? Thanks for being here. This is all about the math. So this is now 60, and then this is another 30. That's 90. So once we hit 90, our regular belt, our Mark 1 belt is just not fast enough. Now we're going to have to go to our Mark 2 belt, which is going to be at 120. So that's actually going to carry the rest of this because this all adds back up. It comes in at 120 and it goes out at 120. It's one of the easiest ones to do in the game. The math works out super easy peasy. And then we're going to go ahead and use our 120 here. There we go, 120 to lift. Now, if we see that it's going a little slow, and I did this on purpose, if you see that this is coming across, right, and you say, oh, wait a minute, why is this stopping over here? If that's stopping, something's wrong. That's telling you visually that you've done something wrong. Now, this could be a problem. That could not be a Mark II. Oh, well, that's a Mark II. That's fine. This Mark II over here is coming out at 120. Remember, our Mark II belts are 120, so those match. What about up here? That's a Mark II belt. That's fine. What do we do over here? Uh-oh, we have a Mark I lifter. Now, again, the great thing about this game is you can go Mark II lifter and then upgrade that, and then now that is going at full speed. How do we know it's going full speed? It's never stopping. Right? Look for those visual clues always in the game. They will let you know when it's going, and then you're going to see that this is running. And I could see it right here because this was not running continuously, right? There was a gap between the things, in between the different ore nodes. Now watch as it goes and stops. That's because this one's going to fill first. This one's going to get a maximum amount of copper ore eventually, and it will stop and start to overflow into the others. But the others are firing up as well. So that'll just like set it and forget it. Now we want to take this and we want to rerun this into this line. We want this line, of course, to be Mark II. So we're going to go ahead and check this over here. We hit F like we're going to take it out. And it actually says right here, it says conveyor belt Mark II. So that hopefully is Mark II all the way down. I believe it is all the way down there. And you're like, well, Kismet, you got a bunch of ore on that line. Well, don't worry. We'll run the ore off until we get to the things because we don't want it to get messed up. Though we do also have smart splitters that can take the ore and run it off into a separate belt and all of that, but really unnecessary. We just want to run the coal or the raw ore and then the ignits down, and then we're going to run them way back to our base. So that's done, everybody. That's easy. That's easy stuff. Let's go. Now we're going to take our hyper tubes all the way back, and then we're going to send this down the line. There's 120 iron right there, sitting right over here, ready to be used. We're going to use that later on, as well as we've got a coal line going up at the top, which we're going to utilize as well. So we've got that all set up. With the second that this line starts to move, because it's cut off at the end, because I took down my entire factory. If you watched before, you're like, whoa, Kismet, what the heck, bro? Where'd that ginormous factory go? tore it all down. In fact, we tore it all down. We built a super, or actually a mega sorter that goes in and sorts every single element in the game. And we ran the thousands and thousands and thousands of resources through it. And it literally just like drew it all out, took care of it, sorted it, put it in a box, or went and threw it in the awesome sink. And now we don't have to worry about that. It's not up in our face. It's out of there. It's out of there. And then we, of course, we added a little bit of transport system over here, some transport over here, and we need to bring these 3 lines along with these lines over here back toward our base. So first thing we're going to do is go ahead and say, okay, we're going to bring these lines over to over there. And we were going to build it right here. You see we made a little play yard to take a look at. But we're going to go ahead and take those out. Let's see if we got enough room in our inventory. Yes, we do. All right. We're going to go ahead and take those out, and we're going to move this closer to our factory over there. Now, why are we going to move it closer to our factory? Because we are going to need water. Now, when you need water, bring it to the water, not the water to it. That's what I'm going to say is my best tip. Because running lots of pipes, especially early game, the pipes require a good amount of copper. And it's not that bad. You usually have a ton of copper sheets anyway. But I feel like it's a better idea just because of logistics to run stuff to the actual water itself than to run the water. How do I know? I ran the water down from up on top of this waterfall, down this hill, zigzagged it around over here, ran it all the way down this line here, all the way over here, just to see if it would gravity feed that far. And guess what? The answer is yes, it will. It actually will gravity feed all that way. Now, why do that when I could go ahead and just send all the resources over there and actually do it at the bottom, in which we will go ahead and grab some more water and run it down again, some gravity fed, but do it right over there. But we got to get this resources way over there, right? So yeah, very, very awesome. I love the fact that they actually put a head lift in your water, which you need pumps if you're going up, and then also a negative head lift, which is, of course, the force of gravity pulling that water down, which, of course, creates momentum, and that water will actually travel just like it would. Great case in point. I tested it very early on in Update 3. What I did is I used a pump to put it up into a container up above. I then disconnected the line and just had the water in the actual container, and then let my power shut off for my coal, so it ran out of water. Then I connected the top part and gravity fed it into the coal to see if the water would flow down and continue to flow until it ran out. And the answer is yes. It will. So if you have a problem with your coal, you definitely want to have a backup of your water. So when you restart up your coal, instead of using biofuel, you can go ahead and have a backup tank to restart up your coal. Now I have the industrial strength ones, which are worth 2,400 water. So I could start up 6 coal plants if I wanted to, and which we have up on the top there. So when we go work on our water, you're going to see that up there. Now, our main goal for today is to get our aluminum back online. And we have all the elements that we need for doing aluminum. How do I know that? Because I've already had it working before. So we already know that we can get that going. Now, we were going to build a lot of stuff way over there, but we've been kind of deciding what is the smarter choice. Is it smarter to make the rubber and fluids and plastic way over there by the oil node, or should we send it all the way over to our base and do that? Because if we run rubber, plastic, waste material, right? Waste material from the plastic and oil, and the oil itself, or we can just do it without it. That's 3 lines. But if we just run the oil, that's 1 line. We run 1 line from there, excess oil all the way down to our base, along with all of these other resources. Then we got an aluminum production literally right over there by the base. All we need is that additional water, and then these resources which we're using, which we need to run over there anyway in the long run as well, including silica. We've got some bauxite here, which of course is used in the production of aluminum, and then some quartz crystal, which we use for other stuff. We'll get to that. We've also got our copper and coal and all of that excess over here, which we can use for steel beams and things like that. We're going to go ahead and run that. Now, normally I don't run copper really, really far, and I will most likely probably back chain this copper and this iron later on. I'm not iron and copper, this iron and coal, and move that back to the node. And work with that later. I'm not going to run that. I'm just going to run the copper, all right? Because the copper is what I need. Now, instead of running running this copper all the way down the line with all this ore on it, we're going to go ahead and run this right into this container. Now, why are we doing that? Well, we want to run off all of this raw ore, right? We want to get it so it's doing the ignis. Now, I like to do stuff at the node. So if you got a copper node, boom, you should at least be doing copper ignis, right? Of course, it'd be even better if you convert it into the final thing that you need. In this case, like copper sheets or wire or what is the other one called? Wire and the other thing. There's always one called cable is the other one it's called. So that's what you want to do first. Now, if I let this run, that's going to run into here and produce a whole bunch of copper ore in there, and eventually it will get to ignits. And then we'll take this whole box off, we'll throw that stuff into the sorter, which will then go ahead and throw it in the trash for me, and then we'll run the rest of this down the line. Good little kind of in-between filter to filter it in there first. And so we're going to kind of have to think, okay, where's our copper going to go here in our line? Because we got 3 lines over here. And we need to look at our line speeds. Right now, our line speeds are MK3. Now, eventually, of course, we'll probably come back and upgrade those. And that's okay. So we're going to need a lot of beams. And so we're going to go ahead and run the first belt right over here. Now, if anything clips through, it's got to go. No, that's looking good. That's looking good. And then the same thing here. We're going to go next one. And next one. Again, I normally don't run stuff really, really far. And there's a reason for that. Because it takes a lot of time, which is your most valuable resource in any game. And it takes a lot of resources unnecessarily. Right? Now, in this case, because I'm setting up aluminum, all of these are vital resources that I need for that aluminum. So it actually is worth my time. Now, this eventually is going to come off of here, stack right to here, and it's going to hit this middle one. Did you notice that I brought it up by 1? See, I'm a little tricky. I actually brought each of these up by 1 to accommodate the copper at the bottom, so I don't have to put the copper at the top. Because up at the top, I have my hypertubes, and I like them to be more cinematic where you're in your hypertube. You can see instead of having a belt in your way. Because there's no first person. You can't get in the hypertube and do it, right? It's always a third-person game. So we want to keep that in mind as well. So this right here is going to be a level 2 belt, and we want to go ahead and make sure that that's nice and straight across there. There we go. So that's going to be our level 2 belt. That's just there for a reminder. I would always start with the top belt, by the way. You can just middle mouse click to pick up that belt number 3. And I'd always start with the top one because it's easier to work your way down than to work your way up. If you're going down, and watch out for your cables there too. They get in your way as well. If you go down, the one from before is not obstructing what you're doing, right? It's not obstructing what you're trying to get done. I gave my water plants a separate power source. May it ever fail. That's true. You can definitely, one of the things that I like to do, and I wish there was on-off switches, right? I mean, there are on the power itself, but actually on the power poles would be incredibly useful because say you're in the early game and you're like, well, I don't need any concrete production right now. You could go to that one pole which connects the rest of your concrete and go to this pole and say, you know what? Turn that off. Right? Or even if you had a cool control panel that told you all of your connectors and you could just press that and turn it on. Am I asking too much? I don't know. I always set all these high bars for everybody. I set these high bars. Hey, that's Mr. Non You. Thanks for coming in, showing the love. Appreciate you chilling out in the chat. That would be awesome. So you could turn different sections of it off. So what I do is I have entire sections just set where I can go up here and just hit F and pull out the power line and it will turn that off. So you really want to have your transport systems always in a separate line than all your other stuff. And the reason why is anything to do with your power or anything to do with your transport, that's the stuff you want always on, right? If you got to go all the way to the other side of your base and you got a nice hypertube there, but your power keeps going off, you want to be able to turn off the rest of your factory, especially stuff like steel production, concrete, wire production, all of that stuff that, you're going to have just stuff coming out of your ears at some point. It'd be nice to be able to turn that off nice and easy. And then all your, of course, transport would come back on because you take that out because it's not using as much power now. And then you can move over there, fix your power, do whatever you need to do, and then come back and then reinitiate all of those as well. That is a great way of doing it. So you can do that individually in your different factories or your different locations. So you can have one line that goes into that factory and you can just cut that line at any given time, so that factory goes off. Like over here, I've got some different production. Like I've got those things, rods. Sleep apnea sucks, everybody. I've got rods going there and a whole bunch of other stuff going over here that I can easily just take the line out. There we go. That whole entire factory will turn off when I don't need it in that moment. All right, so let's keep going, everybody. So we're going to middle click again, and we're just going to go ahead and run the first three. And that's what we're going to do for a little bit here. We're just going to go ahead and run these. And again, middle click to get that level 2. Look how nice that is. See, again, this game has the most incredible building in any game. Subtle things like that most other building games don't think of, like hitting middle mouse button to pick up the thing that you were just building, is a triumph, is an absolute triumph of building, and it's incredibly well done. Of all building games, this has the #1, and I've built for thousands, tens of thousands of hours in games, and I can tell you, this has the most satisfying building, right? If you want to take out a bunch of stuff, watch this. You hold down Control, bada bing, bada boom, bada bing, bada boom. All that will come out at the same time. Boom, 50 items gone, just like that. Quick and easy. You can right click also to cancel. And you can also add a bunch of stuff very, very quickly. You just keep clicking, build a whole bunch of stuff very, very quickly. If you have enough concrete on you, you can get that going. And again, I can just hit F like I'm going to take it out. Middle mouse button, bam, you never do that. Haha, for a win. Now you know, bro. Now you know, got to save yourself plenty of time because, hey, taking out a gigantic factory like I did, that takes a while. So you want to hold down the Control and do it. Now, I'm going to really blow your mind for those of you who say, Kismet, I knew that Control thing. Oh, really? Well, if you hold down Control and you do this, say I want to take those 3 out, but I want to take some specific out. I'm going to let go of the Control key. It's still in the mode. Then we're going to go like this. Control, let go. And now we've got that one. Control, let go. And then we want to take out this hypertube. And we want to take out that one. I'm just pressing Control and letting go. Pressing Control and letting go. Come on, the subtlety of that is on par with the top AAA builders of all time. In fact, I think it exceeds it. That's what I think. Now you can hit Escape or right mouse button. It'll get you out of there as well. Now again, the thing you want to get into a habit of is hitting F, which is your remove key, middle mouse button to grab whatever it is you already did. In this case, some MK3 belts. And that's going to help you so you don't have to constantly be either pressing buttons down here or switching unnecessarily across there. All right, and here we go. Now notice that this has lowered a little bit because this one I had up a bit higher so I could bring it up over the road right here. So we have a little bit higher road action there. And then, of course, it is then lowered back down again over here, back into force. And that's okay. That's okay because this is one long line here. We'll be okay. We'll have to run down the road here and then across that way anyway if we want to go somewhere. Or we could just use the hypertube, which is most likely what we're going to do. And keep going. F, middle mouse button, and away we go. I find that way actually easier even than using your command keys or your quick keys down below. And I have a really nice mouse. I have a mouse that does has 12 buttons on the side, so it is pretty awesome. I have the Razer Naga Chroma Epic. And again, if you want to see all the stuff in my studio, I'll make it nice and easy for you. You go ahead and go to my website. I have kismet.gg. How about that for awesome? And it is GG. That website's pretty sweet. I've worked on it very, very hard. If you ever wonder who does all the graphics, like, you know, like Dancing Dragons, this guy. This is the guy that does that. Noxie coming in, and Braden as well, coming in, dropping that Dragon Amber, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Wasteland Tycoons. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for hanging out. My name is Kismet. They call me the Wasteland Tycoon. I play a lot of games. So we're out of resources. There's a surprise to nobody. We run out of resources constantly in here. We're always running back for resources, but that's okay. We're going to need a lot of our stuff, and I kind of feel like I want to let it sort today and just grab just the stuff I need again. We'll see how it goes. And you're like, Kismet, what do you mean sort? Well, we'll go back and we'll take a look here in just a sec. Now, we have a bunch of nodes we haven't even used yet. We got an iron node over there. We have our quick wire coming from up there. We have a bunch of rods coming from here. Over here, we got all of our wire running. Over here, we've got our screws. Back there, our steel production. And, of course, this is our central storage And this central storage is not for producing items. This is, well, not for producing items for the factory. It's for me. That's right. So when I run over here and I say, hey, I need some more steel beams, guess what? Johnny on the spot. There they are, sitting right here very conveniently for me to grab a whole bunch of them. Control left click, by the way, is going to take all those out of the same type into my inventory, or control click will put them back in. Now notice that that just filled up. See that little spot that filled up? That's because it's feeding from up above. I have 3 boxes high, and then I have it switching in different directions. I have the boxes going one way and the other way, so it can go out of this one into this one, out of that one into the bottom one, and then I always have the stuff down here. Now, oh, time for some stream raiders. So any of the other excess stuff that I have, it will go ahead and run that into the Awesome Sync so that it never backlogs or stops. Now, why do I never want it to have a stop? Well, that's because I'm in the end stages. In the end stages, you never wanted to have a stop, so you can look at your overall power requirements to have everything running at the same time. All right? So that is a good reason to keep that going. There you go, Rathwall. There you go. What are you doing up so early, Rathwall? Throwing me off. I was like, I thought that was Game Killer for a second. I was like, that's not Game Killer, it's Rathwall. She's up early, just chilling out in the stream. That's my other awesome mod, hanging out in the chat. Appreciate you hanging out, Rathwall. Appreciate the love. See, I try to make it more fun for my mods. My mods have had grown over the years into a huge burden, I realized, and I was like, oh my gosh, my mods doing way too much stuff. And it's because past mods had come in and said, Kismet, I can take over this, and Kismet, I can do this, and Kismet, do that. And that legacy has kind of grown into all of this stuff. So I've kind of reduced a lot of the stuff to more basic modding and kind of take over a lot of that stuff, including the retweets. And that's one of the fun things that is fun to do here in the stream. To go out and click that button right there. Go ahead and click that second link. Go over there, hit that retweet button, hit that like button. We hit 5 of them. I'm going to press a button right over here, which is going to give you 1,000 Kiscaps. Every time we hit 5, 10, 15, and so on, we're going to give you additional 1,000 Kiscaps. Now, why do you want Kiscaps? Well, that's how you win sweet, sweet loot here in the stream. I literally, between taking my mods to TwitchCon and all the giveaways here, almost $10,000 worth of giveaways last year. I know, pretty crazy. Pretty crazy stuff, for sure. For sure. And I'm still trying to pay off my TwitchCon right over here. I gave you guys so much stuff, I overdid it. That stuff's still on my credit card, still costing me interest. I'll get to it eventually, everybody. I just keep that bar there so you know where all your donations go. Your donations go toward things that have to do with the stream. It doesn't go to my rent. It doesn't go, to that stuff. Not that actually I have rent. I'm in a house. But you get the idea. I don't ask you, so I can go get a Slurpee from the thing or pay my car payment, that kind of stuff. The wife works for that, and we are very lucky that we just kind of scrimp by enough to I can do this kind of crazy idea that I had to become a streamer. Know that, there's not a lot of money in the streaming. If I went back to Apple, I'd be making like 80 times what I'm making doing this thing I'm doing now. But this is more mentally enjoyable. It gets me out of the bed every day, and it's something I can do with my disability. So that's why I do streaming, is because it actually keeps me alive. I'm not kidding. I'm not joking. It actually, it's a functional, hey, Kismet, get out of the bed, bro. Let's play some games. Let's hang out with some awesome people. And that's why I'm here right now, having some fun. There we go. Oh, getting a project going on. Oh, a damn project. Getting a damn project going on. There you go. I'm always awake unless I'm sleeping. Hey, I'm the same way. Wow, that's amazing. We have that in common. That I'm always awake unless I'm sleeping. Sleeping! That's a little inside joke between me and Wrath the Wall and the rest of my mods. Funny one. There we go. All right, let's get into it. Right over here. Keep this running. And let's see. Right over here. And we're going to run that over there. There we go. All right. And we're going to run that over there. Okie dokie. Oh, this is so much easier. So much easier this way. All right, I feel like we're going to dogleg this. You know, instead of running it all the way over there, I feel like we're going to backtrack. We're going to kind of dog leg across that way and then hit that conveyor on the other side. Because what we're going to do is all this stuff that we're running right now is going to be needed over here. We should probably lift it up so that we won't block the long access as well. So we're going to lift that up on top. And I feel like right over here by the waterfall is going to be pretty sweet. We can put a lot of stuff in there. We've got our limestone a little bit in the way. We can bring that water down. I guess I could build it out on this side too. I haven't even built out all of that yet. Plenty of room. Again, there used to be a giant factory. Now, I wonder if I have enough room right here. Let's take out our little play yard here. Again, this is right in the way. We're going to need a good amount of room. But I kind of feel we could take the water out. We could take out this here. No, we'll leave that. This is my road, by the way. I go sleeping. I always tag the road, so I have an idea of where my road is, so I never cover up my road, so that when I'm going back and forth, it's been a huge boon in this playthrough, by the way. Work on your roads first. Get an idea of what you want. It just costs a little bit of paint, something you can easily make at the early stages, and you can paint that up a bit so you can remind yourself, hey, do not build on these roads, because you're doing a lot of it, especially when your power goes out. You're doing a lot of running back and forth with your vehicles, especially a little small electric vehicle, which is awesome. Back and forth. Look at that. Awesome shot. Going back and forth whenever things start going awry. So I feel like we'll leave that road. We'll work around this node here, and we'll say right about here would be a good place to start. And so we're going to go ahead and look at our production. We're going to go bring those lines over here in just a second. But let's go ahead and look at our production here. And I'm a big fan of just putting the actual item down. You can go and hit X like this. Oh, if it's going to let me. There we go. You can hit X and you can look at your different parts and pieces in here if that's your jam. Hey, more power to you. Me, I like to look at the actual unit because you're looking at your inputs and outputs and your overclocking and all of that stuff at the same time. So the first thing we want to do is we want to look at our aluminum here, right? We're going to need our solution first. So we need bauxite and we need water. So we're going to need those. So we're going to work on this, and it's going to output some silica there. And we're going to go ahead and work a bit with that silica. It's going to be kind of a secondary item. And then our alumina solution. So we're going to need water. We're going to need bauxite. Now we got bauxite coming through from over there at, I think it was 120. We had that. Let's see, did we mark it? 180 is silica, 60 is quartz crystal, and 180 is bauxite. So we got 180 coming in. This requires 70, so 70 times 2 would be 140. So we actually have enough for 2 of these to run. So that's pretty sweet. So let's go ahead and put 2 of those down. And again, I don't even need to go in there. I just hit F, middle mouse button, and then boom. Oh, try that again. F, middle mouse button, grabs the same refinery, boom, and there we go. So that's going to be 2 of those. So we'll go ahead and mark those as alumina solution. And that's something we can do right away when we bring our water down. And that's going to go ahead and create that solution. Now in front of that, now again, it's good to think this stuff out ahead of time. What you're going to be doing and how much space you're going to need to do it. And then we're going to need our aluminum scrap. Now our aluminum scrap is going to need petroleum coke. Right, so that is actually produced from an offshoot of when you're converting rubber and you're converting other things like that. So we'll work on that in a bit. But the solution is what's being produced here behind us. So we're going to go ahead and need to bring that solution in at 240 per minute. And we're going to look at this. This outputs at 80, and we only have enough for 2. So that's 80 and 80, that's 160, right? So that's actually not going to be going at full speed. Right, because we just don't have enough running right now, but that's okay. Eventually, we're going to upgrade it to level 3 extractors and so on. So we're going to be able to really get this all ramped up. And when we do that, only thing we need to do is go ahead and upgrade the lines in between to make that happen. Now, we could also use trains and vehicles and all of that stuff to run this back and forth. I'm not a big fan of the vehicles because the vehicles require fuel. And to do that fuel, I'd have to create a whole nother production for the fuel. So I would just rather run conveyors because conveyors use 0 power. 0 power, 0 fuel. So those conveyors are always working. Even if the whole rest of your power goes off, it'll still run it all the way down the line until it runs out of resources all the way to your end product. So that is always a great thing. especially if you have a buffer in between where you have a box where it'll run it into that box, even if the power goes out, so that when you start it back up again, especially something like coal, when you start it back up again, that coal will then feed in, give it enough time, enough buffer of a time where the actual coal can catch back up again, so it'll just be running continuously, right? Blew your guys' mind there for those of you who have never figured that one out. There you go. Aluminum solution and petroleum coke. So how do we make petroleum coke? Well, let's get into that. In this one, we're actually going to turn around the other way because we're going to probably end up over here, or move it around the other way. I'll turn it around and run it back that way because we're going to need to go into the back of there eventually. But this one over here, we're going to go ahead and do some plastic. And the plastic output is heavy oil residue, right? So we're making it more complex, but in the end, it's really simple, right? You're just making these base elements from other items, right? So we're going to run the oil in there. That oil, or oil, if you're from the South. That's how my wife says it. It's very cute. I love Southern accent. That's how I knew she was from the South. The word hanger, they accentuate the G, and oil, they just drop the rest of the letters. They just use the O. That's it. It was really cute. I'm from California. We're not sexy enough to have an accent. That's I just say it. Unless you count like surfer talk or valley girl talk, like totally, like that, or sup, bro? So how you doing, bro? Let's catch some tasty waves. Something like that. I guess that would be California accent. But other than that, we don't have any cool accent like other people do. So, all right, we got that coming in right here. We got crude oil coming in. And again, we'll do plastic, and the heavy oil residue is what we need. So again, we need another refiner to take that heavy oil residue, right? This residue here, and make petroleum coke. So there we go. Heavy oil residue in, petroleum coke out of here, back into there. And that's it, everybody. That's it. We're GG, ready to rock. Now, there's another thing that we're using, and that is the copper ore to make some of this stuff work, right? So when we got this going and all this going, we're going to need that copper ore eventually, because our end goal is the aluminum itself. And this output here is going to output aluminum scrap. And that aluminum scrap, and that's why I left the gap, by the way, that aluminum scrap has to be made too. Oh, we don't have enough to do it. We don't have enough resources on me, so I'm just going to change this one. But our end goal is to make aluminum. Now, notice it's not in there. I was going to put it down to show you it's not in there. There's not aluminum in there. To make aluminum, you actually need your assembler. And we'll go ahead and put our assembler down. And so that's going to go, it's going to do that. Going to make some rubber, going to make some plastic, going to make some petroleum coke from the residue, run that petroleum coke into there. We're going to bring our bauxite and all our other stuff and water to make solutions, and we're going to run that in, and then it's going to end up in this assembler. This assembler here is going to make these aluminum sheets. The aluminum sheets allow you to do the highest speed conveyors, which are 780. They're very, very fast. I think they're 780, right? Let's double check. Let's double check just because I will give you bad information. Yes, 780. So the 780 is the highest level one. So this way, now we got to get aluminum ignited. So all of that work that I was just talking about gets you to the aluminum ignite, right? And then once you have that aluminum ignite, now there's one kind of item in between, which we'll get to here in a second, in between the scrap and the ignite. We'll get into that. But this ignite is it. And then this, of course, combines with copper ignites, and that is what makes your aluminum. But there is one more in between, and again, that's why I left that gap, because I'm way ahead. I'm 5 steps ahead, everybody, or sometimes 10. We need this foundry right in between here. Now, the foundry does steel, but also it does aluminum ingots. So there we go. And now we need that aluminum scrap, and we need some silica. We need 140 silica going in there. Let's look at this. How much silica is coming out of this back one? Back here. We got coming out. We got 20 parts or 80 fluid, which is the fluid part, which is the solution. And we got 20 parts per minute of the silica. So there's 20 there and 20 there. That's 40. That is not going to be enough, right? It's not going to be enough for our thing. We need 140. Now, just so happens that we happen to be running silica way over there so that we have that additional silica, which will help us make our aluminum sheets. Now, aluminum sheets are one of the highest level things to make in the game because they have a lot of back manufacturing, a lot of stages that need to be manufactured. So the second you get your aluminum done, you're a pro. That's what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you you're a pro at that point because you've learned to manage your water. You've learned to manage resources and unique resources from very far away. You've run that into your base. You're managing oil. You're managing your excess. You're managing all of that stuff to prime your base to a point in which you are producing the highest level stuff in the game, which is pretty cool. Now, also, you want to work on computers and motors and all of that stuff along the way. We've kind of skipped all of that because we've already done that before. And the thing we need next is our aluminum. Also, it happens to be the next thing in our storage over here. So that's why we chose it next. And then we're going to be switching back over and doing our stators and rotors and all of that stuff after we do this. And this is a whole job in itself. So the first thing we need to do is say, okay, let's think about water. How much water do we need? Right here, we need 100 per minute. So we're going to add this water up for sure. And we're going to go ahead and say water total. All right, I'm going to put this in a text thing. So we need 100 here, right there. So we need 100 for this particular thing here. Let's go look over here. Oh, well, surprise, it's the same thing. We need 100 more. So there's 100 there of water. Now remember, pipes only hold 300 water, so we have to keep that in mind. Then over here, do we need any water in this one? Oh, we don't need no water in that one. All right, awesome. We're just going to use the fluids there. Do we need any water in this one? Well, it doesn't even have an input for water, so that's going to be a no. That's an easy one. How about this one? No, but that has no input for water either. That's not going to work. So we know it's not that one because the round ones are the fluids, by the way. This one, does it need any water? No, it does not. That's heavy plastic, that's residue. This over here, residue as well. Why do we have those both as residue? Oh, I think I moved that back. But yes, eventually, these also we're going to need plastic. Yeah, we'll put this one as heavy. Yeah, well, this one's plastic. This one actually should be heavy oil residue. Let's go ahead and switch this one to petroleum coke. There we go. And this one is going to be off to itself, which is going to be turned around the other way, which is going to run into that one eventually. But this one is going to be plastic, which is going to produce 100 of the residue and 20 plastic. And then we're also going to have rubber, which is basically the same thing, except for it produces a bit more residue. That's 20, and this is 10, right? So plastic's going to be 10 and 20. So not only are we going to get our aluminum up and running, we are also going to get our plastic, our rubber, and our petroleum coke all at the same time. And of course, run water and our oil. So we got a lot of work to do. It's going to probably take us all day. We're going to settle in. We're going to get it done. All right, now let's stop talking about it and let's start doing it. The first thing we want to do, of course, is think about how we're going to run our lines to connect to all of this. Now, I feel like I want to run my, we got a road going here. We want to run that oil right over here, and we can go ahead and just run it as close as we can, run it down, bring it along this road, and we want to kind of keep our road here, I think. Or actually, we don't even need that road over there anymore. We're not even using this side of the line anymore. We could probably take all of this out of here and run that into an awesome sink. I say we start that up real quick so that can do its thing. We'll come back, take this out. Go ahead and put an awesome sink right there. And we're going to go ahead and run this out as quick as possible. Mark 5s right into there. We're going to go ahead and grab some power from over here somewhere. I know I've got a line somewhere I can grab from. That one's already being used. There we go. And we're just going to run this power line kind of willy-nilly over here until it says too far. There we go. And then we're going to run that right in there, fire that awesome sink up. And what that's going to do is it's going to go ahead and empty this box of all this raw ore. You're like, well, Kismet, all those resources, bro. It's okay. We've got tons more of it being produced up here. It's also going to run the rest of it that's on the conveyor line. And this conveyor line over here is actually, should be cut off. It is. So as that conveyor line is being removed, we can now take all this stuff out. And we can see that right here. We can see that it's not feeding anything else down, so we can take that out. And this whole side over here has already been redirected down the other side, and it actually runs down right here. You can see it actually running along this line here. So this whole factory, we reworked it, and now it runs down into a single line, that quick wire, all the way back to our base, which is nice. So we don't even need this part over here, so we can kind of clean this up, take this out, utilize this area as well. So we'll go ahead and let that run in the Awesome Sink for a while. We'll take this out. And we'll come back and check on it. It's going to be empty very, very quickly. Now, I could take it and put it in my sorter, but then I'd have to pick it up and carry it and bring it over there and do all that. When I could just run it and then take that whole entire thing out later. Okay, now another thing we want to do here is consider what we were doing with our roads. Now, our roads are running along here like this, which I feel is kind of unnecessary. I feel like we could go ahead and expand out a bit here, and we could go ahead and expand our road as well. So we're going to hit F and then middle mouse button. That middle mouse button is going to allow me to pick up this foundation right here without actually having to press the foundation button. Again, we're trying to get in the habit of doing that every time, right? Because that's so much faster than switching your key sets. If you've already made it once, why, worry about your key sets and be switching between key sets when you can just go ahead and pick it up. Anytime I screw up like that, I just hit F again, and then I can go ahead and hit the middle mouse button once I'm out of removing items. Or I just hit the middle mouse button when I'm done removing stuff. That works as well on whatever it is I want to build. That's why it's nice to have a lot of concrete wherever you go. This is why I always make concrete first, and I make a lot of it. I have a lot of it on stock. Usually about 2 boxes of each resource saved up in case I need it. There we go. And let's keep this going over here. We're going to go this way a bit so we can kind of fill this in. Oh, and there we are. We're out. Happens every time. We run out of stuff. Now we're going to go ahead and use our little vehicle because we don't have any transport over here. We're definitely going to have to add some new transport. It's going to help us get over here in the corner. But for right now, let's use our awesome little vehicle. In fact, this is a red alert. This is an emergency. We need more concrete. So you can actually press the left button. Somebody told me that in chat. It's pretty awesome. You press the left mouse button, it puts the little alarm up there. I love it. I love the little details like that. Whoa, look out. Hang a right. Hang a left. All right, here we are back to our base. And again, notice it's down feeding from up above a lot of these resources as well. Notice also we have over here, we have tons of silica we could use. As well as tons of quartz crystal, which will actually be filling up those boxes eventually. And then we're just going to control click this. Going to sort that. I probably should have left all my resources back there. Sometimes I forget. You definitely want to drop a ton of resources where you're building because you're going to run out a lot and you're going to run back and forth. So when you run back, whoa, who's driving this crazy thing? When you run back, this way you have an empty inventory and you can grab just a ton of it. Hey, OFC, thanks for hanging out. Hello, Governor. Ew. Thanks for coming in, hanging out in the stream. Appreciate it. All right, so let's get over here and do this. Now, obviously, we have enough to do all these refineries because I just built them. So that's going to be nice and easy since we know we have enough resources. But we're going to go ahead and start actually working over here. So I'm going to go ahead and start to offload a bit of these. Now, I can you know what? Actually, this time I think I'm going to build a canister. Let's just build a canister. Because that actually is a lot easier. The reason why canisters are easier, because they are about the same size as your inventory. So you can just put everything in there at once, right? Almost. Like I said, almost as big as your inventory. And then if we control left click, it's going to put the very specific things in there. Just that whole entire one type of resource. Make sure that you do pick up your vehicle. Have it on you at all times in case you get stuck in the middle of nowhere. In case your power goes out. Oh, my fingers are not operating at full brain efficiency right now. That's my bad, everybody. That's not the game. That's me just pressing the wrong buttons. It happens. It happens. All right, let's go ahead and keep on expanding over here. See how nice this is? Look how quick you can build stuff in this game. It's just the so greatest thing. I can click multiple times in the same spot, which makes this so much easier. And I like to have my bases up above so I'm not dealing with mobs all the time. Otherwise, they're up in your face and you got to build a block area and all of that to protect yourself against all of that craziness. And we're really going to build this out because we can. For no other reason other than we can. Because we are so on top of our resources that we have got tons and tons of everything. There we go. That's nice. Now, I actually don't need this ramp anymore. How are we looking on the awesome? Look at that. That is already done. Almost. We just got a few more to go. Do your thing, bro. We're going to take all this part up here on the top out. I'm going to show you a nice quick way to do it. Road Pirate, exactly. Hi, this game is fun. It absolutely is, Blind Crafter. I feel like it has one of the greatest crafting things in the game. Oh, speaking of crafting, there we go. We have some extra loot up here. Speaking of stuff we were using, right there. Let's run over here and see if we've got any more hanging out. We can go ahead and use this on our next section. Oh, yeah, look at this. Wow, we got heavy modular frames hiding in there. Those are some higher-end resources. Again, notice that excess going right out into there. Let's run this down. We'll use this as well. We'll make another canister down here for us to utilize temporarily. Whee! And then we're going to go ahead and put probably this canister, we'll put it next to this one over here for right now. Again, this is just a random canister just to hold all this stuff. There we go. Very nice. Let's run back, get some more. Now, I could drive my vehicle, but I don't know. I find myself walking a lot because I'm in no hurry. This game is not time-based. You can just take your time and, you know, get all into the minute details of making it perfect, which is what makes it so wonderful. Is that you're not really in a rush. You're not fighting space aliens. You're not, well, you are a little bit when you're running around, but that's not the goal of the game. The goal of the game is not to, you know, collect a lot of wealth and, you know, battle in the space and battle on the land and do all of that. The goal of the game is to build a factory. That's why it's called Satisfactory, right? And it is very satisfactory to build a factory in this game. Very, very nice. Okay, so again, we don't need this entrance over here any longer because we've added an entrance over there. So I'm going to show you a very quick way of taking it out. You hit F, hold down Control, lickety-split, and bye-bye. Now, you can do up to 50 of those at the same time, which makes doing this super, super easy. So let's get over here. Now, of course, we don't want to get ourselves trapped on one of these that we're taking out. Be real careful. See that, how I accidentally got that far one? Right-click to get out of there. Try it again. It's very easy to accidentally take out something you don't want to take out. So be aware of that. There we go. Now, it doesn't come out until I press the button, right? I can also just hit Control to hit something and add it. And then whoosh, there it is. No longer there. And the same thing here. We're going to hold down Control and go up. And down goes that foundation. Actually made me jump there for a second. I thought it was going to fall to my doom. But luckily, there was one underneath there. And then we go here from the side. Hold down Control. Easy peasy. Oh, look at that. Boom, it was like it never existed. Just like that. Now, let's go ahead and fill in this nice corner here so we don't accidentally fall to our death. But that doesn't mean we're not going to anyway. There we go. Look at this. Look at that. Nicely cornered in. Now, I'm not a big fan of clipping stuff. If it clips through stuff like stone, like this, then I'm okay, right? It's like I went in and I can RP it a little bit, that I went and dug out the stone and I put that in there to try to get that going, right? And, you know, add a little RP, right? So you kind of fine tune that thing so you're not falling down in between there by mistake, right? You might be coming with your vehicle and you don't stop in time and whoop, down to the thing you go. All right, wow, we got lots and lots of room here. Now you're like, Kismet, how do you take out your painted roads, right? These yellow parts here are my roads. And the way you take that out is pretty easy. You just take the blocks out. Oh, kind of hosed me there with that save lag. Uh-oh. Again, look at that. I got the wall of that factory. Let's go ahead and try that again. Yeah, that's why I do a little bit at a time like that. So you just take that out, and then you literally just put these back in. Because you don't lose any resources when you take stuff out. You actually get those resources back, and that allows you to rebuild. And this is how I fix my roads, is I just take them out. And then grab the road again and put them right back in. Easy, right? There we go. We can look down here. What's this? This is going down at an angle. That's telling me there is a miner down there like that. And that is my MK2, which is running some iron, which is basically running this particular factory in here. We can see it coming in, doing its sexy thing. And then up here, it's going ahead and it's running rods over there for us to use to make a whole bunch of stuff. All right, so we'll keep that, though. We'll keep that so we can see, get down to it, but we definitely want to cover this part up so we can basically just walk down to the top of it, be able to access it from up above. That's why I love doing that. I love doing that because it makes it so much easier. You don't have to go to the ground all the time, right? It sucks. It'd be nice if you could just place the first one and then drag a line in front. I've said that many times on stream. I've said that many times on stream. You could also set your first one and your last one, and then you press the button, and it kind of like, it's like you hold down Alt, you click it, you hold down Alt or Control, and then you put the first one, you put the last one, and it builds in between the two. Yeah, that would be an awesome mechanic. Amazing, amazing mechanic. But, you know, all of us, we ask a lot, don't we? We ask a lot. I want a power on and off button first. So I can do that with all my stuff. There we go. We'll take all that out. Unnecessary now. And all right. So how are we going to do our water? Anything that requires water needs to be on this side, because that's where I'm going to run the water. I'm going to use gravity to actually bring the water down, so I don't need as many pumps. And it's going to feed it right in here. We're going to put some tanks here at the bottom. We're going to elevate those tanks up a bit so they'll be up above. So if we do need to drop them down, they will drop down into the item we need. So these two are the two that need water right now, right? So the aluminum solutions, we need that water there, 100 there, and 100 there. But we didn't find anywhere else that we need water, right? If we go over here and we look in this one, which is going to be our plastic in this case, it needs some fluids. What fluid does it need? It needs oil, not water. This actually needs oil. And if we say rubber, what does it need? It also needs oil. So these are our oil lines, which we need to run an oil line from way over there, over here, all our excess oil, and that's going to help us with our rubber and plastic production. We need to run a water line from up there. Now, what would be easier? Well, up there for sure, because we already have that set up. So let's start with our water line. And we know that we need 200 water. Now, should we build 200 water or should we build more than 200 water? Now, if you're efficient, you should build 200 water. If you don't care and you want to just have extra water, just in case you're going to expand your factory down the road, in which we're going to do, then you will run a full line or a full pipe of water. 300 water is what we're going to run. Now, if we look over here, we've got some stuff going. This is our mega sorter. What it does, it goes in and sorts out all of our stuff and puts it in all of these boxes. That means all of the resources can be sorted automatically. So if I take all of this and I drop it into that sorter, it'll go and take it and put it in its appropriate boxes. Now, how is that possible? That's possible because they added this wonderful, wonderful thing called the Smart Splitter. The Smart Splitter, you can tell it, hey, if it's coal, run it out this side, right? Run it out to the left. If it's Caterium ore, run it out to the right. And those go off to the side, come in, merge together, and go into the awesome sink, because I don't want to keep no ore. That's a bunch of junk. It just fills up my inventory. Anything else, it'll then go to the next Smart Splitter, in which it has different options, and it kind of pulls out all the junk. It pulls out all the trash that I would just throw in the awesome sink anyway, so it doesn't backlog and get in a whole bunch of boxes, and I'm just have a whole bunch of excess for no reason. And if it's anything that I want to keep, like a good example, quick wire, it will then run across here, go behind all of this, and feed its way eventually. It actually goes around all the entire factory here, and then ends up right over here. And then this is actually the one that says, hey, if this is quick wire, go out the right output, go up to there, and go into that box. Now, if that box fills the first two boxes, which are the lower boxes because it's feeding down, box number 1, box number 2 is fill. Now it starts to fill box number 3. If it starts to fill box number 3, it's going to run that out because it's got excess, and it's going to run it up and up on the top of this building, and there's an awesome sink up there. Don't believe me? Let's go take a look. Let's go take a look at that awesome sink. I'm sure you believe me, but let's go look anyway because that's fun. And there we go. There we go. Our excess quick wire, our excess wire, you can see it going through into the awesome sink. And then, of course, I've got 39 tickets right now. That's a lot of tickets, especially since I'm not really even trying to get tickets. I'm just trying to throw all the excess in there. And you can see a nice top view of what's going on up here. Again, you can see the wire coming in and then the excess wire running up and around. You're going to end up with a lot of wire, by the way, everybody. You're going to end up with a lot of it. We also diverted our... that's cable, actually. This is cable. This is wire. We've also diverted our wire. Instead of it running into the box now, it's running over here. We're running some plates into there. And this is making our larger plates, our reinforced plates. Those reinforced plates now coming up and then going over here and making our kind of next level stuff. YOLO! Woo-hoo! Over to there. I love doing that kind of stuff. I love it. We can see we've got some rods coming in, which are being fed into equal parts down below. So we got we're making way more of these than we are rods, that's for sure. And that's running down below into the lower level. Like so. And we can see it's running in here. It's running into this assembler. This is making modular frames. That's what it is. And that's making modular frames and running those modular frames back to our box. And those take a while to make, so you want to build up a nice little backlog of those. So we're going to let those run, and eventually we use those for something else. All right, so we took care of that. Let's run back over here. What did we go over there for? I don't even remember now. I'm so far out of it. We were going to go up to the water. That's what we're doing. This is what's called squirreling. If I squirrel in the chat, everybody, I've actually got an emote. If you are a subscriber, you can put squirrel in the chat and say Kismet water, or just put water, like squirrel water, and that does remind me to stay on track. All right, let's go up here. And this particular one will take us up to our water. And while we're running up there, we can go ahead and look and see what resources we have. Not enough, that's for sure. We're going to need some resources. I should have brought my resource box of stuff. But we'll go scout it out up here and take a look at what we want to do. And then we'll come back, grab the appropriate resources. Take a look at our base. It goes on into the horizon. On into the horizon that way. And definitely into the horizon that way. Lots of fun factories getting fired up. And I'm doing little mini factories, which make that particular thing and then keep it running. And here we are up at what's called the crater. Up here at the top. They are going to be revamping this up here, but I love the fact that it's really, really flat. You can see this is where all my coal plant is going, all my water's going. So I don't want to mess with any of that. That should work on itself, all on its own. What I want to do is generate some other water. So what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to make some water right here, and I'm going to run it up the line. So we can go in here into production and look and say, hey, wait a minute, the water's not in there. What the heck, right? There's no water in there. Well, actually, there is. It's actually hiding in the very first one. It's the water extractor, which is what we're looking for. Now, to do that, we're going to need more copper sheets. We don't have enough. Now, how can we tell it and have it remind us how much stuff we need? Well, we can go into, like we're going to make it, and we're going to say, hey, we need 3 water extractors. Notice over there on the side, the little pop-up thing is telling you, hey, this is how much copper sheets you're going to need. This is how much reinforced iron pipe you're going to need. This is how much rotors you're going to need. Now, that is awesome. That is like made just for me, right? Just for me. Stream Raiders, did I squirrel? Oh, I did squirrel on Stream Raiders. Thank you very much, Game Killer. I appreciate that. I totally squirreled on that. Thank you so much on that. Appreciate it. All right, let's get some Stream Raiders fired up, everybody. My bad. That's okay. That means just more peeps are going to help out. Let's do some Stream Raiders. Let's go ahead and start the battle. Right over here. We're going to try to get this one done today. Oh, boy. I feel like right here. Let's try to get rid of these catapults over here. We got a bunch of them right over there on the right side. Now come and join us right there. That link is in the chat. Let's go ahead. See, look how effective that is. See, if you use Squirrel and then Stream Raiders, it actually works in the chat. See, there we go. There we go. As well. And see, I'm always kind of trying to rotate between chat, alerts. I've got my redemptions over there. I've got my mod chat over there. And I'm kind of, if you see me looking around, that's me. That's what I'm doing. I'm rotating between those things. Trying to remember. But I have terrible memory because of my sleep apnea and vertigo. Just know that if you're going to be in my stream that I will forget stuff. Sometimes I'll miss things that people say in the chat. I always come back to it later on. So there we go. Still want to do a central hub in the middle of the map and pull everything from some massive base to the middle. I tried that, a Furwin. I did find that I didn't like it. I did try it in this playthrough. I did bring all the raw resources that I needed at the moment from different areas to a central. And a lot of people do that. A lot of people do central runs. It's great if you're using trains, which are going out and grabbing stuff. But central runs at the beginning of the game really sucks because you don't have your stackers, you don't have fast enough belts and all of that stuff. But later game, very, very fun to go and run all of that stuff at its maximum speed. And just use, even if it's only a 120 you're running, hey, run a 780 anyway, right? Might as well run it at maximum speed because guess what? You got so much production, you got so much resources that you could just go ahead and run it at maximum speed. Every single belt could be maximum speed because you have so much aluminum, which is what we're working on right now. All right, so we need 3 water extractors. What else do we need? Well, we're going to need to do some storage eventually. So maybe some these storages, let's say just 5. So that's going to put some other resources we need over there on the right. Maybe some transport, right? We're going to need some transport going around. So we'll go ahead and say a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and a little bit of this. And I always bring excess anyway, just in case to get that going. Now, what else do we need to get this going? Well, we need some more refineries. So we're going to need to press a few of those, right? We're going to need maybe some assemblers, maybe not. Probably not. We only need that one that we already did. So we'll be okay over there because we're going to take that one out and put it actually where it goes. And over here, we're going to need some lifters. Well, we're going to need some pipes down here. We're going to say we're going to need some pipes. We're going to need this. We're going to need at least one pump. Maybe some stackables. Yes. Some pipe wall holes. Probably not. But definitely some stackables. And that just, what I do is I just have it where it's telling me which resources that I need roughly, right? And then I'll bring full stacks of whatever it is, that resource that I need to do that thing. Now, if you have everything in here, it's kind of hard to remember what the heck you were coming up here for in the first place. And then you've got all these resources in your inventory. So I'm going to clear the list for right now. I'm going to say, okay, what do I really need right now to get the water running? I need some pipes. I need some splits. I need a pump. That's what I really need. Some stackables. That's what I need. And then over here in production, I need 3 of these. That's what I really need right this moment. Because all that other stuff I'm going to do later. Right? So I need a lot of this particular stuff. So let's go get that right over here. Let's go back and plan it out. Now, obviously, it would have been smarter before we came up to do it, but I'm just kind of walking you guys down the road. It's going to happen to you quite often that you don't have the resources for whatever you're building. You're going to have to run back. Look how fast I go on the way down, though. It's pretty fun. Woohoo! There we go. All right, so we need copper sheets. Well, how convenient that I have a central hub that has all of my resources. So when I need them, I can literally just pick them up like so. There we go. So we got about 500 copper sheets. Rotors. Well, guess what? We got a nice backlog of rotors over here, too, for when we were producing rotors. We can go ahead and bring those in. Now, here's a great little trick, by the way. If you do have, like there, I have 76 rotors. I put it back in there so I can just have the stack of 100, right? You don't need to carry around a half stack of stuff. I highly recommend not doing that because it does take a full inventory slot to bring a half stack. Great example right now, I've got 20 steel beams and 20 steel pipes. I'm going to go ahead and take out 200s here and then put those, not that one, put the other 20 back in there so that it's not taking up that extra slot. Same thing here on our pipes. We'll go ahead and take a bunch of pipes out and we'll put the 20 back in. It just gives you that extra slot back. You're not wasting that slot. Now we need some reinforced iron plate. We're certainly not hurting for those. Let's get over here and grab them right over here. Here we are. And let's go ahead and grab a bunch of those. Again, putting our lowest level one back in there. Aluminum sheets, we got a bunch. Silica, we don't even need. But that's actually already kind of fed. Let's see. I don't think I have that much silica. I could probably put it in the top one. I can. There we go. Throw that in there for now. Looking good. All right. Down we go. What else do we need over here in our list? So if it has a scroll, you can go ahead and bring up your building, and then you can scroll up and down so you get a general idea. But I like to have a lot of each thing. So say 200 to 500 of each thing is a pretty good idea. So let's get some more concrete. Even though we already have a bunch over there, we'll get a bunch more. Right there. Put our put that back apparently, and bring this out, and bring our lowest one back in. There we go. All right. And let's get a good amount of concrete there. We're at 700. That should be good. Iron plates were looking good. And maybe we'll grab one stack out and put a half stack back because I think I have a half stack. Yeah, right there, 41. So we'll take that out. Put the half stack back in there. Now we've got a full stack. Iron rods are our next thing we need, which are conveniently right here. And again, same thing with this. Take a bunch of full stacks out and immediately put it back in before it feeds it down so that you have just the one row. Now we got a lot of resources there. We could build this stuff for days. Especially want to have a lot of resources for the pipes, right? Because I did not tell it exactly how many pipes that I'm going to be running, right? I didn't tell it I need 37.9 pipes, which is not really a number, but you get the idea. So that's why I put a lot of extra copper sheets on me right there. So I have probably the most of all of it, other than concrete, is copper sheets, because I know I'm going to need a lot of those. And if we need more, guess what? You just come back via the hypertube. So let's get back up there. Let's get it going. It is beautiful. So beautiful. And this, again, the new desert map. Very fun map, by the way. I actually like the desert map because I like, just like in No Man's Sky, when I find the worlds that are dead, because it's easy to find all the resources that you need, right? You don't have trees in the way. You don't have obstructions, mountains, and all that stuff. You just have the nodes, and you just like go out and tap all the nodes, run yourself some lines to those nodes, like you see I've done, and then utilize those nodes. Now, a lot of those I have not even utilized yet. They're doing nothing right now. Doing a whole lot of zero. And that's okay. We'll get into it. Now I'm going to get beyond this little kind of waterfall thing that's going on there. And we're going to get over here just so we're not kind of dealing with that in our face the whole time. All right, production, water extractor. There we go. Now we can do our water extractors. Now we don't want it to be too close, otherwise it'll obscure our pipes. So we're going to go ahead and move it back. Now also we can turn it the other way, by the way, too. We can turn it this way if we want to. It's really up to you. It's your setup. Make it however you want. Now, one of the things that this game doesn't have, which I find to be a massive oversight, which I'm sure they will eventually do. Remember, this is early access. They're still working on it. It's already a fantastic game, even in early access, is the fact that if I put that water extractor there, and I want to put another water extractor right next to it, exactly the same. I can hold down Shift and try to do it, but it doesn't snap to it. It really, really needs a snap. Where I can snap that one right next to the current one, right? So it'll be exactly the same. Now, I can just look at the white lines and all of that, but I'd love to be able to hold down Shift on those and snap those perfectly in place. We're just going to try to get this as good as we can. That's pretty janky, right? You're like, oh, wait a minute. Hold on, it looked like it was going to be up here, but it actually ended up back there, right? Because you got to think that's underwater, right? So it's underwater, so it's actually set back. It looks like it's closer, but it's not. It's actually set back in there. That's why you use those white lines and do it. Yes, it is kind of control is snap. Watch this. Control down. You see any snapping going on there? You see any snapping? You see any green lines? Nope. Because it doesn't work with the water. It doesn't work with the water ones. They've got to add snap to the water ones. If you go ahead and do it with your larger ones, it does work. It does work with your larger builds, but it doesn't work with the water. That's what I'm talking about. You know that, I'm sure. But there we go. All right, so we got that going. Now, what we want to do is, great thing about pipes, by the way, and I have a whole pipe set up here that I'm going to switch to right over here. It's good to set up different setups here, like pipes and transport and all of that stuff. You can have different key sets. You hold down Alt, it'll allow you to rotate between those key sets. It's pretty awesome. Now, the great thing about pipes, by the way, if you have not seen the new Update 3, is that pipes are both mergers and splitters. I can actually take the pipes and run them to each other. Now, sometimes it doesn't work because it's not snapped, right? And that's kind of a bummer. Plus, you need a little bit of an offset anyway because you're going to need to put a splitter in because we're using 3, as well as we want it to kind of be offset a little bit so we can kind of work with it, right? So that's why I've kind of set them back a little bit. Now, what we're going to do is use number 2, which is our pipeline support. Now, because this is way down in the water, you can see that it is already way down there. And we're going to work with it a bit. And if we put it up here, notice that we do get the green line. So it does show us the snap. And it's actually showing us a green line down there. We just can't see it from where we are. You can actually kind of work it. There we go. And there's our center. So we're going to go basically off that center, and we're going to go like a 2 to the right. Right? Now, normally, if you're looking at it straight ahead, it's a lot easier to see. But I'm just going to eyeball it because I've played this game a lot. Eyeball it a little bit and bring it up. And it really doesn't matter too much as long as you're not going up, right? You want it to come down a little bit. And that's going to allow you to make a nice little turn like that. Nice, beautiful turn. Doesn't have to be perfect unless you want it to be. Then it can be perfect if you want. There we go. So we got that going. Now, on the other side, obviously, we need to do the same thing. Very good to kind of get it down where you want it to go, right? You line it up. You try to find the green. You back it up a little bit. You move it this way just a little. And then you go ahead and stack her up like that. And then we do this. Now, this is the easiest way to do this is to run your pipeline. See, now notice, if that was a conveyor, you would not be able to put conveyors on both ends. Because they're not both splitters and mergers. So this water is going to come out of there, and it's going to merge together in this pipe. Now, I'm going to tell you something about water that's very important to save yourself some energy and save yourself time making extra power. We'll get into that. But we want to go ahead and put this splitter right here in the center. Now, how convenient is it that it also happens to be where our third one is, and we're going to run that one right in there. Now, notice it's going down just a little bit. That's okay. We're going to put a pump in. We're going to solve that problem here in just a bit. Now, we want to go ahead and take this pipe, and we're going to need to run it up, right? Which is not really what we want to do. We never want to run pipes up if we can avoid it. We want to run them down, right? Now, there's actually a way to help yourself a little bit because this is going to run into this wall, right? If I go ahead and do this, I'm going to have to put it up like this and do all this awkward stuff. So we need to kind of think about that. Now, if you're using stackers, it's going to help you a lot. Ready? So we're going to take this back out. We're going to leave our stackers right here. Normally, that's how I would make it. If you look over here on the other side, that's how we have all of our stuff connected together with splitters in the middle and so on, which is running all of our coal power. But we're going to leave our stackers like this. And this is why the stackers are so vital. This is why I really don't do any massive building until I have my stackers, because this is a lot easier, right? Now I can just go ahead and bring that up a little bit. Now it's going to come up like that. It's going to come up just a little bit. Now that's going to be called a head lift. So now you got a bit of a head lift. And then this is going to come up here. And then this again across here. And then in the middle. Like this. And if you have your skates on, by the way, it's easy to jump up on this stuff. If you don't have the skates, that's why I use the skates instead of the jetpack, because I can get up there. All right, so that's created a little bit of a head lift in each of these. Now, I can go in and I can create a pump for that, to do that. But I really don't want it to have a head lift right out of the thing. The reason why is I want it to go down into the pipe and then one, instead of having 3 pumps, I want to have 1 pump. Now, you really don't need the 3 pumps. You could get away with this anyway, but I really want it to have it going down, not up. So down into the pump, all being merged into one, and then when I start to bring it up again, then that's when I want to put 1 pump, which will then push the water up. So you want it in the back, right? So the water's going this way, you want it back here because it pushes the water, not pulls the water, right? It doesn't suck the water through, it pushes the water through from the back end of it. Good to know. So this right here is actually not a good idea. It's not a good idea to raise that up like that. But you can see how easy it was. If we needed to do that, we could use our stackers and do that. So we're going to take that back out again. Like it is. All right. And we'll take our pipeline supports out and this out. So you're like, well, Kismet, this thing's in the way. Well, if that's in the way, guess what? You can just build some more, bro. Because this game is awesome. Look at this. Look how easy it is to build in this game. It's so amazing. It's so fantastic. All right, so back to the first option, which we did, because it's bringing it down a little bit, which is what we want. And we're just going to kind of work around. This road's only a temporary road anyway. It's only used when I was building this hypertube. Don't need it now. I got the hypertube. Don't even need the road. But we'll utilize it anyway for now. And then again, splitter in the middle. And you can kind of try to line it up. This the expansion port here, which tells you your flow rate, also acts as a great way of centering perfectly in the center there, if you so choose. There we go. So now we got that going. And again, we have this problem. But that's okay. We now have a new road that we can use. And again, hitting the middle mouse button to pick this stuff up instead of actually using my keys over here. And we can just go ahead and say, you know what? I'm just going to take this out, right? So it doesn't get in my way. And there we go. And now I can go ahead and utilize either that or this edge right here, which is what I'm going to do so I don't have to run it up from the water edge. And I'm going to go ahead and use this for my pipeline support now. And this one will become my primary road. And it can zigzag or I can make it straight, whichever I want to do. And now we're going to go ahead and do the output, and that's going to go up, right? That's going to go up and try to push this as far as it can. Now, again, on the downside of this, this is where we want our pump, right? Now, we can also put our pump over here, and that would work because that'll pump it, or we can just put it right here. Make sure that we got our arrow going in the right direction, so that's going to help with that head lift, right? Either way is going to work pretty well. Now, up here, we want to go ahead and use our pre-existing stackers, right? Because we've already got that done. We might as well use it. And just go ahead and put that water up on top there. You can already see how this is going to work out, right? Boom. We take this from over here. We run it up to here. Oh, no, doesn't reach. That's always the way it goes, everybody. It always just so close, so close. So we're going to go ahead and make another one right here. And then bring this forward a little bit. And then we're going to run that up to there. There we go. And that's it, everybody. That's pretty much all you need to do to run that water. And obviously, we'll run it down the side on our way back down. Now, another thing we do need to do over here is we need to think about our power. How's our power going to go? Now, we happen to have a power pole right here, and you can actually upgrade to the larger power pole or the higher power pole, the Power Mark II. Just upgrade that one. Instead of having 4 connections, it now has 7. I don't have enough fingers for that. Put them all my fingers up, but you get the idea. There we go. I do have enough fingers for that, but I'm just not going to put those fingers up. There you go. How about that for a better way of saying it? We'll go ahead and fill that up, and then perfectly... There we go. So we had additional 4 connections. We used those 4 connections to get our water powered up, to get our pump going. And we'll come back, by the way. Now look at this. We can actually go back in and see if it's clipping. It is not clipping. It is perfect. It is beautiful. It is a thing of joy right there. Look, we can put that back in. We're looking good, right? I just take it out temporarily while I'm working on it. I don't like stuff to clip. It also gives me a visual of how it's going. So now this is running. We can go ahead and check on its flow. There we go. It's flowing full thing. Now, here's the thing. Let's go look at my other water over here to tell you that actually that is a waste of power. And you're like, well, wait a minute. Didn't you need that? Yes, I do. But it's actually a waste of power. Over here, we can see that we have them in 3s. We're doing the same thing, right? We're merging them all together, and then we're running this up into a nice industrial strength water holder there, fluid holder. We've got our pump going. Our lift for our pump is very nice. It's at 18. The max head lift is 20, so that's a good kind of sweet spot. It's not too close to 20, but it has a little bit of leeway, so it works great right there. So we got that running. But one of the things that I do with these is I do underclock them. Not overclock them, underclock them. I underclock them down to 84%. Now, why do I do that? Well, the pipe can only hold 300 water. So if I want to run it, it's going to run it faster than 300 water. It's actually going to produce more than 300 water. So if I'm using 3 of them, I want to go ahead and underclock it so it's using less power, but still producing the amount of water that I want, right? So right now, this is 84%. It's producing 100.8. So just a little bit more than what I need. Actually, it's a lot more because these ones only use 45 water each. So there you go, which means you can do 6 of them. You have 3 waters running, 3 water extractors running. You can do 6 coal plants from those 3 waters alone, even underclocked at 84%. I know, pretty sweet, right? Let's go over here and look and see. Woo, our skates are the greatest. I love how it spits water out of there. Isn't that cool? Turn everything on. The water comes spitting out of there. Such a great little subtlety. Now this is coming out at 120. So we could just use 2 of these and merge those together and be coming out at 240. That's more than what we need, right? But we're going to go ahead and do it at optimum anyway. Now I can grab this right here and slide this down and try to get that 84%, which there we go. We got it. And you're going to see it downgrade to that. It also downgraded its power usage. Right now it's using 15 megawatts. Normally, if we go run over here, whoa, oh my God, we fell in the water, oh no. I got a nice ladder right here for you. Oh. Ah! Try to get out from under there. Come on. Those are my buttons. My button's not working. What the heck? All right, something wrong there. All right, let's swim around this way. There we go. Yeah, I couldn't. For some reason, it wouldn't let me go down in the water. It was lagging. That's what it was doing. It was every time it does a little bit of lag like that, it's saving my game automatically. All right, so let's go ahead and look at this again. This is at 84% on that one. This one over here is at 100% clock speed, and it's producing 20. It's using 20 megawatts. So that's 5 megawatts. You're like, well, Kismet, that's nothing. That's a lot if you're thinking 5 and 5 and 5 and 5 and 5 and 5. All of the water extractors that I'm using, that's a lot of megawatts, bro. That's 100 megawatts, 200 megawatts. You could build bigger factory for less work of generating power. Now, eventually we're going to get to nuclear power, and then that's not going to be an issue. But for right now, toxic waste is going to be an issue. But this won't be an issue eventually. But for now, let's be smart. Let's just go ahead and type it in, 84%. Hit that enter key, and now we're good. All right, on to the next one. Now, you might have heard it go off. It went off because it has filled up the pipe with all of the water, and it's just fine right there. So 84 there, and now all of these are optimized to work with just a 300 pipe. Now, they don't have a pipe that goes faster, by the way. This pipe, at least I don't know. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Because that's its maximum flow rate. See right here? Maximum flow rate, 300 through that particular pipe. And each of these are set for 100, so that's 300. It's now optimized for that. And now what we're going to do is we're going to use one pipe to get up, and then we're not going to use our one pump to get the water up to this level. And then gravity is going to do the rest for us, right? It's going to do the rest. We're pumping this all the way down to the bottom. And so we're just going to go ahead and run our pipeline. Down we go. By the way, you can fix this, by the way, if you want. I don't really worry about it, but you can fix the way that it attaches by hitting R. So that's kind of more straight if you want it to be straight. I feel like it looks more awkward when it's straight like that than when it kind of, you know, makes a little turn. You can also angle certain things, by the way, if you are running pipes. Like say you do this and you run a pipe and you run it down like this. You can actually control the angle in which it turns this way. And if you hold down control, actually you can do, or is it control? Where's my, oh, I got to put it down. I got to put it down. There we go. You hold down, or if you click the button, you can control this angle. And you hold down control, it'll control this angle, right? So the left and right, and then the up and down. You can control the actual angle of it, which is cool. You can't quite do that on these ones up here, though, because these are pipe ones. So I don't really like that one. That's not my jam. If that's your jam, more power to you. But I'm going to go ahead and switch that toggle mode back to default because, I don't know, I like it better like that. And hey, it's my world. I can do whatever I want. It's your world. You do whatever you want. Now, we had this here at one time, by the way. We had a whole bunch of these pipes running down. But now we only need one. And we don't need to run it as far. And we have it much better organized over one stacker. Instead of, we had it actually as a switchback. We had it where it came up, switch back again, switch back again, switch back again. That's very highly inefficient doing switchback. So we fixed the road here so it's a nice straight road. Now, again, if you have a vehicle, you don't want to have super vertical roads like this one. This is more for me to run up and down. You can use your small vehicle, by the way, on this road. So that one works great. But your larger vehicles, because it does have an angle to the road, especially high ramps like this, you're going to have a problem. Now, over on the other side, over there, way over there, we built a min ramp lift. So we can use our train eventually to train some of this stuff. And you're like, Kismet, come on, do trains. Well, you know, we got to get our basics going first here, everybody. We got to get our basics going first. And then we'll come back to all the train fun for sure. We'll get into it. And then down here. And then right about here, I think I want to run it to the side. Now, we want to keep the level of it up pretty high so that when it drops, it will drop and then feed in. So we're going to go ahead and feed this across. Let's say something like that. And then now we've got easy peasy water right there. So we'll leave that there for now. And that's going to give us our 300 water, which is going to go to this. Now, do I need this road? I like this road. I think I'm going to keep this road. So we'll keep that road there, and we're going to work out here. So let's take this refinery out. And let's say, okay, we're going to go ahead and use the corner of this. Right? So we know we're kind of maximizing our space. And we're now going to get serious about our placement of our refineries. Now, we want to just kind of offset it a little bit, though, to give our... at least one foundation, to give our pipes and our parts input a nice room. So you have a little bit of room so it's not taking over your road right there. So we've got that going, and then we're going to do 2 of these. So we're going to take this out because we already did the math, and we know that we're going to start with 2 of these from this side. Right there. And again, watch this. Just run that into there. Isn't that awesome? I think that's so cool. And then you can just go ahead and run a splitter. Or it works much better on 2 than it does 3. On 3, it obstructs. And that's it, everybody. Look, that's that. Run that water down. If it reached. No, look at that. It just barely doesn't reach. That's messed up. That's messed up, bro. Always. That's okay. We'll go ahead and put it on this side. Always something. We're going to try to line it up nice and straight. Back it up just a little bit. Let's see if we can reach that. There we go. All right. Again, bringing it downward, downward, always downward. And then across here, down into there. And then we still have a nice room for our road. And that's it. Listen to it. You're doing it. It's already running that water. And we can go ahead and look at the flow rate of the water right now. It's getting up there. It's about 150 right now, running about 300. Now, it's not really going to tell you your true flow rate until your stuff is actually working. If your stuff's not working, it's just going to, the flow rate's going to go up and down. You're not going to really know exactly what it is. Is this vanilla or with mods? This is vanilla. I rarely ever play with mods, and if I do play a game with mods, I actually put it in the title. I'll say, Satisfactory with mods. This is vanilla. This is update number 3. It is phenomenally good. It is incredibly good with all the fluid. So, Maxwell, I suggest you give it another shot if you haven't played in a while. It is really great. They changed a lot about the game, improved a tremendous amount, how the recipes work, and how all of the stuff works along the way. So I definitely want to get it going. Can you give us a brief overview on how you average your build components? Do you use a hub-spoke design with many similar factories and convey output, or where needed, or something else? I have tried the central one in this playthrough because I see a lot of people do that. A lot of people tell me, Kismet, you should run all your stuff into a central hub. And so I tried that. And what I did first, though, this is my progression. It's important to know progression in this game. The first progression is I built a bunch of stuff way over there, including biofuel and my hub and all that stuff way over there where I found my first nodes, where I first spawned into the game. So I started making plates, I started making rods, I started making copper sheets, I started making wire, started making cable, right? At the very beginning, and of course, tons and tons of concrete. So I could make all these plates or these foundations you see. And so I started that over there, and I call it Spaghetti City. So you build yourself some Spaghetti City over there. Sometimes some offline production too, where I just have 2 containers or 1 container running into a constructor and then a container going out. And the other thing, I call that offline production, where I just throw the resources in there. I overclock it as much as I possibly can. And then I run it and it just makes whatever kind of excess stuff that I need. I might not need a lot of it. I need a little bit of it, right? Say I'm making paint or making biofuel or something like that. I'll just have it run offline. Then, when I get to a certain tier, and we'll go ahead and run over here, and you're like, Kismet, what the heck? You got a central area right here. I know, huh? We got a lot of cool stuff going on right here in the center. But we'll run back over here, and I'll show you what tier I'm currently on. We haven't got to nuclear power yet. We're just kind of, slowing down the brakes, and we're working on our upper stuff right now. So, right when I get to about tier 4, which gives you your MK2, I'll start going, okay, it's about time for me to tear down my entire spaghetti base, right? So I'll tear down Spaghetti City, which is what I did. And then, of course, we want to unlock tier 4, getting into tier 5, where you're getting your oil processing and stuff like that. You start to unlock your oil processing. You make yourself a nice new base, and that's what I did. I built it over here by that waterfall, which you can see over there. So I had a whole big thing over there. I built a ginormous factory, which got all the way up to oil, and it was making all of the stuff like computers and heavy modular frames and all of the things I need, including aluminum and rubber and all of that done, ready to rock, looking good. Then, of course, I'm feeding all this stuff into my space elevator, because that's what you're working on most of the time in the early stages of the game. Getting stuff into your space elevator so you can unlock those next level tiers, right? And the lower level tiers, you can just craft that stuff yourself. If you have some iron and you got a raw iron ore and you got some coal, well, guess what? You can make your own steel right there here in your hub. Or you can put one of these down anywhere, one of these little constructors, these little craft benches, anywhere, and build it wherever you are. So that's the kind of first stage. And then the second stage of the game is getting everything into the space elevator, because the space elevator is kind of a wall that you have to get over. So you have to make all of these things that run into your space elevator. And then once you have that unlocked, you get your tier 5, you get your tier 6, you're now into your tier 7. And guess what? Here you go again. You're getting your next level miner, right? The second I get my next level miner, that's it. The whole entire base coming down again. Don't believe me? Let's go take a look. Let's go take a look. See this whole entire area over here? That used to be a ginormous factory. As far as the eye can see. There was a ginormous factory there doing computers, doing rubber, doing plastic, running oil, converting it into power, doing all sorts of awesome stuff. You can actually see it in my past VODs if you want. All that stuff. But now it's time to get rid of it. You know why? Because I've unlocked the higher tier stuff, right? I've unlocked new miners that I can use, which is going to give me more production. I've got my new conveyors, which is the biggest boon, as well as, of course, I've already unlocked some stackables, including this. I've unlocked some other stuff here in the Awesome Shop, which is very, very useful. And I'll show you right over here. And this is what I call a super build. So the first build is a basic build, Spaghetti City. Then you build a super build, and you're kind of in basic into super when you're in tier 4 into 5. And then I build a really big super base, which is what I'm doing right now. And that is kind of optimizing how everything works. Now, getting back to your original question. Don't worry, I didn't forget. Your original question is it better to run all the raw resources into a central hub, or is it better to do what I call building at the node? I'm a big fan of building at the node. I don't like to run, especially early game. And I tried it very, very much in this game. I literally ran line after line after line for all the coal and all the stuff. Early game, that is a huge chore. It is a massive chore, and the most valuable thing you have in this entire game is your time. Your time is your most valuable thing. And I optimize my time before I optimize anything else. So in here, what would be the optimum thing? The optimum thing would be pulling out our ore right there, running it directly into a factory right next to it, and then it takes it, runs it up above, does whatever it needs to do, and then it runs out the output of what I need. In this case, some screws that are running along this conveyor right over here. We go up, oh, okay, or we could go into our hypertube. Now again, if you hold down S, it'll actually spin you back around the other way. I think it's going to suck me in there again, but let's go over here. Let's see if we get out of this one. There we go, all right. We see we got screws coming out of there. So that is at the node building screws. Now, guess what's happening over here? The same thing, right? This is where the node is. The node is literally right here. It's extracting it directly from the node. We can see the extractor there, bringing it up, making our wire, making our stuff. Now, sometimes you don't want, and that's actually where we're at right now, sometimes you actually don't want to work at the node when it comes to like plastic and other stuff where we need water and things like that to make it work, like aluminum, plastic, rubber, all of that. We're actually moving that over to here by where the water is and building that separate. But most of the time, you want to at least convert it into copper ignits, right? Which is what we have done way down over there, if you missed that earlier. We actually went back to the node and converted it from the raw ore, put our smelters down, ran the raw ore, converted it into copper ignits, because that's what we need later on, and ran the copper ignits instead of running the actual final, instead of running the raw ore. Now, of course, it's your game. If in the long run, it's actually, if you like to micromanage it in a central area, then it would probably be pretty good. Then you can put all your factories up above that, and you can run it in multiple tiers. You can run your conveyors down below. You can put your factories up above and build them vertically, however you want them to go, instead of just building it fully horizontal, which is what most people do. I'm going to do that battle here in a second. Most people build what I call horizontal builds, where they're just building straight out, and they never build upwards. They don't build a factory. I don't build factories like this. I don't build vertical factories until I get into stage 7. Until I've unlocked the last tiers. I no longer need my space elevator. By the way, see any space elevator? There is none. I don't need it anymore. I've already unlocked all the tiers. There's no reason to have a space elevator unless you just want to look at it. It's pretty cool when you look at it. But other than that, I don't need it because there's not a tier 8, right? There's no tier 8 yet. They're working on it. It's an early access game. They're still working on it. But that's when, again, I will go and I will tear my entire factory down again. And then we start building vertical factories at the node. Again, the way I like to do it, at the node, convert as much as you can or get the final product as much as you can at the node. Now, one more example that I'll use before we get back to what we were doing, I'm running that battle, is steel. Now, we look up here on the side here, we see some stuff running along, right? This is my steel production, and it is actually running way back over here. Now, why is it running way back over here? Well, there is a pure node over here, right? There's a pure node of iron that we are tapping into, and we're running that directly in the factory. Also, notice we're running some stuff out there, too. So we're running that directly in the factory right here. Look at this, baby. Now, I like to have my platforms, by the way, so I can always run and run over here behind here. And look at this baby. She's a thing of beauty. That's 240 coming out of there, making tons and tons of stuff. And of course, we got more nodes we haven't even tapped back here. But some of that also we're running into the factory over here. If we go up here and look on these, we can see that we're running tons of coal in a very fast conveyor, by the way. And then also we're running some additional iron on top of that 240 iron, and we're running that into the factory itself. And this factory is going to produce the final product, and that final product is going to run back to my factory instead of running so much stuff, right? Show me how you get 100% efficient. Oh, all right. We'll talk about that here in just a second. I love answering questions in the stream, by the way. You're welcome to ask me questions. You can use my name, Kismet. It even highlights in red. No, you're talking directly to me. So here we go. So we got our iron and our coal coming in. It's producing our steel ignits. Those steel ignits, you can see, are coming down the line, and they're going right out this side here. And then they're going and they're lifting up to the next level up, right? We can see they're kind of going up the back, and they're lifting up there. Up there is actually where our second level of production is. Now, notice, by the way, that I don't squeeze everything together. I'm not of the mindset to try to get everything fit within a small area. I do kind of like that kind of building. If that's your thing, go for it. It's your base. You build it however you want. Me, I like to have a little bit of space so I can walk around and you can see stuff visually. So here we are up at the top here. We're making some other stuff up here in the top. This is some other production. We'll come back to that here in a second. Let's go back down here. We actually want to go into this one. There we go. And notice I've got some wall entrances there. You can unlock that in the Awesome Shop. Works really, really great. So here was our production up here. Steel beams and steel pipes, right? So we brought our steel up. We're doing our steel beams, our steel pipes, and then our steel pipes are going all the way back to the base into a container so I can use them later. And our steel beams, we've now just diverted to be using them for our other production, which is up here on the top. You can see our steel beams coming up on the side there. They're coming up into here, running into there, into our production, along with some concrete that, again, we built the concrete way back there at the node, at the limestone node, which is actually a pure node, and we ran it all the way over here so that it can combine with the rest of our factory. And these assemblers here are producing our stuff right here, if it lets me grab it. Could I highlight? No, come on, highlight. There we go. Our encased industrial beams. And those industrial beams are going back and ending up in a container for me to use, right? Not for my factory to use, for me to use if I need them, right? And any excess are running into the awesome sink. So let's run back and I'll tell you about how to be 100% efficient or not to worry about it at all. And you're like, well, wait a minute, Kismet. Doesn't everybody want to be 100% efficient? Not if it takes you a lot of your time. If it takes you a lot of time, it's a waste of your time. Because your time is your most valuable resource in any game, in anything you're doing. That is always your most important thing. Not just getting everything to work perfectly. Sometimes I will run them at a lower amount and I will underclock. A lot of times I will underclock stuff. So we've got a nice little flat area here. I'll show you a great example. All right, you brought up iron. Iron is a great example of an easy math. Now this game is all about halves and thirds. Halves and thirds, halves and thirds, halves and thirds. Why is that? That's because your splitter is basically halves and thirds, right? So you got your splitter here. You put that down. You got your input coming in. And of course, this one's going the wrong direction. Let's go ahead and turn that around. There we go. Our orange is our input. So say we're inputting right here. And we say, okay, we're going to run that into there, right? Of course, you might want to line it up a little bit better. But we're going to say we're going to run that into there. Bam. All right? That's a no split because nothing's being split. Because what you have is you have it coming in the back and it's just going out the front. That's a waste of a splitter, really. Now, maybe you got another one over here. Now, that's a half split, right? And then this, of course, is a third split. And I'm not going to bother to put the constructor there, but you get the idea. So what you want to do is you want to go ahead and run it in and figure out, you got to figure out the math. Now, you also have alternate recipes, but I'm just going to talk about the base recipes. Say you want to make iron plates, right? Iron plates among the easiest things to do because the math works out really easy. So back here, though, before you do that, you got to make your iron ingots, right? So when you're making your iron ingots, you want to go ahead and use your smelters. Now, say you have a normal node. A normal node is going to produce about 60 raw ore, and that's going to come in at 30. So you're going to need two of these, right? So you're going to need two of these right next to each other. Comes in at 30, goes out at 30. Now, you can recombine it if you want, but I wouldn't. If you're making iron plates, I would run it directly out. Forget the splitter. Don't even need it. Right here, out you go. All right. Take that out. Run that directly from this, directly into one of those. Because that's coming out at 30, going in, and 30, you're good. You know, like, Kismet, what about overclocking? Don't overclock your stuff. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of time because it uses so much more power that you could build more of these and run these at a lower level than it is worth overclocking it. There's only a few times that I say overclock, and that is when you're doing offline production. And you're like, Kismet, what's offline production? Great question. I'll go ahead and lead you down the road here. Offline production is when you do this. You got one of these, or you got one of the smaller ones in early game, right? And then you go ahead and you put in your constructor like that, and then another one on the output. I use this a lot early game because I don't want to build a gigantic structure that I know I'm only going to take down. And then input, and then output, like that, right? So I put the stuff I want to make, the raw ignits in there, and then I can go here and say iron plate. It will make the iron plates, and that's when I'll overclock it because it'll be going as fast as it possibly can because I need those iron plates, and I need them now. I don't need to wait around for my factory to feed that stuff through all of that. I need them suckers right now. Great examples, the ones I do quite often, because there's such a kind of a tier up into the stuff that you need, is actually the assembler. We'll take this out. And I'm going to give you 2 examples of how to make the math work out. So this is the first example, the iron, which is easy. And the one I do all the time is the assembler. Right, when you get to assembler, it takes 2 resources, so you're going to use 2 containers on both sides, or 2 containers on the back side and 1 on the front. It's encased industrial beams, right? Because it uses steel beams and it uses concrete, which isn't that bad, but it goes really slow. It goes at like 6 per minute. So if you crank that all the way up, it's going to be producing a lot more than 6 per minute. And at that point in the game, usually you need a lot of these. So you're running your higher speed lines, right? You're running those faster lines so that you can up your production so you can make encased industrial beams and you can make other things that you need down the road. So that's when I'll overclock. Another great example of overclocking, the manufacturer, right? And I don't have any heavy modular frames on me right now, but the manufacturer uses a massive amount of power. If I make another one, it actually uses more power and more resources and more of me running lines and running stuff. Again, our time is our main important thing. So I will overclock the heck out of that sucker. And I will just run as much resources into there as I can. So it's producing it as fast as possible because computers produce very slow. Heavy modular frames are very slow. So that is one of the few ones you want to overclock because it's less work and less resources and less time to overclock those than it is to go and make those, right? And then make a huge production line of all these other things coming in from all these different places. Now, if you don't care about your time, hey, more power to you. Run every single line in, spend 400 or 500 hours just running lines alone without even building any factories. Good luck with that. It's your game. You play it however you want. All right, let's go ahead and take this extra stuff out here. We don't want to leave this laying around. Messy, messy. Now, I'm going to give you another great example, especially early game, of a reason to not do the numbers perfectly. A great example is limestone, right? Limestone. So let's run over to limestone. Don't worry, we're going to get back to all the stuff we're doing, everybody. And while I'm traveling, I'm going to do that battle. Sometimes I do chat with my peeps for a bit. All right, so let's go ahead and get here. I feel like I can't remember which one's which. Let's go to this one, see where it goes. Now, while we're running over here for this limestone example, we're going to go ahead and do our battle. Let's go. Battle time. Come on, we got this. We got that. We don't got this. We don't got this. Oh, no. We didn't have enough peeps. Oh, it happens. It happens. Looks like we're doing that one again, maybe. Get him. Oh, I need a healer. Oh, look at me. Look at me taking that damage. Hold on, I'm in the way. Look at me taking that massive amount of damage, but we don't have a healer and we don't have enough deeps. Oh, that's too bad. That's too bad. I tried, everybody. I tried it. I took it like a boss. I tried to show you guys the love there. Try to get you some loot. We need to get our stream raiders stepping it up there in the chat. Stepping it up. All right. Let's go ahead and open that salvage chest. Click OK. At least you guys got some stuff. I think we could do it, everybody. Come on. Let's give it another shot. Let's give it another go. Some people still waking up. They're like, oh, Kismet, hold on. I'm waking up. Got to get stuff going. Let's try it from this side this time. We'll give that another shot. We want to get some loot for you guys today. Go for it. Go for it. Okay, here we go. Running all the way over here. Now, I've got this one. That goes to there. Actually, I needed the other one. But that's okay. We'll walk over there and get it going on. Gabe Killer. Check the chat. All right. Rule number 1, bro. Rule number 1. My mods are watching you right now. Bye-bye. Rule number 1. All right. If you don't know what rule number 1 is be respectful, because I don't mess around. Nice thing about being my age is I answer to nobody. And really, neither do you, no matter what age you are. Don't let nobody come in and be negative, try to tear you down, be rude or whatnot. I don't mess around. You have one chance to be awesome. If you're not awesome, we're going to ban you out permanently. All right? And that's a bummer because I gave away $10,000 almost worth of free loot last year. And I'm giving away tons this year as well, including a $25 Steam gift card potentially coming up tonight. We'll see. We'll see. So hang around the stream. Build up those Kiscats so you have a higher chance. Be lurking all the time up in there. But don't worry. We give you a free shot. In case you didn't read the chat rules when you clicked OK when you came into the channel, we give you a purge as long as it's... if it's something like homophobic or racial or something like that, you're insta-banned. You're gone. You know what? I don't let that happen in my chat. I don't believe in that. That is never going to happen. You're gone. I don't put up with that. Now, some people do because they want more subs or they want more views or whatever like that. Hey, I'm already partnered, so I don't have to worry about it right now. I don't do this for profit, so I don't have to, it's not a money motive for me. I do this because it gets me out of the bed every day because I am partially disabled. I do have sleep apnea and vertigo. I have a constant dizziness always, right this minute. Dizzy right now. But the more I relax and the less stress I'm under, like playing games or relaxing and talking with you guys, which is very relaxing for me, it actually helps my condition. So you guys being here in the stream actually helps my disabilities. Did you know that? I appreciate each and every one of you. All right, so let's talk about limestone. Limestone is a great thing. So we talked about iron. That's an easy one. That we talked about doing 100%. But limestone is actually the tricky one in the very beginning of the game. And we have a lot more tricky stuff later on, too, where you have to combine and all that stuff. But limestone right here, this particular limestone is going to start at 60, right? And right now we have it at 120 because we have it at a Mark II. Look at that guy trying to get me down there. We have it as a Mark II, so that's at 120. Now let's go over here and let's check our maths, right? So 120 coming in, right? And how much do we need to go into the input? Well, actually, I've got it adjusted right now. I've got it underclocked. You can see it 89%. But if it's at 100%, it needs 45 in. So if we use our buddy Surrey, right over here. Oh, thank you for the love. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming in and showing that love, Seneca Gaming. Watching you from the main page and wanted to let you know I really respect your energy and really respect your dedication to answering questions. Oh, well, thank you, Seneca Gaming. You know what's funny? When I first started watching Twitch as an actual streamer, because I've actually been streaming way back in the days, way back in the Justin TV days. But I wasn't to be a streamer. I was already a graphic designer. I was already working for some of the top companies in the world. I didn't need to be a streamer. This is like a side thing I decided to do. You know, change my entire career at age 45 because of my disabilities. I could no longer work for Apple. Yeah, the one that makes this thing right here, the iPhone. Yeah, I had to step down as a senior tech over there because of my medical conditions and find something else I love to do, and I'm doing it right this moment, talking to all of you. So what I'm doing is I'm gonna use my buddy Surrey here to do some of the math for us. Now, we could just do it in our head, but hey, this is a $1,000 phone that's sitting here doing nothing, so we might as well have Surrey do some of the work for us. Hey, Surrey, what's 120 divided by 45?
120 divided by 45 is about 2.6666.
Now, I don't know what her fascination with 666 is, but I swear she's possessed. She says that all the time. So basically, what she's saying there is 2.6 the 120 equals 2.6 of these limestone, right? And you're like, well, Kismet, that doesn't equal easy math, right? It's 45 and 45 and about half of that of 45, right? Which is, 22.5. And we could figure out all the math of that, but you know what else we could do? We could reduce the amount that is producing so that it matches our input numbers. So we underclock it to make it more efficient, right? Instead of making it split and split and split and split and split. And I can bring up some charts for you that I've done in past streams of how we could split and split and split and take this one and feed it back in there and do all of that. I can teach you all of that if you want to know. We could go in and we could make all that math work. I'm kind of tempted to load it up, but you get the general idea. You could go ahead and run it and then run this one out and split it into third. And then the third one of this one, you could put back into a merger from this other one over here and do a lot of that kind of work. That takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of resources and it takes a lot of space to do that stuff. You know what's even easier? You run one line in, you split it into thirds, and you underclock this back down to your average, right? So the average amount of stuff that's going to go in there, if we take, say, 40, and we divide it into 120, or we just divide 120 into a third, which is even easier, right? That's even easier math. Hey, Siri, what's 120 divided by 3?
120 divided by 3 is 40.
Is 40. And now you know why. If you can see it, it might be a little small for you peeps on mobile, but you can see that it's 40 right there that it's producing. A little extra than 40, by the way. So it does burn up that extra limestone, but it basically is running as efficient as possible by underclocking it down to the easy number. Now, we could make it work perfect, and I've done it many times before, but guess what? That took nearly zero amount of time. Basically, we ran it in, we ran the splitter, and we lifted it up so it's not so we can run under it, which is nice, right? Another one of my examples of keeping stuff vertically. We can take these bottom two out, by the way. Don't even need those anymore. Like that. And we can just run underneath here, right? You want to, when you first start the game, you're going to do Spaghetti City. It's going to be all on the ground. But eventually, you want to start relying on your lifters to get them up off the ground so you can move around easier. Now, it's all about you. This is your factory, not about the machinery too much. It's all about you, right? And making it easier on yourself. And you can see we're running that in. So this is basically a single line going into a thirds, splitting into a thirds, and then underclocking it so we're being efficient, 100% efficient right there. And again, you can use your splitters and you can just figure out the math. Spreadsheets are great for this game. So if you do want to use a spreadsheet, go ahead. I have a spreadsheet of all the numbers because I like to apply to this side of the brain or encourage this side of the brain, which is your logical side. And then also I like to appear to this side, which is your creative side. I like both of those. I'm both a logical and creative thinker. Very rare sometimes, right? Some people just think creatively and they're kind of out of it. And then some people, they think only logically and don't have that creative spark. And that's okay. No matter which way you are, this game is going to allow you to do whatever you can imagine or whatever you think, okay, I want this to be exactly to the numbers, right? And there's no wrong way to play it. It's your game. You play it however you want, all right? There you go. So there is a great question answered right there. I love games, but my extreme OCD prevents me from playing them, sadly. As you said, time is the most valuable asset, and OCD constantly combats that resource. True. But don't I have a bit of OCD myself. I can't handle stuff just laying around on the ground. That's why I built myself a gigantic sorter as well. But you can, if you try hard enough, at least I do, I'm able to override that a bit. And when I run spaghetti everywhere, I know it triggers all my OCD peeps in the chat. I know it does. And it's funny because people come in and say, Kismet, you shouldn't be building like that, da, 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 like it's my first time playing or something. I have played for many, many hours. I have built many, many bases. I have ran through the game many, many times. Is there more for me to learn? Always. Always. I never say that I know everything because there's no way to know everything. Not even in your entire lifetime. You read every book and you learned everything that you could possibly learn in your lifetime. There is always more to learn. I always leave myself open. And if I don't know something, I just tell it to you straight. I say, didn't know that, right? Because that gives you the freedom to learn. When you act like you know everything, it gives you zero freedom to learn, right? And if somebody tells me the same thing, I'm like, hey, cool. I already knew that, but thanks for letting me know anyway, right? Because it's okay to hear the same thing again in life, everybody. Like you might hear that from your parents. Your parents may tell you something that you already know, but they're at least taking the extra time to tell you, right? Just in case you didn't know, right? Now you do know. And now they know that you know. And they know that you know that they know that you know. There you go. That could go on forever. Now, we're over here working on a bit more complex things, right? We're working on our aluminum, much more complex than that over there, because we have different stages of the production that we need. This is our big goal for today. I don't know if we're going to get it done. We're going to try. And this is, I already had a gigantic factory that made everything, by the way. If you noticed over there, I have a central kind of area. Let me go back and show that real quick. I have a central area that keeps all of my resources, not to be sent on to the rest of my factory. It's not a central hub to send to the rest of the factory. Some of it I'm doing it over here, but most of this is for me. This is for me to walk over here and say, hey, I need some steel beams, and then I'm going to pull them out of there, right? That's where it's running the resources first. The first is for me to keep building up the factory. And then secondary is actually into the actual higher tier stuff, like motors and stators and computers and all of that stuff. That's a later thing. Earlier thing, get yourself tons of resources so that you can build the stuff you need to build. That's how I like to build. And I build it at the node, right? Like the concrete you saw was being built way back over there. And then the actual concrete itself is being run on this line into this box, being fed down to the bottom so that I can at any time go in here and grab as much concrete as I want. Right? Now, the excess is running up and over and out and right down. You can see it running there into the awesome sink because I don't need excess. Run that in there. 2 boxes is more than enough. The third box at the top, by the way, is my excess box. It'll empty that box out if it happens to fill with any excess. So that's how I do there. And then also there's a mega sorter over here using our smart splitters. It is a thing of beauty, everybody. It has made my heart fill with joy. Right here is our smart splitters. And what it's doing is if it sees a steel pipe, it will then run it up and put it into the box. If it doesn't see a steel pipe, it'll say, is it a steel beam? Oh, it is? Oh, well, run it up, put it in a box, right? And if it has any overflow, again, it'll run out into the awesome sink. Now, if it's not any of those things, it'll then take it like this quick wire, run it up and over and run around all these containers and check and see if it's something that is supposed to sort into that box. Now, the quick wire actually goes all the way around every single container and then ends up over here where it's actually sorted by this smart sorter. It says go to the right output, up and going, right? Left output over here, that is cable, boom, and up, or right here, actually, this is up because this is turned sideways, and that's up. Center line is cable right there. And then this is the left output, which is anything that's left over. And the great thing is, if you've done it right, if you see all of these boxes are connected together. If you've done it right, you go to the last box. If there's nothing in that box, your sorter's working. It's working really, really well. If there's nothing in that last box. Now, the last box would be stuff like biofuel or maybe like my vehicle or something that I've made that is just a little piddly thing that, I just said, I'm too lazy to sort it. Just do it for me. And all I have to do is feed that stuff right here in these boxes, and it will go and sort it. Now, if I have any excess stuff that I don't want, like coal or ignits or anything like that, it will actually do that here in the junk sorter part. This is a junk sorter. And what it does is it says, is this a coal? Well, if it's coal, run it to the side and run it down a separate line that runs into the awesome sink straight away. So instead of running it through the whole entire sorter, you might as well filter all that stuff out. And you can see I have a whole bunch of them. Like right here, it's doing coal and deuterium basic ore. It's just taking that out straight away. Anything else is going to run down the middle, like quick wire here. It's going to run all the way down the middle. It's not going to get sorted out. It's going to run here all the way around the back, all the way around the other side, coming back and ending up in its proper box way over there. Right? So very, very cool, the smart sorter there. And again, this is for me. I can run around. You can see, look, I've got it all, baby. I got it all sitting here. Over here, we got plastic. We got rubber sitting over there. We got our stuff. Whoa, hey-oh. Now, again, if you want to back up, you can go back this way. Let me turn my sound back on. We can go ahead and go back that way. If you hold down S and W, you can change the direction when you're in the pipe, which is pretty cool. Over here, we've got our stuff for our space elevator. Notice I don't have a space elevator because I've already maxed it out. Don't need it anymore. But keep some of the resources laying around since I had so many anyway. We got our black powder. We got our AI limiters. We got our my heavy modular frames. We've got our circuit boards. We got our batteries. We got our computers. We got our stuff. Blah, 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 blah. You get the idea. And then all the way to the end here are turbo motors, which is what we're working toward right now to get those level 3 miners. Now, I could just go and make them because I've got tons of resources. I could just grab them, make them into the thing. But we are taking our time. We're slowing down before we get to that nuclear power, and we are working on getting all of our higher end resources revamped and ready to go. Now, one of those things that I'm running low on right over here is aluminum. So aluminum works with our highest level speed of our conveyors, which are 780 conveyors. And once we get so much aluminum we don't know what to do with, we could upgrade every single conveyor to its maximum speed and not even worry about the speed numbers anymore. Not even worry about which particular one we're using. We're just using the fastest one because who cares, right? At that point, it doesn't matter unless you're using your conveyors to actually slow down the speeds of stuff so that you're splitting it in such a way. Like a great example is like when it's coming out of a box, right? When it's, say it's going in at 240 and you want to take it and you want to split it in 120 and 120. So you've got the two outputs, and this one's going 120 and that one's going 120. If you increase the speed of those, that's going to mess up your production down the line. So that's a great example of when not to do that. But most of the time, yeah, you're okay, especially if you're running it from really far away. Like that, great example is that limestone that we converted into concrete. That could run at full speed when it's running all the way to us. No big deal, right? It'll just get there as fast as it humanly can. It doesn't really matter. Great example also, coal. Coal, when your power shuts off, the conveyor will continue to run, right? It'll continue to run down the line. Oh, hold on. We're waiting for it to upgrade. There we go. My OBS stopped for a second there. So it'll continue to run it down the line. And what you want it to do is run as fast as it can. And the reason why is you want to build up a backlog of coal so you can start your power back up. And then you want that coal to get there as fast as it can because the line's going to be empty. And the further you've run it, the more empty that's going to be, the longer it takes to get back up to speed where it actually has the coal. So that'd be a great example of using your fastest speed so you can get that coal over there pretty quickly. Now, my coal comes from way off over there, like 1,000 in that direction, and runs up here and then runs up along there into my power up in the top because it's easier to run the coal there than it is to run the water back over that way, right? Much easier to run the coal up using that faster conveyor. Okay. So, I've answered lots of questions there. Let's get into it. Is this FPS Factorio? Kind of. Kind of. Now, actually, I have not played Factorio. I have that on my list to play. I love this game. This game is really, really exceptionally well done. The building in this game is second to none. I mean, like when you're picking up something, you're building, you're putting down some frames, you're putting down, not frames, but you're putting down blocks, or you're putting down foundations, you're putting up walls, you're building factories. All that stuff is really fantastic. Now, I purposely made an issue right here that we're going to have to look at before we move on. Now, I've run the water, and I've used the connection over here, and I've split it, and oh, it's beautiful. It's getting its water. But we have a slight problem. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We can't get that into there, right? We can't get that into there, and this one right here is going to be a alumina solution. So we got to get our bauxite in there, right? So we can make that aluminum solution so we can make our aluminum. We're working on our water and our aluminum solution first, and then we're going to go work on our oil and all of that stuff here in a bit. But right here, we need our bauxite in there. So this is not going to work, right? And then if we also look at how close this is to this, we're definitely going to have to make some more room. And this is probably the toughest thing in the game is knowing how much room you're going to need. And that's why I wanted to address it. How much room you're going to need for all the stuff that runs behind. Now, I'm going to go ahead and move this forward again by one more thing, and we're going to start having a problem here. We've got a limestone node right here in the way, right? So we might want to go, we're going to run into that limestone. We either want to go left or we want to go right. I would probably go heavy right because we have a lot more room on this side. We can expand out this side. So let's go ahead and backtrack a little bit here. Let's move our refinery right, and plus we need to move it forward one. And that's going to run into this one. Let's take that one out. And there we go. So again, you want to keep that in mind. Now, we can also build over it if we want. We could build a factory over the top of it. So if we were using limestone at the bottom, we could go ahead and make a limestone factory at the bottom and then make the rest of the factory up above. In fact, let's do that. I wasn't going to do it, but I just thought, you know what? Let's have some fun working in a more vertical fashion. So let's go ahead and think about how we want to do our factory here. So we want to bring it up. Oh, we could use our walls we never use. Our holes actually for our water. That'd be fun. Let's do that. Okay, now I don't like it to be too close to my road if I can avoid it. So we're going to go ahead and do something like this. Let's take this out. Put this in. Now you're like, Kismet, how are you getting those things? I'm getting them from down here. I'm all on the quick bar down here. It's all these kind of wall units, which are right here. All of these things that I've, some of the ones you unlock in your awesome shop where you make tickets and you unlock them in there. So you have special shapes. Now notice I'm not doing glass and all that other stuff. I don't do that in the beginning. That's not my thing. If it's your thing, more power to you. If you want to make it look pretty, make it look pretty. Go for it. All right, so we're going to go ahead and bring this up by a level here. We're going to actually bring this all the way down. And I feel like actually right here would be a great place for a door. And we're going to give it one extra room. Loves to turn my walls the wrong way. I don't know why. Keep it the same. We're just going to make it nice and square for now. And that's going to leave us some room for our production later on, which we'll probably end up using that. Now, of course, we got another problem of we need to at least have this 3 to 4 high, depending on what production you're going to put here. Now, you know, this production is super easy. This is like the most easiest production in the game, where you literally just put a constructor down. You run this into that. You got to know what speed this is at, though, and that's what this is for over here. I go and I can look at the speed, right? 60 coming out of there. It needs 45 to go into here. So what we could do is we could go ahead and say, okay, concrete, and we could run it at 45, and then we'd have excess, or we can underclock it down to say 30 and 30, and then we have 2 of them running at 30. So that's way easier than putting a splitter in and splitting it and splitting and splitting and splitting and splitting, so it works out perfect. Or overclocking it, which uses a lot more power than if you just made 2 of them. That would be way easier in the long run. But if you have a limited amount of space, you want to use overclocking, you can do that as well. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and take this up 3. This one is facing the wrong direction. See how quickly you can build in this game? It is wonderful. It is a wonderful thing. Quick and easy factories. You go ahead and name another game that makes it this easy. Go ahead, name it in the chat. Name another game. It's not 7 Days to Die, I can tell you that. It's not Ark. It's not, what's that other one called? It's not Conan, that's for sure. It's not any of those that makes it this easy to build sweet, sweet factories that'll make your mama cry. Right there. See, look how easy that was. That's like easy peasy. Now, let's go and put our foundations in up above, a.k.a. our roof, a.k.a. our floor. Look at that. It's a thing of beauty. Now, occasionally I'll misclick. That's okay. We just take it right back out. It doesn't waste our materials, and we good. Now, it's currently in the early access, by the way. You do not run out of resources. I don't know if they're going to add that later. I would add that to like a survival mode. I would not add that to the base game. One of the fun parts is that the fact that it doesn't run out of resources. I actually like that when it does run out of resources, especially like in games like 7 Days to Die and stuff, where it makes you have to continuously, it gives you something to always do in the game, that you have to continuously go and find new nodes and keep it going, right? That would be great for a survival mode. Don't make it permadeath. Don't make the survival mode permadeath. That really irritates me. Don't do that. Make another mode that's permadeath, separate from survival mode, in which the nodes do run out. But in normal mode, do not do that to new players because, you know, they're still learning how to do all their stuff and all of that. So I would definitely not make it like that. But all of us hardcores would get it going. SimCity Classic. Oh, yeah. I played it way back in the day. All right. Now, occasionally I'll end up with extra stuff. So you see I've kind of inset this so it's not along this. This is my primary road. So I color in all my roads. So that kind of reminds me, says Kismet, don't put anything too close to that road, right? So now what we're going to do is have a little bit of fun. We're going to raise this up even more. In fact, we probably won't even need this now that we have risen this up. So we can take this out And we can try to line that up over there. So always trying to improve my factories. And let's go up here. And again, in this particular playthrough, we're also building much more vertically with all of our stuff. And so the first thing we're going to need here is we're going to need a hypertube wall hole. Now, why do we need that? Well, we've got to get up there. That's why. And so we're going to go ahead and put this right here by the entrance. We're going to rotate it around, say a little bit, maybe over here. And notice that is why I've left this extra room. Oop, don't want it at ground level. My bad. That's why I've left this extra room for my entrances and exits. And I want to put it up a couple. Now, the reason why I want to put it up a couple is so when I'm walking by, blah, 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 whoop, it doesn't suck me into there, which it does quite often on any of them that I have at ground level. All right, we'll bring our power over. We'll go ahead and put it right here in the corner. We'll run our power. Oh, we got to put our entrance in. There we go. Then we go ahead and run our power into there. And up we go. All right, now we're up in the upper level. And we're going to go ahead and bring that water down over here. Now, the cool thing about having this up here is I don't necessarily have to build it out down below there. I can always just build some under supports. This game is not like 7 Days to Die and some other games where it actually has physics where it's going to fall. It has physics for water. It has physics for your vehicles when you're falling off. Physics for you as you fall. But it doesn't have build physics. So if I go and I run this out like this. Great example is if you're, say you're building something. Let me get in my build mode here. Say you're building something like this, right? Or actually, let's build it up here so it's easier to see. If you build something like this, and then you put a foundation on top of it, and then you take this away, that does not fall down. It floats, right? Just like Minecraft, just like Fallout, just like a whole bunch of different building games that it actually floats. It makes it more convenient for you as the builder. That's why they do that. So it's not a tedious thing. I actually like, though, in 7 Days to Die, it does actually have physics and it has strengths of blocks and things like that. I think it does add a great thing to the game. Again, might add that in a survival mode, right? You might add that a more advanced physics and a more advanced running out of resources in that survival mode, or just have it as an option. You click that option on when you start a new game, right? And it gives you a higher score or gives you more resources or whatever it is. Whatever the benefit of it is, or it just gives you bragging rights. You're like, I finished this in survival mode, bro. You're a noob. You can do a little bit of that, right? A little bit of that bragging mode. I got 100% achievements in permadeath, right? Like some people do in No Man's Sky. Great example. All right, so let's keep going. We're going to go ahead and bring our things over here. Now we're going to have it up at this level. Refinery, because we're going to have a little fun. Let's do a little bit of vertical building today on top of this. All right, oh, we need to offset this by 2 plates, or 2 foundations, because we're going to need, come on you, get in there. There we go. 2 foundations forward. All right, so now we got that going, and this is going the wrong way. I can already tell you. And you're like, how do you know it's going the wrong way, Kismet? I know it's going the wrong way because when you're doing the back, the water input is on the other side. So that's a dead giveaway that it's going the wrong way. So let's take that out. Also, another dead giveaway is it's actually the color. Green is an output, and orange is an input. And you can see the direction of the arrows there, too. If I was paying attention, I would have got it the first try, but I was talking to you all instead. Okay, now I'm going to go a little bit faster. I hope you don't mind. I'm going to show you some of my tricks on how to make this work perfectly. First thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do our conveyors. Now, this is a level 1 conveyor. Let's see what conveyor we actually need when we're running our ammonium in here. We need to bring it in at 70 per minute. So we need at least the next level one, the level 2 conveyor lift. So we're going to do a conveyor lift, and we're going to run that up there. This here, conveyor lift up. Now, with our water, we're going to show you a little trick on water. And running water, first thing you do is you go ahead and do your number 2 here, or it's number 2 for me, your stackable pipeline support. You line it up through the center. You bring it out about this far, or far enough so where it's not hitting this. And then what you do is you move it in by 2. 1, 2, right? So if that's perfectly centered off of there, you go 1, 2, you put that there. Same thing over here. Line it up on the center. And you're going to line it up across this way too. So keep that an idea there. That's going to line up like this. I'll wait for it to save. There we go. So it's going to line up like that, line up like this, move it 2 in this direction, like that. And now you get a nice perfect arc, like that. Same thing over here, perfect arc over there. Combine that together. Then we go ahead and put it in our splitter. And like I said, boom. Now this is the speed at which I usually build or play games. I play at a much higher speed than I do here on stream. And the reason why I do that is because no one's watching. When you're watching someone play and they're going so incredibly fast that you can't see what they're doing, it kind of sucks. I've watched some people play and I was like, oh, whoa, that was really cool. How'd they do that? And they went so fast that I missed the whole entire thing. And then you ask them and they say, go Google it. God, so rude. So rude, bro. Oh, man. That's rude. That is rude stuff. All right, let's go ahead and see if we can reach. Oh, so close. So close, everybody. But that's okay. We'll put some more supports back here. And we'll try to run it from up there to here and from here to there. Now, remember, that should be going down. It should not be going up. So we might, just to make it even more sure that it's going down, we could raise that up one more so that we have it always going downward, because gravity is your friend. It's going to help you actually feed that in there. There we go. So it's coming all the way down. It has one pump, by the way, running at all this distance because we're using the downward angle of it to push the water even further than it would normally go, and especially if you're doing it up. There's a head lift there. So there we go. We got that done. Now, how are we going to do the split in the middle of this stuff here? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to use our stackers, and we're going to do something like this, right? Now, we could do that, and then on this side, we could go ahead and try to sneak in these ones. This is going to be pretty tough because there's stuff in the way. Try to line this up. And we do something like that, and then get our conveyors. Let's go ahead and just get a level 1. And run that across like that. Now what that does is that allows me to go in and put a splitter in there. So basically it's just like a temporary thing to put a splitter. Now the problem is right now it's going the wrong direction because you can see that the orange is on that side. So the belt direction does make a difference in this case. So let's go ahead and change that belt direction the other way. Then we'll put a splitter in. Notice now the orange is on this side, which is what we want. And we put that there. And then easy peasy. Now we want to make sure we got the right speed belts going here too. That into there. This into there. Looks sexy. I love it. And then we can take all this other kind of, you know, what I call scaffolding or temporary stuff that you use for making that fit up in there. You'll do a lot of that. You add stuff, you take it away. Hey, tell us what's up. Kismet, you are a true architect. Well, thank you. I did actually study architecture in school way back in the day. Way back in the day, so there you go. All right, so we go ahead and get rid of this stuff right over here because we don't need that anymore, and we don't need especially that. Take that out because that's going to be a problem later, so keep that in mind. So there we go. So we've got our splitter going. Now all we got to do is run our box right in there, and this baby's up and running. That's it. That's it. That's all we got to do. Now, we are going to set it up here, so it will bring our box right up along this conveyor here and run it up into here, and we'll run it along the side here. Now, we can run it to that end and then connect it to the side here, which will then connect to that, which will then make it run. So, we want to kind of think ahead and say, okay, how can we get that done? Now, we can put it at the ground level like this, which we don't really want to do. The reason why is because when it comes up, we want it to go up a little bit so it won't run into this pipe. Right? Won't clip through there. So we're going to lift it up a little bit, up to here, and we're going to connect it to that wall conveyor. That wall conveyor is going to come in here. It's going to go into there. Now, another thing we're going to need is power, right? So we're going to go ahead and get our really cool things, which you can unlock from the Awesome Shop, the double wall. And I've got an MK1 and an MK2. I like to use my 2s just in case. So we're going to go ahead and put that right there in the wall. Now, it's also going to be very useful, which you're going to see here in a second, for something else. So let's grab this power line. Oh, I can't get that one. Let's get this one here in the corner. There we go. And we're going to connect it to the outside. And then right here, we can't get back down because there's no connector there. So we're going to go ahead and make a transport connector here, an entrance. And then we're going to run that into there. And there we go. We've got the power. Off we go. Boom. Down we go. Nice and easy. So again, going to run that end up into there. So we got that going. So the water's taken care of. We got everything else going. There's one thing we haven't taken care of on this side, and that's the power. We want to go ahead and run our power into there. So we'll go and say power there. Because we can have so many lines, we could actually run like 7 of these lines. But there we go. Now it's powering up. Now one of the things what happens when you power stuff up is it starts to run some of the resources in there. Especially, you got to make sure you tell it what you want it to be, though. like over here. We got to tell it what we want to be. We want this to be ammonia solution. So it's going to start pumping the water in there until it gets full, and it's going to kind of pre-do some of the work for us, right? Figure that out and get that going. So we need to get our box right over here and our other stuff, silica and all of that. Let's go do that. Now, while I'm walking over there, we're going to have a little fun in the chat. We're going to do a little side game. Stream Raiders. Let's hope we got enough peeps this time. Let's do it. Let's do a battle while I'm walking back the other way. How we doing? Oh, we got this. We got this, everybody. Make it happen. Make it happen, Captain. All right, there we go. Let's slide that love over to you guys. You guys get a Vox Farah, getting some extra love there. And Funky Buddha coming in, rocking that MVP status. Congrats. We did it, everybody. We did it. Let's move on. I think we're going this way, right? Which way were we going? I think we're going across the top here. Guess we could go bottom. But yeah, we're going across the top and then down and in. So we got 1-4 level we have to do before we take on the Dragon Boss. All right, let's do it. Let's keep going in that direction. And let's see. I'm going to go ahead and grab this one and put it right there. Now, it is a free-to-play game. You can actually come and everybody in the chat can come and play with us. You can play it on your desktop or your laptop, in your web browser, Chrome browser. It is free to play. You can just click that link in the chat. You go over there, you sign up, you look for me or Captain Kismet. You get this little search function for looking for captains. You can look for Kismet, Kismet, and you go ahead and see our battle board, and you come and join us. There I am right there, the Wasteland Tycoon, rocking it out. And of course, the more people that come and join us, every person is a vital part of the team, helps us get those wins, helps us get those legendaries, helps us get the scrolls and epics and all that other fun stuff. Very fun thing to do on the side. We do it for a few minutes every now and again. Now, getting back to what we were doing. Now, I've run all the way over here where I have my resources being fed from way back over there. We're being fed here. Now, what I'm going to do is go ahead and turn it and aim it kind of in the middle, right? You want to look at where the middle of your other factory is going to be over there. And we're going to try to aim it in the middle so when we're running it over there, we can run it in the various directions we need it to go. So we're going to go ahead and put it just right along the road here in the center because this makes it easier to count later on. And then also we can put our power poles on the side, right? And then this will probably become a road here, or I might just leave it, whatever, right? We'll see. Now let's go ahead and run our belts around here. Now there's a problem if I run it right here, right? If I run it right there, what's going to do is going to block my road. So what I'm going to do is bring it up by 1. That's going to give me a little bit more headroom to get under there. Now, if I use my really large vehicle, that's going to be a problem. And we can always come back, bring that one up by 1, and then bring them all up and whatnot. But it'll be fine. The biggest problem is going to be my train. My train is actually going to come through here eventually. So we want to kind of think about, oh, wait a minute, we're going to run a train through here. So let's go ahead and take all this stuff out from over here. And let's think of that before we get too far. You gotta be thinking of multiple things at the same time. You gotta be kind of visualizing the future of your base as you're building. Otherwise, you have to come back and redo it. Kind of like SimCity. Great example. Like Anon Mend in there. See right here, these green tiles, these are my railroad tracks. Now we're gonna grab this right here. We're gonna go ahead and right click. It's gonna give us an option to choose. I can't remember what color it is. I think it's this color. Oh, I forgot to click OK. My bad. I think it's this color, select color. Yeah, I got to select color. There it is. All right. So we want to go ahead and mark this as our train. And eventually, instead of what we're doing, oh, let me turn the thing back on. Uh-oh, we got to reload. Reload. Oh, we don't have any on us. That's okay. We got some right over here. Let's go grab some. Right over, nope, not there. It's in this second one. There it is. All right, nice big stack of it. Reload. All right, and this is why I do this first, right? I do this first. I say, okay, you know what? Train coming through here, bro. Don't put anything on this. Don't put anything there. Same thing with these roads, right? The yellow ones are roads. The green one is trains. And if you notice, I've got purple. The purple is my production area right over here. I don't put anything on the purple that is not a production thing. Like, you know, you got your awesome shop. You got all that stuff. We got a crafter down there. We got all sorts of stuff. Including my hypertubes, which are my transport to my different parts of my factory. So I've kind of said, nope, don't build anything there. That is not part of that. And the same thing with my trains. I'm going to go ahead and run my trains. And I did this on purpose so you could see it before I went and ran it too far. This is actually going to be where my trains are running. And now the funny irony of what we're doing right now is that we're going to take all this back out again. And you're like, why are you doing it then, Kismet? Because to show you that it's possible. Because eventually we could use our trains to go and grab these resources that we're using instead of the conveyors. Now, the conveyors are more consistent and require no power. So they are going to be your number one for running stuff. But trains are great too. If you have a nice consistent power, it's going to consistently bring in those resources and continue to create those resources as well. Especially if you're trying to create something that is mission critical, like something like power. Power, I always use conveyors. Other things, like if it's making aluminum and if it, the production slows down a little bit because of some sort of power problem or whatever that happens, no problem. Fix the power problem and then get it back up and running, and then those trains will work very consistently eventually, right? We'll get all that going in a bit, but this is going to be our train area. So obviously we can't build this in our train area. So we want to take that out and say, okay, hold on a second. We got a bit of a problem here. We want to get this stuff up much higher, away from our road and away from our train that's going to be going here, right? So we want to really start to lift this stuff up. And so we're going to offset this even further over here. Now we got to watch out. It can't be further than six foundations away. Now we're really going to go up, right? Really, really far up here. Now, also one of the problems here is when you're turning the corner, I'm going to press F and then press the middle part. You can go ahead and try to do this, say, way up here. And that's going to be pretty good for your trains. But it's not great. It's not great. It's too low. It's in our way. Now, also, we've got some transport up there for our hypertubes. So that's going to run in our way now. Sometimes I feel like it's actually better to run a separate hypertube than it is with your conveyors, because you're always kind of going, oh, I got to add another stacker there. I got to add another thing. You got to readjust how your stuff is working. It can come back to bite you later on. Now, another thing we could do is we could do something crazy. We could go ahead and try to put a lifter on there. Let's try that for fun. Try to put a lifter on there and then rotate it. All right, and that would work, except for it's blocking all the rest of our stuff. That's not going to work too great there. But there's actually another great trick that you can use, and that is your storage boxes. So right here would be a great part to create a storage box to do kind of a diversion of our resources. So don't underestimate the value of these industrial storage boxes. They are fantastic. So we're going to go ahead and create kind of a little backlog of our resources right about here. And we're going to aim it toward that one over there. And we're going to go ahead and put our first one down like so. Like that. And instead of using the bottom one, which we did, we're going to divert the bottom one into this box. And so we're going to go ahead and grab this over here. Now we're going to have a little bit of a problem, which you'll see here in a second, when we try to run it into the box. Too far, right? Too far. No problem. We can go ahead and just say, we'll run something over here. Again, we're not really using this section over here. We'll raise it up a little bit so it's not in our way. We'll go ahead and divert this one here from the bottom. And normally I don't like to put them at the bottom for this very reason, because they block my ability to go. But we'll go there, and then we'll divert it into this box. Now, how does that help us? Well, now we can adjust which step it is at, right? Do the plants ever grow back to allow for more paint? You got so much plants in this game, I don't think you would ever run out. Personally, I don't think you would. I have not seen the plants growing back, but then again, I haven't been watching. I would imagine that eventually they would make it so you could grow plants. That's just me thinking out loud. I don't know for sure. Because eventually you would run out. If you went and, lawn mowed the entire world and took down every single thing, But it's so vast, though. The areas are so vast. There's a gigantic forest over there. Going that way, past these trees over here. There's a humongous, and I'm in the desert one. So you got desert over here. You got different biomes, right? You got forest and swamp over there. You got, you know, an empty lake over that way. You got a whole bunch of other stuff, mountainous areas over that way. And you got desert, of course, all along over here. So there's lots and lots of different biomes, so you really wouldn't run out of it. But if you did, I would say add some ability to do that, right? To grow stuff. Now I can go ahead and divert this into a box. And again, it's getting a little bit more advanced, but you get the idea. Divert it into a box, and then we got to do conveyor level 2. And then I can move this up and over the top of this, so I don't have to mess with that, right? And now you got the general idea, right? You got the general idea that you can just easily divert it using your storage boxes, or just run a line and convert it and move it up. I could run it out a little bit and then run it up and run it over, but I like to use storage boxes because it makes it nice and clean, easy to do. Now, instead of that one being at the bottom, which is our stuff, the thing and the stuff and the thing, it is our stuff. What is that? I forgot what that bottom one was. I think it was our concrete, right? Or our, what is it on that bottom one? Or is that our copper? That's our copper. Yeah, that's our copper coming down there. That's right. I haven't run that line yet because I was letting it run out the excess. Let's go check it. I bet you this whole entire box over here is full. How do I know? Because the conveyor line is stopped. All I have to do is look at the conveyor line. See, it's stopped. It's not feeding anymore. That's telling me that this is full. There we go. So we're going to take the ore out of there. Right? So we don't want the ore to run down that line. We want the copper to be running down that line. And then we'll look at our line back here. It's a Mark II. And then we'll go ahead and connect it into the rest of the line up here. And there we go. Now it's going to run that ore down the rest of the way. So that's our copper ore. And that's running at 120. And so we'll do this. Now, by the way, we could combine this all in the same box. Use a smart splitter when it outputs and run it different places. And all of that. We'll get into that another time. Right now, we're just doing our basics. Okay. So that's going to bring that down. Eventually, you're going to see it come down the line. It's going to take a while because it is a 120. Of course, I could make it faster if I want, but I've got plenty of resources. And then we're going to run it here. We're going to run it up and over. And so now that problem is solved. Now, the next problem we're going to have is with this belt here. Same thing. We're going to have our trains there. So we don't want to run it down because it is going to be in the way, right? And we don't want to run it at the same level, which is level 3. We want to run it up by one level, level 4. And then now we've got a bit more headroom for our trains. Now, is that going to be a problem? Maybe. If it is a problem, we don't know until we put our trains there, really. But I could figure it out by stack levels. But we're going to leave the mystery until later. So we're going to run that. Now, again, we could do the same thing. We could divert it, put it into a box, bring it up and over, and do that. Or we can take out the top, rerun that another line, switch the line levels and all of that stuff. You can do a lot of that. But me, run it over. It's good. All right. And then the same thing with these other two. Put that up one level. And when I have it getting close to my base, I start raising the levels up. Because it just makes it easier, because it's easier to go under there and work in that under part. And then let's get a MK2. And now our iron, or our copper ingots are up on the higher level. Now, there's another reason I put those copper ingots on the higher level is because I'm going to end up using them up on top of the base, right? Up on top of our factory that we're building over here. So another great thing. Now, we need to think about how many high this is. All right, we'll take the top one out. And there's a great way to count, by the way. You just look at the crossbars, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 high. So that's 7 high. We'll go ahead and just pick that up. And now we're going to do our maximum spacing. Our maximum spacing is 6 for when it comes to conveyors, right? It's longer when it comes to hypertubes, and it's longer when it comes to when you're doing power, when you're doing, what else is really long? That's pretty much it. Pretty much it. There's some other stuff too, which I can't remember right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. That's our max distance. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, can't do 5 because we're out of plates. Always out of something, everybody. Always out of something. And let's run back. And conveniently, got a whole box full of plates over here. Actually, multiple boxes. Take those out. Take your smallest one, put that back in again so you don't have a half stack. And actually, let's get a good amount of plates there. There we go. And back we go. Let's get our coffee cup out. We need a little swig of coffee. Nom, 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 nom. Now, by the way, this coffee cup is a very unique coffee cup. You can see he's got his finger down right there. Now, when he has his finger down like that, that means he's turned off the force field, right? Because if you look at his coffee, I can do this. I can turn it upside down. I can have this coffee cup when I'm in the hypertubes, and it never spills. You know why? Because there's a special little button that you can't see underneath his finger that holds the force field in there that keeps the coffee in there. At least that's my RP for it. I just made all that up, by the way. I made that up the other day. I made all that up. That is not part of the game's RP, but add your own RP. You know what I mean? Add your own stuff to the game if you want. That's how that never spills, because science. All right, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6, and there's number 7. All right, let's just go ahead and put in our stuff and get it going. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 is right here, right up against our thing. So that is not a good spot for it. We're going to back that up a little bit and a little bit closer than our thing. There's 2, there's 3, 4, 5, and 6. Somebody trying to get my attention. Somebody said my name. Nope. I'm just hearing it. I'm just hearing it in my head. How are we doing on those retweets? Oh, we're at 7 retweets. Let me give you 1,000 kiss caps, everybody. Bam. There you go. Let's keep those retweets going. Follow this second link right here in the chat. Go ahead and hit that like button, hit that retweet button. For every 5 retweets, we give you 1,000. For every 10, when you get to 10, we give you another 1,000, and so on and so forth. Make sure to hit that like button as well. It does help out the stream as well. All right, there we go, up and over. And again, we're going to run this over here. So how many we got from this one? And remember, we got this little extra here, so we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and we'll just do 5 so we can get back into the cycle of 6 next. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. And again, you can always double check by looking at the number of rows. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You get it. You get it by the crossbars. Crossbars tell you how much it is. So here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ooh, that's perfecto. That's nice. Except for I want to back it up just a little bit because we're going to divert this and run it this way. And you see we've already got a line there. Kind of tempted to divert that line now and just have it run along this line. But that's okay. We'll leave it for now because we wanted to get up into there, right? We want to get that box right to get up in there. And the second we get the box right up there, this will start working straight away. So we want to get that box right over there. So we want to back that up just a little bit and offset it. And then we want to kind of make a nice turn here, right? We want to make a nice turn. So we want to go ahead and do a little bit of this. And again, I would offset it just a little bit like that so you can run your power along the edge. And there we go. So we got 1 there, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. There we go. Let's catch up a little bit on these follows. Thank you so much, everybody, showing some love. Let's see who we got. I'm just going to shout them all out again because I forgot where I left off because I'm old. What can I say? Valid Soda coming in. Braden, Noxie, Iron Pupper, Suds Master, or Suds Maker, and Satan's One. Thank you so much for dropping that Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Wasteland Tycoons. Welcome, everybody. Come on in, relax, take it easy. We are playing some Satisfactory and having a fantastic time doing it. I love me some Satisfactory. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and number 7. There we go. Right there. All right. Now, we're going to have a little bit of problem on this one right here because we got to go up and over. But we'll deal with that when we come to it. All right. Let's keep these running. And let's go. Boom. All right. So that is number 1, 2, 3, 4 up. 4 up. 1, 2, 3, and number 4. There we go. Now, this is why you don't want to do it from the bottom up, because it's more awkward when you're doing that, because you kind of block yourself when you're doing it. By the way, hit the middle mouse button to grab that conveyor speed, which is level 2. Of course, I could have just hit a button down here and done the same thing, but there you go. Because it's usually easier to build from the top down. So what you want to do is go ahead and just keep going on the top here. And then you get the top one. Also, it makes it where you don't have to count up. Like you saw, I counted 4 up. I didn't need to. I could have just went to the top one, done the top one, and then just worked my way down. Less counting, less math. Yay. All right, get over here. There we go. I hope you don't mind. I'm going to speed up a little bit. I think you guys kind of got this part. Now, we got a bit of a problem here, right? Uh-oh. We don't do clipping in this channel. We don't clip through stuff. No. No, 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 no. If I see some clipping, it's going to be taken down. Now, that's pretty close. Let's get up here and take a look. What do we got? Oh, booyah! Come on, that's pretty good. Look at that. Look at that clearance, everybody. Look at that clearance. Right there. Look at that sweet, sweet clearance right there. If I tried to do that on purpose, it would have been tough. Would have been tough. What's that all about, Vault Dweller? What's up, bro? I don't know what you're trying to say. I don't know what you're trying to say in my chat. All right. Oh, we're out of belts. Well, that's okay. We got some over here. Let's go grab it. Let's actually go through the factory for fun. Whee! Riding through our factory there. Look at our sorter doing its job. Running that stuff. Big time. Come on. Switch back to my coffee cup. There we go. All right. Let's get a bunch of these babies. Put the ones that are smaller back in there. What do we got? We got plates, we got rods, we got all that stuff. Oh, look, we got some trash. How about we just have it sort the trash for us? Let's do it. What we do is we stick it right here in this box, which is my sorter box. Control left click. And then once it's done with the quick wire, it will then go ahead and run it. And it's going to run every other one. See where it is. Yeah, right here is where it's sorting. See, it's sorting all that ore down the side, running over there, combining back here with any extra trash. And that extra trash runs right into these boxes, which then run into the awesome sink, which go bye. So I don't have to do it. Now, I could have just running through in the awesome sink. I could have done that too, but more cool to do that. And plus, if you have a lot of resources and you dump a ton of it in there, it'll figure out which resources, why? Because we're using smart splitters, and it will go in and figure out which ones I want to keep and which ones I want to throw away, which is awesome. After Bright says, Kismet, let me show you some love. Elbow dropped the stream with some epic Prime sub love. That's a new sub, everybody. Now, when peeps come in, they show that sub love, or they resub, or they hit the follow button. I want to see lots of love in the chat, or I'm just going to sit here and watch this run. I'll just sit here and watch this run, because that's what I will do. Believe me, I'm 50 years old. I'll do whatever I want to do. Finally, another person who doesn't do clipping. That's right, Delvin. I don't do any clipping at all. Zero clipping. So you won't see me building round things. I've seen some stuff on Coffee Stain's site where people are doing round things and all the stuff is clipping through each other. Make me some round pieces, baby. I'm not doing no stick and clipping. I do none. Now, of course, the exception to the rule is when I'm up against, like, say, a rock or whatever. I just RP that I cut out the rock and then I'll run it into there. That's probably the exception to that rule, but most of the time I don't do clipping in any way. I don't like it. I don't think it looks good, and it's got to go. So there we go. All right, there we go. Now we're seeing that love in the chat. I appreciate it. Remember, those are the peeps who keep this stream going, keeping this guy getting up every morning, streaming every day. All my supporters, and of course, all my lurkers, too. I love all of you. You welcome come in, lurk anytime. Remember that this stream is, I don't feel entitled. I don't feel entitled like, hey, you guys are leeching off my channel. Oh, my gosh. Oh, so scary. So scary that that people are that entitled in life. I'm not going to name any names, but come on now. Who's your parents? Who taught you that you are entitled in that way? You know, that's people's hard-earned money, and they want to support you. Make sure to show them that love. Don't make them feel bad about it. Don't make them feel guilt. Don't guilt people into getting you support, because I feel like that's always a failed way to go. You want to definitely show the support to the people who show you support, and show kindness as well. Show appreciation for what you got. Because believe me, you could end up like me, partially disabled man, where you're wandering around, stumbling around all over the place. It's not good. There's 3, there's 4, there's 5, there's number 6, and no, oh, we're out of concrete. Always out of something. Wait, hey, where you going? Always out of something, everybody. Let's run back again. Now, again, this is a very mellow game. It's not like I'm in a hurry. It's not like you have to rush to get all your stuff going. It's not like, you have a time limit. You can play as much as you want, right? Play as much as you want, do as much as you want. And I find that very, very fun. Again, I put my half stacks or my small stacks. If I have like a stack of like 3 to 4 things, I put it back in the box because you're wasting a full stack in your inventory if you just have one concrete in there. All right. A little bit more concrete. And that's why I have that stash of stuff over there. That's where all my stuff ends up for now. And then I might divert it later. We'll see. All right. How many do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. And then we get this upper one, which is our copper. Well, actually, we know we need this one. This is our main one that we need. Our copper is actually going to end up going that way. Some of this stuff is actually going to end up going the other way. The only real thing we need is this box right now. So we're going to run that, and we'll run it the same way just in case we decide to run some stuff this way. But really, all this needs to do is go to there, and then go right to there. GG. We got it done. Got it done. All right, let's get up there. Let's take a look. All right, coming in right there. It's coming in at a 3 rate, so a Mark III belt. Over here, we've got Mark III belts. Mark III belts. Make sure you got your Mark III lifters. Oh, no, we don't. We don't got Mark III lifters there. Let's get Mark III lifter there. Mark III lifter there. Now, do we really need a Mark III lifter there? Not really, because it's coming in at 70, right? We need the back lines to be level 3, Mark III, and then the other lines can be just Mark II because it's going to be split in half, right? So we made a note of how fast that's coming in. How fast is that coming in? Let's see. It's coming in at 180. So when we split it in half, it's going to be 90, right? So 90 and 90, and that could work with a level 2 belt. If you want to save on resources, by the way, you can also downgrade these. If you do put them at 3 and you want to put them back at 2, you can. You can upgrade them or downgrade them. Right here, we can see we got Mark II belts, so those are 120s and 120s. All that's looking good, but we got to make sure that we're bringing this in fast enough with that Mark III. So we're getting that in there, and it's going to split into 90 and 90. There we go, because it's going at 180, and the level 2 belt is 120, so it's not fast enough. So, all right, here we go. Let's watch it happen. Feeding in there. We're going to have a first fire up. Hear the water flowing. Being gravity fed with one pump. One pump's running all this water. 300 water. And there we go. It's off and running. GG, we win. We win this game. I already won it about 10 times over earlier, but that's okay. I tore down the factory. We're rebuilding it. So, all right, there's stage number 1 on this side. Now, we're going to go work with some more fluids. We're going to work with oil, right? So we've got water running this way, gravity fed, nice and easy. You're like, well, Kismet, why don't you just use this crazy tons of water at the bottom? Down there. There's a whole bunch of it. You can kind of see it right there. There's a bunch of it under here. I could, and then I could run it up. But you know what that would cost me? That would cost me more power. And you know what's worth the most in this game? My time. But second, power. What's third? Resources. Resources are always something you get more of, something you can make. You can do an offline build and whatnot. You can always get more resources, but you can never get more time, and you can't get more power without putting in lots of effort, right? So I'm always thinking those things as my priorities. So I try to very efficiently utilize my power. Now, while we're doing this, by the way, we could be kind of backlogging a lot of this silica for us to use down the road, right? Now, we're going to go ahead and take this silica eventually, and we're going to make our next stage. We'll go ahead and take this stuff out over here now because we're not going to do that on the ground for right now. We'll take that out. There we go. And we're going to do our next stage on this end, and then we have another end that we're going to refeed some stuff back in. We need to make sure that we leave enough space for that. And so we're going to push these forward, hopefully rotate them in the correct direction. There we go. And so the next stage of this is actually our aluminum scrap. Now, there's a whole lot of stuff we have to do to get to this stage, but we want to get our alumina solution into here, right? So we want to go ahead and say, okay, we're going to run our aluminum solution right in here. It needs to come in at 240. What are we outputting over here? We're outputting 80 over there, and then 80 over here. Guess what? That's not enough. That's 160. that we're outputting that fluid. Each pipe, by the way, does a maximum of 300. So what we want to do is actually recombine those fluids so we can just run it into one of these. And it's okay if it doesn't run at full speed. You can always come back later, up your production, make it run faster. It's okay. So let's go back into our pipes here. Let's get that going. And we're going to line this up, and then we're going to offset it by 2, right? 1 and 2. Why are we going to do that? Because it makes a beautiful little turn like that. Now, here's the thing you don't want to do. That. And you're like, why not, Kismet? Because you're creating an uplift. Don't do that. You don't want to do that because that's more pumps, right? You don't want to uplift that. This is one of the few times that what you want to do is keep it down at the ground level. Now, what I could do is just do this. Like that. And then go ahead and put a splitter in right there. And then go ahead and just put that right into there. Easy peasy, done. That's it. We good. Just like that. Now, of course, you got to watch out for your other stuff over here that is coming out, your silica, which we are going to use in the later production. So we go ahead and look at what rate our silica is coming out. It's coming out at 2. So that's coming out real slow. Real slow, but hey, you know what? It's something we could use. Now, see, look at that. That's blocking. That side, not blocked. But this is blocking over here, so it's going to be hard for us to get our conveyor out of there. Let's not do that. Let's make it nice. Let's make it beautiful. How can we make it beautiful? Well, we can do the same thing we just did, but we're going to do it at the ground level. We're going to bring it out, and then we're going to go 1, 2, right? And then we're going to rotate it using our scroll wheel, and that makes a nice 90-degree turn. Same thing here. All the way out. 1, 2, rotating it. 90-degree turn. And then perfectly, beautifully, wonderfully connected like that. Now, if we really want to be awesome, we could go ahead and take this out, and we could try to line it up off the center. So we go ahead and use our thing right here to line that up via the center. Say something like that. I like it. Oh, we're going to do a battle here, too. I almost forgot my battle. All right, we're going to do our battle here in just a second, everybody. Man, I am having too much fun. And we can actually line up this one right to there as well. Try to get that lined up. It's kind of awkward to line up pipes because it doesn't give you the thing, so you just kind of have to eyeball it. There we go. Now that's running right into there. Looking sexy. Plenty of room for us to go ahead and bring our lifters in like this. We go ahead and lift those up, recombine those later on. Now that's going to run into there. Now, this is actually not what I want to do. And you're like, Kismet, come on, bro. Quit building stuff and unbuilding it. Well, I'm trying to walk you down the road of all the things you're going to run into as you're going. You have to think of this stuff ahead of time. So this is actually not what I want to do. What I want to do, because right now we're waiting, because we're not going to be doing that next stage yet, is we're kind of waiting around. So we want to, while we're waiting around, we wanted to build a backlog of resources for us. So we're going to actually use our industrial fluid right here. Now, got a bit of a problem. We don't have enough items to make it work. So we're going to go down here. We're going to hit our plus. It's going to put it in our to-do list. It says, hey, Kismet, you need some heavy modular frames. And I'm like, okay, I'm on it. Let's do it. Now, while I'm running back to get those heavy modular frames, it's time for a battle. Let's go. Let's do it. Battle time. How we doing? How we doing? 24 to 40. Come on, step it up. Oh, no. They're attacking my support. Kismet, where are you going? Where are you going? You're leaving the crew. Get back here. Get back over here. The battle's over here, bro. Forget that. Get this. I have no control. I have no control over it. Hurry. Get down there and tank that range damage before they get my healers. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, you guys were too far off to the side, and then they came and they got behind us and got our support. Battle tags, everybody. But here, I'm going to take it like a man. Let's go. Come on, the Wasteland Tycoon's going to go down swinging. Let's do this. Look how much damage I can take. Look at that. I'm a beast. See, if I was in the front there, we would have won. We would have won. I don't think I'm on. I feel like I'm going to die at some point here. That would be amazing if I won that. I've actually done that before, by the way. Been the last man standing. Oh, so close. So close, but good job, everybody. All right, now that tells us we need to adjust our battle tactics. All right, there we go. That's okay. We got more tokens. Keep playing. We're going to try that one again. I think we got this. Come on, everybody. Rise up in the chat. Rise up in the chat. Now, what happened there was I was right here, lined up like this. And what happens, these guys came in, sweeped around the side. I was up here running to take care of this, but these guys came in and got us. So that means we need to adjust our battle tactics. So we're going to get over here on this side like this. And we're going to go ahead and kind of line up along that side there so we can take care of this. So let's go heavy right, like this, like that. Now, you don't have to put it exactly like that, but you get the general idea. We're going to put our support a little bit to the side. Now, the reason why we put our support to the side is so that in-run doesn't happen where they go around behind us and they wipe out our support. So go ahead and group up around me, everybody. Group around Furwin here. We're going to push forward. We're going to grab all these baddies. And then we're going to get all this. Meanwhile, all these guys are going to run toward us as well. And we're going to try to push up, grab all this, turn left, and rumple stomp them the second try. All right? I think we got it. Come on. We got this. Come on. Rise up. Rise up in the chat, everybody. Go ahead and join us. StreamCaptain.com. Good try, though. Good try, everybody. You still get loot, by the way. Even if you do fail, you still get some loot. So that's good. Okay, so back to what we're doing here. I went and grabbed some heavy modular frames. Now, way over here on this side as well, I have put some storage boxes. The storage box has a bunch of the stuff that I was using previously. So I got some frames from over there, but also I have some in here. So we'll grab a bunch of those. We're going to need those later on. And I like to have a bunch of resources there that I can run to as well. Just in case, because we're going to be building a lot. Actually, I should probably move them up here to the top since we are building up on the second level. We'll get around to it. But the thing we really want to build right here is the industrial fluid container. Because that's going to make this actually start working right this second. So we're going to run that into there. Oh, boy, I don't think I did that straight enough. Nope, offset just a little bit. That's okay. We'll take it out because it doesn't line up. Well, the water ones don't line up for some reason. Sometimes they're a little glitchy. Got to kind of come back. Try it again. There we go. Now it's nice and lined up. We saw that green line. We're looking good. Okay, now that actually is going to start working right now. It's going to actually start taking that and running that fluid into here and actually save 2,400 worth of industrial fluid buffer in there. So at least you got something to do while it's waiting. Now, one of the things that's going to happen, though, is that silica is going to build up in there and cause the production to stop. Now, we don't want that to happen either. One of the things we want to do, of course, is make another industrial container over here, or we can do it on the other side. I feel like right here is good enough. And then we're going to go ahead and show you a great little trick. To doing this is take this, run it to that one, and then go ahead and put in a merger. We'll just do what I call inline merging and try to put a merger in right about there. Now that is not going to work. And you're like, well, Kismet, it's connected to the thing. No, it ain't. Never trust that, ever. Never trust that that is working. Always take this out, put it back in again, and then when you put it back in again and you line it up like that, bam! Now it's connected to that. Now you can tell because now it's running, right? If it's running, then it's actually feeding it in there. If it ain't running, then it ain't feeding in there. That's the basics right there. Now this is going to run into here. Going to fill up this container, which is allow this to keep on running, and eventually we'll use that silica to run into the next stage. But we got some oil to take care of, so let's do that. Oil. Oil. Woo! Oh, look at that. Look at that jump. Nice. Get that box right in there. Get it in there. And there's some more silica right there, which we're going to backfeed into that container as well. We'll get into that later. Then we've got some quartz crystal up there and some copper, which we'll get into later as well. So we got some stuff to do. We want to build a lot of pipes, and it's going to go a really, really long way. So we're going to need a lot of this. And hold on, let's clear this list. We're going to need a lot of that, and we're going to need a whole lot of this, right? So we're going to need a lot of those various things: iron plates, iron rods, concrete, and copper sheets. Right now, we're a little low on copper sheets and iron plates. So let's go back, grab some of those. Oh, probably from over here. And let's see, iron plates, got a bunch of those. Copper sheets, yeah, we can get some more of those. Get rid of our small stack. How we looking? I'm feeling about 500. And let's see. We're going to take this and we're going to go put it over there, by the way, so we can utilize it along the way. Now, what do we don't need? Well, we don't need the painting. We don't need circuit boards. We don't need rotors right now. We don't need motors. We don't need all of that stuff, so we can offload that. Do we need any heavy modular frames? No. Take those out. Maybe put some more over in this one. Heavy modular frames, don't need those. These here, nope, don't need those right now. All I need is plates. I need maybe a little bit of more rods. There we go. Plates, rods, concrete, and copper sheets. That's what I need to run a very long oil pipe from way over there to over here. And we want to bring as much as we possibly can. Do I need a lot of reinforced iron plates? Nope. Do I need these? Do I need those? No, I don't. I don't need any of that. Get rid of that stuff. Get it out of your inventory. One thing you do always need, and that is your vehicle. Keep your vehicle with you for sure. Let's stack that at 100. There we go. Wire, we're not going to need any of that. We're not going to need any of this stuff. But there is one thing we are going to need, and that is another container here. We're going to need another container here, and to make that container, of course, we need a little bit of this and a little bit of that. There we go. And then we can make another industrial container, which is just temporarily holding our stuff. All right, we'll put that in there, put that in there. Those plates, don't need this. No, 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 nope, 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 nope. All right, now we're looking good, right? So we got our concrete, we got all of that, we got all of this, right? So we have what we need, and what we need, but we need a lot of it. We need a lot. So we want to go ahead again, resort, grab everything we can grab from each of these that goes along with that. And anything else in this one? Lots of concrete. And nothing else. Okay, there we go. Now we're at 1,300 iron plates, about 1,000 iron rods, but our copper sheets are still low. So let's go ahead, get in our vehicle, and drive around a little bit here. I do walk around a lot just because it's fun. But when we are going to go some decent distances, if I don't have a hypertube, I get in my little vehicle. Pretty fun. Greetings from Argentina. Hey, Gaston. Thanks for coming in, hanging out in the stream. I hope Argentina is beautiful today. It's beautiful today here in East Tennessee in the U.S. Very, very nice so far. I'm sure it's going to be insanely hot, as it often is here. All right, we're going this way. And we're going to pull over right here. All right, here we go. And we're going to go ahead and just, boom, drop those copper sheets in there like that. Take this out. We got 2,000 in there. All right, that might be a little bit excessive. A little excessive, but these are using 12. The copper sheets, or the concrete and rods are using 12. The copper sheets are only using 7, but iron plates is using 24. So that's that's basically double the amount. We need double the amount of iron plates than anything else, right? So copper sheets is actually the lowest thing. So let's put some of these copper sheets back like that. And the thing we need the most likely, we'll grab one of these out of here and put that back in. There we go. Just so we're not wasting our space, is going to be copper plates. Now, always leave yourself some extra room so when you're taking stuff in and out, you don't start making those little boxes, which really suck. All right. And I just remembered there was a box back somewhere that we didn't take out. Again, look how nice it is when you have roads, right? You have these little yellow roads. Ain't nothing in your way. You can just cruise down your roads, and you're good. Okay, so we're going to go all the way to the other side. But wait a minute. Hold on a second. Wait, Kismet. Wait a minute. Didn't you build a hypertube that'll take you there? I did. Right over here. Pick up our vehicle. And away we go. Away we go. How are we doing on time? Oh, we're kicking butt. We're kicking butt on time. Again, thank you guys down for the follow as well. Thank you, Paul. Paul D. Selfie. Paul D. Selfie coming in, show some love. Rap rules. I butcher everybody's name, by the way. It's part of my charm. Thanks so much for dropping that dragon hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Wasteland Tycoons. Feel free to come anytime. The wife says she's a follower of yours for a long time. Really? Just found out right now. You're an East Air T. Do you know Air Deviant? I do not know Air Deviant, or I might know him. I don't know. I'm terrible with names, by the way. That's another one of my drawbacks of having sleep apnea, is I can't remember things. I can remember stuff from 40 years ago. I could tell you, hey, about printing and publishing and trap offsets and how web printers work and all of that stuff. I can tell you all of that stuff, even all the settings and all of that stuff. Like trap offsets and things like that, which you probably don't even understand what the heck I'm talking about. That's printing and publishing stuff. But if someone comes up to me now, like at TwitchCon, and they say, hey, Kismet, my name is such and such, about 5 seconds later, I'm going to forget. Sometimes I have to look at my mods. My mods say, their name is this. See, I'm truthful with people. I just straight up with people. Their name is such and such. And I'm like, okay. And, that's something you have to understand. As you, people with disabilities, people with medical issues, you got to take that in consideration. All right, so over here, we have our excess oil that we were kind of fuddling around with over here. And we were talking about whether we should build it here or whether it's more efficient to build it way out. Whoa, look at that. See, look, we got a box there. Or whether it's more efficient to build it at the end stage. Oh, I hate the boxes. I hate that boxes. No. No boxes. Put it right there. Actually, I'm going to put a big old storage right there. Oh, I can't. I didn't bring my storage stuff. All right, that's good. We'll make the small ones. What do we want to put there? Let's put our concrete there for right now. So again, see, this is what you don't want happening, right? It dropping tons of little boxes everywhere. You got to run around. You got to pick them up. That's why you don't want a full inventory. There we go. All right. Now you can't hold down control, and we can get multiple of these at the same time. Right there. Watch you play 7 Days to Die? Awesome. Well, hey, we have lots of families come in here and hang out all the time. Husbands, wives, children, families, cousins, aunts, grandparents, and little babies sometimes watch the stream with their parents. They don't understand probably what's going on, or maybe they do. Maybe they're just that next level, right? Those babies going, Kismet, you should run that way. So yeah, feel free to come on in. I've also, if you don't know, for those of you who are new to my stream, I've been the leader and founder of one of the longest running gaming guilds. That's right. They've been together for 17 plus years, over 800 members. It's way over 800. I have stopped counting at 800. And we have had a lot of families, husbands and wives and families and children and all that stuff over all the years working together to create, of course, great moments or moments of joy in games and in the stream here. So families are very welcome. So feel free to come on in and hang out. Okay, so now we have to look at, say, okay, we're using this one over here for power, right? So we're running this over here. We're running that one over there. There's oil coming through, and that's going back here to these power generators. Now, I have enough more oil way over there, about 1,000 in that other direction, doing kind of the same thing as this, right? It's just generating power. And that power is then being backfed all the way back to my thing. But we want to use a little bit of this oil, a separate bit of this oil, so we can make rubber and we can make plastic, which is going to give us residue. That residue is going to give us petroleum coke. That petroleum coke is going to allow us to go and make our aluminum. All right, so a lot of steps. We're going to get them one at a time. Now, right down here, you can see I'm doing a very naughty thing. I am making this go straight vertical, which is going to take you a lot of pumps to make that work, by the way. And I have the perfect amount of pumps, but let's go down there and just take a little peek. Where's my entrance at? It's over there. All right. Let's go down here and take a little peek. Hopefully there's no mobs going to shoot at me. But this is what we got going, right? We got it way up there. Now, normally, what I would do is I would bring it down so that you don't have such a drastic straight up thing. But it's okay. If we got it, we got it, right? Now, these two are being combined together. You can see this one and that one are being combined into a single one. This one over here is a separate one for our power. And then we have a separate one over there. Now, what is the speed of this particular oil extractor? It's 120 there. This one over here, 120. Now, this is a normal node. If we go over here and look at this one, we're going to walk over there. And we look down here, this is an impure node. So this one's going to go at 60. Now, there's currently no upgrades for those. Not like your miners where you can make them faster and then they extract more ore faster. There are currently no upgrades, but I feel like they're going to add upgrades later. This is also a impure node. So we got two impure nodes that are being fed to power, and then we have two normal nodes which are being combined together into a total of 240 oil. Why is that important? It's important for down the road. We want to make a note of that. Our oil line is going to be 240 down the road, and again, we're going to use it all the way down the other end. So what we're going to do is we're going to start to build. We're going to get our concrete out of here, right over there. And we're going to go ahead and put some of this back. Let's see. Let's put some of our copper plates back. Actually, let's do it more like this. And this way we always have at least 3 in case we're taking stuff out. It doesn't make those darn boxes. Those boxes drive me crazy. Now, you might notice that I already have it here because I have already ran it before. I've already ran the pipeline down here, and we said, you know what, we're going to back it up. We're going to explore and see if it's better to build this at the node, or is it better than to run it over there? Oh, I've been forgotten, says Air Deviant. I'm sorry, Air, but if you've been in my stream for more than 5 minutes, you know that I have a very bad sleep apnea and very bad vertigo. And you should know. You should know if you've been in my stream for more than 5 minutes that I forget not only you, but it's not intentional, but other peeps. But your name does seem kind of familiar, but so at least there's a little memory there. So there we go. I have 2. Yeah, well, then you emphasize as well. All right, so we're going to run that along there. Now, I've already run this once before, so it's going to help us a lot because we already have our stackers in place. And also, you notice that I'm running it up a little bit higher. That allows me to get underneath the stackers if I need to go in different sides. Now, right here is no big deal. But later on, it does make a difference. Nice little junction here. It's nice when you've already done the work. It's really fast and easy. I could have left this pipeline in here and then went on to redo it, but we did it because we wanted to evaluate what's smarter. Now, in this case, it's actually smarter to bring the oil and all of this production to my base because I do have a lot of this resource to run these pipelines. And these pipelines actually are not that hard to make. They can use, like, starter level resources, your copper sheets and stuff. So it's not really that hard. It's really not super resource intensive. So you can really get away with running these pretty far. There we go. Now we're going to hit this spot right here where we have our hypertube, and we have our hypertube in a lower area. And we're going to go ahead and do a little switch here. I'm going to take this one out like this. And then this is when we're going to start building our new stuff over here. And we're actually going to have to raise this twice. So first time, we're going to go ahead and put it right over here. We're going to use our stacker. Put that up there. And then we're going to take our hypertube and we're going to run it. We'll run it after we do our pipeline. Middle mouse button to get that. Oh, wait, wrong stacker. Wrong stacker. Hold on. Back to our pipe stacker. There we go. That's what we want. Now we're doing it right. All right. And again, we want to try to keep it at the same level or lowering, because if we start to make it go up, we're going to have a problem with it having a head lift, right? So we want to look at that and say, okay, is that about the same? Let's see. 5, 1, 2. Say it's like a second one up. Is this a second one up over here? Kind of, right? But it's kind of hard to tell because you have different styles of stackers. So how can we tell? So we can go over here and we can just stack it the same way. So we can say, okay, we put this here. Again, we'll put this in temporarily. And then we put a 2 there. Oh, hold on. That's much higher, right? That's much higher up. Now this one actually is actually 2. If you go and you act like you're going to take this out, this is a conveyor pull. And then this is the pipeline support. So it's actually at 2. It's not at 3. So we take that out. We take this out. Put that in. And that's actually the level it should be at. And if we look at it, that's pretty good, right? Jump up. Make sure it's straight across. That's at the right level. It's not gaining. It's staying at the same level. And that's pretty nice. Pretty nice. Now, if it does start to go up, you can just put a pump in there. You'll be fine. But there you go. And again, same thing with pipelines, by the way. Pipelines can go much further than conveyors. Just like these ones here. Notice how we've got such a huge difference between here. This one I have it set for conveyors as well because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Conveyors can go a maximum of about a 6. So does level distance needed for pumps? The head lift is what it's all about. You have a negative head lift, which means that the gravity is feeding the water down, which is causing it to go much further, or you have a head lift, which is causing the water to go up, which is slowing down the water, which means that it can't always get all the water up to that next level. Whenever you got to put it up to the next level, that's when you need a pump behind it, pushing the water. But when you're bringing it down, you don't need a pump. I have one pump running all that water over on that other side. So watch out for that. And we'll go back and check our head lift later as well. And we're going to run into a problem over here because we're doing some quick wire as well. And we'll get into that after we get our oil over here. This is one of the coolest things they've added to the game, by the way. This is really, really awesome. These fluids that they've added. So, all right. So, this is going to be too high. One regular stacker and this up here. So, we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's perfect. All right. That's perfect there. Then we'll put our pipe stacker there. Now, we got, of course, this is going to obstruct our ability to go up and down here with our larger vehicles. But I'm not running up and down there with large vehicles anyway. I like the small vehicle. It's awesome. It's awesome. All right. So, this is when we run into our problem right here. Now, I could take this out, put the pipe underneath it, and put that on top, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. And you're like, whoa, that's a lot of extra work, Kismet. In the long run, it's going to be better, less power I'm going to need. So it's good to take a little extra time and fix that up as you go. So I'm going to go ahead and put that there, and we're going to bring our pipe over from over here. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, it's going up still. What's the problem? Well, there's actually still a stacker there, too. So you got to take the stacker out as well before you put that pipe in there. There we go. Because it should be right at the same level or just above the level of your Hyper 2. There we go. And then above that, we're going to put a regular conveyor stacker. We're going to go up here. And we're going to take a look at what speed this is. That's an MK4. So we're going to say, okay, we need an MK4 belt right here. And we'll run that MK4 right there to the top. And rinse and repeat all the way down the entire line. Let's do it. Actually, we want to get on this side so we don't have that wire in our way all the time. It's going to make this a little easier. So we're going to put one of these. And then put one of those. And then we just take our time. Relax. Run some stuff. So did that top one first. Should do the top belt first because it makes it easier. I'm also hitting F, and then I'm using middle mouse button to grab that conveyor speed so I don't have to switch to a different set, so I can just use my regular set here. I'm trying to get into the habit of doing that. There we go. You do the upper one first, and then bring our pipes in like that. Now, we can change our quick keys to just have what we need. Speaking of, middle mouse button. Isn't that wonderful how great it builds? How quickly you can build stuff like that? It's just so great. This game is so fantastic. All right. Take that out. Take this out. Oops, I took my wire out. I knew that was going to happen at some point. All right, I just caused all my production to go off because I accidentally took that wire out. There we go. Let's get that going. And we got this over here we're doing. So this, and then 5. And then pick up that belt speed. Oh, these wires. These wires make this difficult. I'm kind of tempted to run underground wires in the future. We'll see how it goes. Okay, and again, we're trying to get our oil right over here, so we don't need to go much further. We can probably go ahead and bridge it right here. Get that out of there. There we go. Put our pipeline support, and this is probably good right here. Bring that up and over. And we'll bring our pipe to there. And our upper area. Up to there. And then we're going to actually stop the pipe and turn it sideways. And so we'll reconnect this. And now our quick wire will go up and over the pipe and down the line and go into our sorter. There it goes. And we've also got our oil here. Now, it does a little bit of clipping right here, but we're just going to, you know, deal with it. I don't like it. But then again, we'll just deal with it. All right. So, again, same thing. Keeping it at the same level it is right now. right here, and we're going to run it into a factory down in the lower area here because we don't want to bring it up. When we bring it up again, we're going to need additional power and additional stuff. But we do want it to be at least up off the ground so that when we feed it, it feeds down at the end. Right? That's why I'm keeping it up at the same level all the way down the line. And let's say over here. All right, this is looking pretty good. I'm saying right here. And this way we can go in two directions. We've got a raised area over there, and then we got this area over here. Now, the cool thing about having the raised area, by the way, is that eventually we can run that down into the thing, and we don't need a pump, which is pretty cool. Or we can just keep it at the same level, and we won't need a pump. But you can't actually run it down, and it causes the water to come down, makes the fluid go straight, and then drops down again, and so on. As long as you're dropping that fluid down, no more. You're using minimum amount of power. The most minimum amount of power, as long as you're thinking about your head lifts while you're working. Okay, now speaking of head lifts and whatnot, let's get into what we need our oil for over here, and that is for our refinery here. Right, we'll make sure we got this nice and offset away from our road out there, and let's take a look. Okay, so we want to start with some plastic right there, and so that's going to be 20 parts per minute on the output, but 30 input. Now let's have our buddy, Surrey, right here, do us some math, all right? Hey, Surrey, what's 240 divided by 30?
240 divided by 30 is 8.
Is 8. So just so you know, I could build 8 of these right here. That's right. That's how much oil we have running over here now. We could build 8 of these and build 8 times 20, which would be 160 plastic if we wanted to. We don't want to do that, but we could if we wanted to. So we have a massive ton of oil. It just gives you an idea at what level you can build some stuff. Now, another thing that we do need to work on is rubber, right? And the most important thing I find when determining how much of each thing you need to make is its output, right? The output of this is 20 per minute of the plastic. Of rubber, we go look at that. The output of that is 20 per minute also, but it actually produces more waste fluid or heavy oil residue, which we need for petroleum coke, than the plastic does. Now, how much plastic do we need? Don't know. You know why? Because I don't have anything after that that's using plastic yet, right? But we will eventually. Most likely, I'm going to have that rubber and plastic run back over to the base over there or run into a container for us to use or run into the awesome sink. Either way, we got to make sure, though, that this never stops. It never fills up. When the residue fills up, and we need to make sure that it never fills up any boxes with the rubber or the plastic. Otherwise, the entire production will stop. And you don't want that, because if this stops, then that side stops, and everything stops, and then you're not making any aluminum, which is what we're really trying to make out of all of this. Okay, so now the cool thing also about this is it has one input. So we don't have another input. We don't need to use this input for anything else. So that's going to make it nice and easy. So we can just do easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Run that from one to the other because it's both a merger and a splitter. And then junction that. And then bring it down. That's it. That's going to start running. Right there. Now, do we want to do that? No. You're like, Kismet, there you go again. You keep making stuff and taking stuff out. I know. Because the reason why you don't want to do that is because that's just a half split. Right? And what you want to do is you want to set it up so you're making splits and thirds, right? Thirds because of the way that the math is going to work out with this 240. So we can split in halves and thirds and halves and thirds, and that's what we're going to do. So this is way too close. So let's take that out of there. Let's move that forward so we can do our splits, and we can go ahead and decide how much of each thing we want to make. Now, to get more heavy oil residue, which gives us more petroleum coke, we want to go heavy on the rubber, right? So let's run back over here and let's see how much petroleum coke we're going to need, because we're only running one thing that is making this aluminum stuff, raw aluminum, over here. And so that's going to run into there, and then we're going to need more things up here. Oh, by the way, that thing's getting full, bro. See, while we were doing something else, that was filling up. Then we'll put this here. And this is the one that's going to be making our aluminum scrap right here. So how much petroleum coke? We need 60 per minute. So we got to do a lot of back working, right? Like, okay, this is the end goal, and then back up from that. And then this is the end goal, and then back up from that. I feel like that always works better, whether you're in production in real life or if you're in production in a factory. Always back working allows you to make less mistakes, costs you less time in the long run. So again, petroleum coke is what we need. So we're going to jump down here because we got the skates, so we can jump down with no problem. And we're going to go ahead and throw this down. I'm going to look at petroleum coke. Petroleum coke needs 40 heavy residue at the same time to produce 120 petroleum coke. That's a lot, bro. That's a lot. That's 120 going to be firing out of there. How much do we need up there? I don't know. I forgot. I got to go run back and write it down. While I'm running back, let's go ahead and do a battle. We got it this time, everybody. Come on, let's step it up. Step it up in there. Work together as a team. Oh, yeah. Going in head first. Get them. Protect those healers. Oh, look out over here. Look out. See, look. They're going to come in from behind. Right there. They're going to come in and attack our peeps from behind there. All these peeps are too close. Maybe they can get them with some range. Get them with that range, everybody. Blow them up. Nice job. Nice job right here. Again, look at that battle tactic. See, now the whole team turns. You got all your tanks in the front who are taking all the damage. And you got your support nicely safe in the back. Those are battle tactics for the win. Now, if you do a battle tactic, by the way, and it doesn't work, don't do that same one again, because guess what? It's going to have the same outcome as before. Always change your battle plan if you do lose. We got that. We got that. We're going to crush it. All right, Kismet, quoting from The Walking Dead. Good morning. By the way, woke up with a massive allergy headache where it affects my left eye and ear. Oh, man, I know that all too well. I know that all too well. Sorry about that, bro. Sorry about that. All right, is this cranking? All right, why is this stopped? I bet you it's something to do with power, because I was fooling around with the power over here. That's got power down there. Let's look at our little power poles. That's running. Oh, it's because it ran out of place to hold the fluid. The fluid is full. That's why it stopped. Yeah, fluid is full in there. All right, well, we'll get to that in a bit. So again, we need petroleum coke up here. We need it 60 per minute. All right, let's write that down. We need coke at 60. All right, there we go. Now, one of the things you can also do with petroleum coke is kind of like coal. You can actually use it for your power, too. So all the excess, we could be using it for power. We can also generate other things from that as well. We can generate some residue kind of stuff. Residue. We can make some residual plastic from our waste material and some water, some polymer resin there. We can go ahead and use that waste material right here, polymer resin. Why do I feel like someone's talking to me? Game killer. Oh, still on. Oh, my bad. Game killer's telling me. That's why he's talking to me, because I goofed up again. Now, guess what? When I screw up, you guys win. There's 1,000 Kids Caps for future giveaways right there. I do it all the time. I still do it all the time. Again, that's part of my charm, everybody. I'm going to do that from time to time. If you're in my stream, just remember that I'm going to forget stuff. There's nothing else I can do about it, everybody. There was a time, by the way, I could remember stuff. It was awesome. I could sleep like a normal person. It was awesome. I'd go up and down stairs without feeling like I'm going to fall every single time. That was awesome. But I have to just live with who I am now, right? You can't, there's no magical pill, because believe me, I tried it for a year. There's no magical pill. There's no way to undo it. That's just the way it goes in your life. Some people, you can't just say, hey, just get over it, right? It just doesn't happen. It's not, I'm not doing it on purpose. And if I could undo it, I would undo it in a second. But if that happens, guess what? You guys end up winning anyway. So all I'm doing is talking about this right here. So we can make some residual plastic right there. And we can make some residual rubber using polymer resin. Now that's out of something else. So we'd have to Also use the polymer resin, which we can use fuel out of that as well. But what we want to do is make petroleum coke. And we can use that to power some additional power plants, but we would need some additional water. So we'd have to run some water and all of that stuff as well, which we're not going to do. So a lot of this heavy oil residue we could package up to use later. We could put it in a barrel and send it down a conveyor line. We could put it in a storage area. We could put it in a fluid storage, or we could just get rid of it. And you're like, Kismet, that's a good idea. Right? You could go ahead and just get rid of it altogether. So we could barrel it up and then throw it in the awesome sink if we wanted to. Or what we could do is we could make it into petroleum coke, and all the excess petroleum coke, run that into the awesome sink. That's another way of doing it, which I like to do that way, doing the petroleum coke. Now, the petroleum coke is a lesser version of carbon. It doesn't really power as much as carbon does. Coal. It does the lesser version of coal and doesn't power as much as coal does. There we go. That's the right way of saying that. Swap it, reverse it. There we go. A little Willy Wonka for you. So it's better just to run it into the trash, really. But it does cost extra power to convert it into petroleum coke and whatnot. But it comes in at 40. So again, we're coming in at 240 of our power. And we could divert some of that to also do power if we want to, right? We could build a second power plant over here and divert that if we're making too much of something. But let's go over here again. Let's figure out our maths and figure out what we want to do. So how much rubber and plastic do we want to make? We're making 20 here, right? So say we're coming in, we can make 8 of them, right? So 240 divided by 20 equals... I already forgot. Hey, sorry, what's 240 divided by 30, actually?
240 divided
8, right?
by 30 is 8.
8, yes. Okay, so I was right. Okay, 8. So 240 divided by 30, 30 is the input, is 80. Now let's go ahead again. Let's see, that was plastic. Rubber's input is the same, 30. So we can do 8 of these. So let's get to it. Now, I do things in groups of 2s or 3s, right? So there is that. There's 3. 4. Hold down ship. Oh, wait, can't do it. Don't have enough resources. Luckily, I threw some resources over here. Let's do it. Grab that. Oh, we're going to definitely need to get more of that. Some more here. What else do we need? Let's go up here and make one. Motors, so those we got a ton laying around. Good there. Pipes, yes, got them right here. Industrial, I think our industrial beams are the thing that's going to get us. We'll have to run back for those, but not right now. We'll come back for it. All right, there's 3. There's 4. 5. That's 6. And we need, we ran out. Ran out. Oh, well. Okay, so now we need a transport that's going to bring us over here so we don't have to run back and forth all the time. So let's go into transport mode and get our transport set up. Where's that at? That's 3. I'm going to say right there. Ah, not enough wire. All right, let's get some wire. Yeah, that's why you keep this where you're building so that you constantly run that problem, because your inventory is going to get full constantly. Oh, Stream Raiders. I forgot to press the buttons on Stream Raiders. All right, so you guys got me distracted. I was actually supposed to finish the Stream Raiders and do that. There we go. All right, so my bad, everybody. You can tell that it's getting late in the day. For me, anyway. I've been up since early. All right, so let's go ahead and start the battle for the treasure pit. Let's go ahead and get my guy in there so we can keep our Stream Raiders going. And come and join me, everybody. There we go. There we go. All right, there we go. Now we're back up on track. Hey, sorry, set a timer for 29 minutes. Hey, sorry, set a timer for 29 minutes.
Okay, your timer is set
And she'll remind me when it's time to do another one. Okay. Let's put that up in there. Oh, no, we don't have it. We can't even do entrances. All right, fine. Fine. Let's go ahead and go up here. We'll put one up on the top of there. We'll have to put those entrances when we get back. What do we feel like running this one? I feel like we'll run it around up over the top of this. And then I guess we could run it over the top of this one. Kind of fun to kind of wind these things through here. Like that. And then we'll put this one, attempt to do it anyway, up on top of this one. Ah, it's clipping. No. No. Let's put it over here to the side. Ah, just not enough resources. That's okay. We'll come back and fix it. We'll come back and fix it in a second. Could run it from way over here. Really got to work on my hyper tubes later on too. Once you kind of have where all your bases is running and stuff like that, get that going. All right, a little bit more of this, like that, and we're gonna go grab a bunch of this over here, which has been cranking away, by the way. This has been filling up big time. Let's see if it's in the second box. Oh yeah, it's been filling that up all this time. Some of that back. All right, looking good. Let's get over here and fix our entrances and whatnot. Perfect. All right, that'll save us some time running back and forth. Take a look at our beautiful base while we're up and about. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Now it's going to drop me right there. Really? Oh, I put my rotors away. Oh, that's why. Used up the rest of my rotors. None in there. There we go. I always want to finish the thing you're on before you move on to something else, or you'll forget. Happens to me all the time. And we need wire. Running over here. Getting some more wire. I know I might keep a little bit of everything on me, but we were running pipes there. I'm going to show you something really cool that I'm going to do here in a second. Once we get this back up and running. All right. Now, I've got all this extra stuff on me right here. That we're going to need some of it, but we're not going to need all of it. We're not going to need all these plates and stuff. So we're going to run back here. So we're not just overburdened the whole time, because we've already run our pipe where we need it to go. So we only just need a little bit more water pipe. So I'm going to run myself back over here. Take the wall to the face. Bam! And I'm going to run it over here and say, you know what? I'm good on these pipes. Go ahead and sort those for me. So it's going to take all of those. I'm going to take a few of them back. Same thing with these rods. I don't need those rods. Go ahead and sort those rods for me too. It's going to go ahead and take those, sort those. If it's junk, it's going to take it out of there. There go the rods. And it's going to run it all the way up here. And you're going to see it in just a second start to run up into where the rods are. Come on. All right, now it's backlogged on plates. Why are those plates stopped? Oh, it's backlog on the awesome sink. Yeah, look, those plates are backlogging on the awesome sink. So much loot. All right, in a second after these plates finish going, there it goes. Then those are going to run and do that. And the same thing with all the other stuff. It's just going to sort it. Any excess is going to run out and end up in the awesome sink, so it doesn't ever stop the sorter there. And that just makes it easier on me. I don't have to go and put it back in a box and do all of that stuff. It'll just take care of it for me, which I like. I like when it does the work for me, and I don't have to. And thanks for that backing me up there in the chat. Appreciate it. Okay, back over here. Speaking of backing me up, let's get this going. So we got 1, 2, 3 that way. And this will be the fourth one this way. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so we're going to make 8 of these. Question is, do we need to make 8 of these? Again, when we're outputting plastic, it's going to output at 20 per minute. Now, what can we build with plastic? That's a good question. What are we going to use plastic for down the road? I'm trying to remember. Reinforced iron plates. Let's go get some of those. In fact, let's just take this whole thing out. Bam. Take that out of there. A ton of them right here. A little bit of everything. Nice. All right. I don't have to keep running back and forth all the time. So let's go ahead and take a look. Now, again, I'm not asking chat. One of the things I do, I like to kind of go down the road, right? Bring people down the road with me as we go. Now, if I do ask chat, here's what I'm going to say. Hey, chat, tell me such and such. So if we look at here, we can see we've got a little bit of something, right? We're making quartz crystal. Just needs raw quartz. We're fine. Quick wire. Use a Caterium ingot. We already got it going. In fact, it's going right there in the background. All this other stuff doesn't do anything. Alternate steel. Uses steel ignits to make even more steel rods. You're going to get a lot of steel rods out of that. If you're hurting for rods, you can make a ton of them using your steel production. We actually have some extra coal over there in which we could do that if we wanted to. Of course, we could also do canisters right over here, which we can use plastic for canisters. Am I doing canisters right now? Not really, but I might want to do it later so that I can make fuel for my vehicles and whatnot. I feel like the whole vehicles thing is a waste of resources and a waste of time because they're not always that consistent, and then also because they do require fuel. And you have to create a whole separate production for producing fuel in itself, which takes more power, which takes more time, making more power, right? What's up, Corey in the gym? Thanks for hanging out in the stream. Appreciate you coming in, chilling out. Always good to see peeps coming in right there. So we could use that for that, but we're going to use a backlog of that, and we're going to run all the excess into the Awesome Sink. So we don't necessarily do that. Now, speaking of power, maybe power is what we need, right? Maybe we should want to kind of siphon off some of this oil so we're not using as much. Now, remember, we only need 60 petroleum coke to do aluminum. So that is, it's already going to produce 120 just with 40 of the output. So say we do the right side over here. I'm going to start way over here on the right side. Say we do the rubber, right? We do rubber right over here. Boom. That's going to output 20. So that actually is as much as we need right there. Just one of these. One of these is as much because it's going to produce half of that petroleum coke, right? So if we do petroleum coke, instead of it producing 120, it's going to produce 60 because it's coming in at half speed. Then we can also underclock our thing here to half speed. And so it is using less power. Instead of 30 megawatts, it'll use 15. And then we're just producing exactly the amount of petroleum coke that we need. But we also need to also produce other stuff like plastic and all of that. Now, I kind of feel like I don't really need right at this moment that much plastic or rubber, probably one each, right? So I can go ahead and just say, you know what? All this out. Let's do it. Yes, I love to build and then take stuff right back out. That's one of my favorite things to do. Oh, God, we're dropping. We're dropping loot. No, don't do it. Let's go ahead and put a canister over here, speaking of. Move a canister over here. We can drop some of this extra loot. Drop that concrete for right now. All right, I hate when these things drop. I really hate it. Come here, you. Okay, so we only need 2. Oh, put that right in my way, too. Put that right in my way. Bad Kismet. Get that over there. There we go. Got that down. All right, so we only need 2 of each thing because we don't need a whole bunch right now. Now, later on, we'll come back and we'll add more. But for right now, we need 2. We need 1 rubber and 1 plastic. So, refinery. And we're going to say, I'm going to offset it a little bit this way because we're going to build some other stuff over there. Now, are we going to have enough time to do that today? Probably not. But we're just going to do 1 and 1. Now again, the input of this plastic is 30. So we're going to need to do something here to control our input. Oh, I put these too close again. And whatnot. Now, what we could have been doing also, by the way, while we were waiting for all of this, was we could have been doing a nice industrial fluid container. Speaking of plastic, actually need more plastic. Let's actually see if we have any in the box before we run all the way back. We do. Awesome. Oh, I don't want that. Okay, so we want an industrial fluid container, and we're going to put it down at the bottom level here. We could lift it up, by the way. We could put it up on a higher level. And we'll just try to guesstimate where that's at. Maybe right about there. And then we're going to bring this down into there. And that's going to actually start working right now. It's going to start filling that up with crude oil. Now, these are really nice when you unlock these in the larger tiers, because that's going to be a lot of backlog of that oil, so that's going to keep on running. Now, another thing we need to peek at, because we've been adding a lot of stuff, is we need to peek at one of our power poles here and see how our power's doing. All right, power's looking okay. We're about 2,000 out of 3,100. Now, again, remember, the more power you use, the more coal it's going to use, and the more other resources it's going to use in some of your power. So watch out for that. Watch out that that doesn't just start kicking out. And speaking of that, we'll take this out. Don't need that power pole there. And there we go. So that's going to start running a ton of oil in there. And then now we're ready to push this forward into our next line of production. And so we'll say right about there. Actually, we want to put this centered. So we'll say it can actually be pretty close because it's only going to split once like that. You're like, Kismet, that's what you did originally. I know, huh? I walked you all the way down the road and then back again. It's like the Hobbit. There and back again. All right, there we go. We'll do that. Then we'll line this up off of this. Yeah, wherever we feel like putting it. Doesn't have to be perfect, but you can make it perfect if you want. Close enough. Running that oil into there. All right. Now we got one plastic. Now there's a lot of oil. Oh wait, eventually we're going to need to split that again. Yeah, we're going to need to split that again. So we will need to push this forward even more because we're going to need an additional split. Let's do it. Let's do it. Now, one of the things you can't do that you can do with conveyors, with fluids, is you can't control the output rate of your pipes, because your pipes go at 300 no matter what, right? Unless you start splitting them down and down, then they'll go at a lesser speed. But you can't do what you can do with conveyors, and that's have different speed of pipes, so that I could say, hey, I only want this to go in at 60 instead of going in at 240, which is basically what this is running at right now. But we're going to need some room right here so that we can split that off and use it for some power, which is what we're going to do, right? So there we go. Oil coming in. Let's go ahead and tell these guys what they're going to be. Let's say rubber on the right side. And then on this side, plastic. All right, that's all I need. I don't need a lot of that right now. Later on, we're going to need it, for circuit boards. That's what we're going to need it for. We're going to need that for circuit boards. We'll come back. We'll readjust that. Okay, so that's easy. Got that done. That was a kind of a long walking down the road, but that's okay. We got it. That's what's important. Let's grab this one here. And let's run it to here. And then run that. All right. There we go. Got that going. Let's build these now over here out of the way. That tells me it's full. I love the fact, by the way, that you can see what's inside the container now. It's really awesome. Because when you roll over it, when you hit F, you can roll over a container and it tells you what's inside there. If you hit it right enough. Not these containers, but the other containers it will tell you. Like if I go to take this out, see it's showing me all of the resources that are in that container. And how much of each resource, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Helps a lot. All right, that's up and running. Now we're going to need our petroleum coke, and we want our petroleum coke to run that way. So we can run it up into there. And then the other bit of petroleum coke, we are going to offload that for right now. Again, I'm going to probably run out. Oh, I need my resources back. Probably going to run out of time before we get into our separate power. But for right now, we just want to get some production going on of our aluminum and our rubber and our plastic. All right, refinery. Let's go ahead and just dogleg it here. That way. Okay, and this is going to be petroleum coke. So we need 40 heavy residue per minute. This is going to be 20. And this is going to be 10. And you're like, wait a minute, that's only 30. Right? That's right. But that doesn't matter because we only need 60 and we're producing 120. So why build more, right? If I don't need 120, then I'm not going to run it at 120. So this is, I'm going to adjust this so it's underclocked down to 30. I'm going to adjust the input to what I'm sending the input. Why do I got to work the numbers all the time when I could just make it bend to my will to go at my speed that I want it to go? And that's exactly what I'm going to do. Going to tell it to do what I want it to do. Now, also be aware that, of course, it's going to be running out your other stuff here, too, which in this case is going to be rubber and stuff, which we're actually going to combine together in a single line, and we're going to run it back into the sorter, which is going to take care of that for us as well. So we don't have to rerun that. So let's go ahead and run that up. Right there. Up right there. And then we can do a side merge, which we're going to do this at slowest speed. So we're going to run this forward. We're going to run that up like that. And that just makes it easier for us to go in and put our merger in like this. Then another lifter. I'll say right there. All right, see that lifts it up off the ground, and the reason why you want to lift it off the ground because you don't want your fluid to go up and down because it doesn't. Back to the lurking, awesome. Maybe we get pipe valves one day. I know, wouldn't that be awesome? I would like to see pipe valves, ability to adjust that. I'd like to see the ability to have larger pipes, right, that do a bigger flow, as well as the ability to have power switches to turn sections of your factory on and off. All of that stuff would be amazing. Amazing. Of course, different flow rates and stuff like that you could adjust in your pipes. But you know what? This is the first rendition of it, so I don't really have to, jump on them too much. All right, so we're going to pull this out again. We're going to do the same thing we did before. We're going to rotate it right, move it 2 to the right, and do that perfect kind of corner. Same thing again. We'll line that up like this and rotate it. Move it forward by 2. Press the button. Connect that together. Beautiful. That's a nice center, what I call a center merge. And put that like that. And there we go. So now that excess is coming out. And it's coming out about 30. And so what we're going to do is we're going to get this powered up. Actually, let's upgrade this pole over here. We can use it a whole lot. Run that over there. Now that one's going to fire up. And we're going to tell it to do petroleum coke. Oh, did I get it? Yes, there it goes. It's firing up. All right. So heavy oil residue. That's what should be coming out of here. Heavy oil residue. Yes, pumping it out. Into there. 300 going in. Why is it not starting up? When you see something not starting up, there's something that I've forgotten along the way. There's something that has gone horribly, horribly wrong. Let's see. Heavy oil residue. M3 coming through. We're at 22.6 right now. Into here. I know what it is. That's an output, everybody. It's going the wrong way. That's a dead giveaway, everybody, if it's not working. Look, this is the input over here. How do we know? the 3 lines. The 3 lines tell us, and then the green arrow, that's how I realized that it was the wrong way. And that's okay. You make that mistake, here's what you do. You take it out. You go in and you drop some materials on the ground, apparently. I always got so much stuff. Let's try to put it in this one. Don't need that much wire. You turn it around the other way, like that. And we've got to watch our directions. And again, this is going to happen to you quite often. No biggie. Just turn it around. Put it back down. And there we go. And then run our pipes back over there. Pick up this excess resources. And there we go. See, now the dead giveaway that you've got it the wrong way is the input is on the left and not on the right. I should have realized that when I looked at it, but I was talking to you guys instead. And that happens. Sometimes you get distracted. See, now I can hear it firing up. You can hear the actual thing run. You can hear the fluid flowing. All right, when you hear that fluid flowing, you see it's going up and down. It's expanding and contracting. Then you know it's doing its thing. There we go. It's 40 per minute right now. I'm going to actually downscale it. So it's less than 40 per minute. And you got to wait for it to go through a full cycle before you see the change in the numbers. There's 34. Let's go ahead and say this is 82. That's close. Let's say 78. Now you can do the math if you want. Me, I just guess until it gets close. That's good. Let's say 75%. Perfect. On the dot. Exactly 75%. Sometimes you get a lot of on the dots. So there we go. So it's producing 30 petroleum coke right here. Now 30 petroleum coke is actually going to make 90 on the output. Right? So that's not really what we want. But since we have 30 coming out, we want to keep that production running of our rubber and our plastic. Otherwise, that'll stop if it backlogs your heavy oil residue. We're going to actually run some of this off. So how can we make this be perfect numbers? Right? So first thing we're going to do is make an awesome sink. Oh, we're on a road too. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Hold on. We got to fix that. Let's take our road out. We'll say no more road. No more road there. There we go. I won't confuse myself later. So we got to take this out and split it. Now, is there any other thing? No, it's only petroleum coke coming out so that we know it's at 90. So we're going to make an awesome sink. Right up here. I love these awesome sinks. One of my favorite new things. And we're just kind of put it off to the side here along this conveyor, in which we're going to split. And we could probably put it a little closer than that. That's kind of way over there. I feel like this whole entire thing could be closer to that over there. But then we're going to do some more production at the end there. But that's okay. We could have moved it closer. We can always move it later. No big deal. Right now, just trying to get our production up and running. So we'll go ahead and put this, let's say, give ourselves a little bit of room. Let's say right there. And then we're going to go ahead and work with our conveyors. And so we're going to go ahead and do a splitter right here. And we're going to go ahead and set, that's not a splitter, that's a merger. There we go. And we're going to line that up that way, and we're going to line it up to the front of this, which is never easy because it doesn't do the green line. Why it doesn't do, there we go. Sometimes it doesn't do the green line on the ground right here, so you can't see it. Then we're going to come out of there. Again, we're coming out at 90, so we need our Mark II. There we go. So when it comes out at 120 and you're splitting 120, or 90 in this case, into thirds, that's 30, 30, and 30. So we know that we want to get rid of 30, because, right, 30 away from 90 is 60. And then we want to remerge it and just be a 60 line, and then the excess goes there. Now, we can also use a smart splitter, by the way, so if it does backlog, we can tell it to get rid of the excess, but we're going to do it old school. We're going to tell it to go this way. And then what we're going to do is just immediately put a merger up here. Right up ahead. So this is going to be a merger. And then we're going to take it 30 here and take this 30 and recombine. And there we go. So 30 is going to run that way and 60 is going to run this way. And there we go. That's it. That's all you needed to do. Then we're going to go ahead and stack this up a little bit with our number 9. Over here, we got 4 minutes on that battle. All right, then we maybe get one more battle in. And then up we go. All right. And then, again, this is going to be 60. So we use our lowest level belt. Try to get up as high as we can. There we go. And then over here, we're going to go up and over like this. And that'll be our petroleum coke. And our petroleum... Whoa! That happened. There's a hole there. My bad. Fix that. You're like, Kelly, what are you going to do? You're trapped out here, bro. What are you going to do? I'm a builder, bro. I'm a builder. I can get up anywhere I want to get up. But I'm going to run over here because it's super easy because there happens to be a hill under here. Now, is there anything above here? Heck if I know. I guess we're going to find out in a second, right? Aha! Jump! Oh, I can't make it. Oh, that's okay. Again, I'm a builder. And as a builder, you can go ahead and put in some foundations. We're going to put in a nice ramp right there. We'll take this out. Up we go. And I got the skate so I can jump up extra high in case that does happen. Also, did you notice I didn't die from fall death? You'll notice that my health is always really low because I don't care. I'm not out battling stuff. I'm building in the base. Same thing in 7 Days to Die. But, you know, I don't eat a lot of food and water and you'll see my health get really low. Oh, well, I'll be fine. If I die, oh, well. I just run back. I'm in the base. It's not like I'm 2,000 in one direction, and if I die, I end up way back over here, right? That's different. That's when you want to have your health very high. But if you're just in your base, where you're going to literally run back to your base, you'll be fine. You'll be fine with low health. All right, so we're running the awesome sake. I was doing something. I got distracted. I was running this over here, and I accidentally took out some areas here, which is not good. Made me fall. There we go. Cover that up. And we were running that, and then we need to get up there. That's what we were doing. We're getting up at the top so we can bring that petroleum coke in. Okay. So right here, we're running this extra silica over here. We've got this running. We've got our fluids going. And then we have our one here in the front, which needs our petroleum coke and needs our aluminum solution, which is this one right here. And our output, again, of our aluminum solution is right here. It's 80 and 80, which is 160. This actually needs 240, so it's going to be a little bit slower. That's okay, which means we don't even need that much petroleum coke, by the way. If this is going to be slower and the petroleum coke is at maximum speed, it doesn't really matter. What will happen, though, is we also have to think about, we're going to have to watch out for that petroleum coke because it could start to backlog and then cause our rubber and our other stuff to stop, right? You always got to watch out for backlog. Water backlog, no big deal. But other backlogs can cause your production to stop, and you don't want that to happen, especially when you have a lot of production that's connected to each other. And then when this stops, all of a sudden all of this stops. Always be watching out for that in the long run. But we're going to go ahead and move this forward just a bit, and we're going to go ahead and put some more stuff here. Oh, I think we got this. We're getting close, everybody. Getting close to getting this done. I think we'll get it done in time. We got about 30 minutes. Then we'll come back. We'll worry about the rest of that oil and power and all of that. All right, we'll move this forward. Fairly good amount. And let's just center it. There we go. And then we'll go ahead and run our pipes into there. And we'll go ahead. Hopefully that is an input. Yes, it is. Oh, time for some Stream Raiders. Same thing over here. We're going to go ahead and lift it to a double. So we'll grab that from down there with middle mouse button. And we'll line it up off of here. Middle mouse button again. Gives us this one. Then we'll middle mouse button again this over here. We can get it. There we go. Run that into the other side of this. So you can't quite, sometimes you can't quite get it, though it is pretty awesome. That a lot of times you can. You just lean out a little bit. That's pretty great, by the way. That small stuff like that really makes a difference. All right, let's go ahead and do a battle while I am running some more power here, and then we'll connect this and we'll fire it up. Could you feed it into the coal gen? Yes, I have before in the past. You can use your petroleum coke as a coal generator, but you also need to bring water, and you're going to need additional power to do that as well, versus just running in the awesome sink, which takes a lot less power. But it's up to you. It's your factory. You do whatever you want. I have tried it that way before and used the power plants. The problem with petroleum coke is it doesn't power the generators as much as coal does. But it's still definitely usable. All right, let's see. What are we making? We're making our aluminum. That's what we're doing. Making aluminum scrap. There we go. All right, open the chest. Slide you guys some love. Who we got? Whoa, OFC getting a 50 gold. Congratulations, OFC. Zebra coming in overall MVP. I think we're at time for one more battle. We're going to go high side. We're going to go low side. I say high side. Get that 3 in there. Come on, we got this, everybody. Rise up in the chat. We're going to need that help. What do we got? A 30 there. Holy moly. All right. Oh, 2 30s on the left. That's my job. My job is to tank the hard stuff. I'm going to go left here and take a brutal beating. Feel free to cluster up, everybody. These are going to be some high-level peeps. Again, anybody can come and join us. There's a link for it right there in the chat. It's a game called Stream Raiders. A little side thing that we do here in the stream. All right, so we got our petroleum coke going there. We got our fluids going here. We're going to need some power way over here. So we'll go ahead and make another one of these cool little power doohickeys up on the wall. Right there. Grab power line, and we're going to run it from way over there on that side of the factory. We're going to run it inside. Look at that. Yeah, nice. Could have just put it on one side, but then I got power on the outside too. So there we go. All right, we're doing it, everybody. We're doing it and doing it and doing it well. Firing up that aluminum scrap. Now, again, what's the rate at which it's coming in? We got to double check that. I'm going to underclock this baby because there's no reason to run it at full speed. Let's see, 80, right? 80 fluids coming in per minute. That is 160 together. So we want to put that input down to 160. Let's do it. No. Let's just try 75. 170. We're at 180 at 75. So let's go 65. That puts us at 156, so we're pretty close. 68. 163. Again, I just guess. You can do it in a spreadsheet if you want, or you can ask. I could ask Suri. 67, 66. Oops, 666. 66 is a little too not enough. And 67 is a little bit extra, right? So 160.8. So it's using a little bit extra, which means over time, by the way, it will actually diminish this whole entire extra we have, which is okay. I don't mind if it diminishes all the extra. That's okay. So that's going to do that. Now, petroleum coke only needs to go at 40 now. And you're like, Kismet, now you got to redo all your petroleum coke. True. Let's do it. Let's go back here and redo our petroleum coke, but it's super easy. Super easy on what we need to do. Right, so in splitting this 3 times, we're going to cut it in half. So this is 90, and half of 90 is what? 45. That's right, 45 and 45. And of course, we can run back up here because I already forgot the number because I have a memory problem. What is the number we're looking for? 40. All right, 40 is what we're looking for. We almost made it. All right, so we're trying to get 40 out of here, right? So we're trying to get 40 to go up there. It's a little bit more than 40. We're trying to get 40 to go up there and run up there, and then all the rest excess we're trying to get rid of. Right, so again, coming out of here, we only need 40. But we want to make sure that we're getting rid of all the heavy oil residue, so our stuff behind is getting all of our oil is being used, all of our rubber and our plastics being produced, so all the excess that it's producing is working properly. So we've got that running out of there. And see, look, it's starting to stop. See, when it starts to stop, that's when you know you're in trouble. That you're not outputting it fast enough to get rid of that stuff. All right, so what we want to do is we want to convert this into 40. So we got to do some maths. So we can do halves and halves and halves. And you're like, what are you talking about halves and halves and halves? Because I don't understand. Well, if you take 90, take this out. Redo all of this. If you take 90 and you split it in half, what does it make? 45, right? And then we can keep splitting it and splitting it again. But it's actually easier if you don't do that. It's actually easier if you start with your splitter. Right here, math-wise, anyway. Is if you don't start with that. If you start with just a straight out. Oops, straight out 90. Then we go ahead and split this up. Again, this is going to be 30. If we take 30 and split that in half, that's going to be 15. If we split that in thirds, it's going to be even worse, right? It's going to be like really weird numbers. So you got to watch out for that as well. So what we want to do now is we want to do basically running just a little bit and recombine it back in again, right? And so it's going to be real tough because we want to control the speed of the output of our thing. Now, another way to do this, by the way, to do splitting is to use your canisters, right? To go take this out and put your canisters in. Nope, if I can get rid of this. There we go. Is to use our canisters for splitting. So let's put our organizer in. Run that off of there. That was not even close. Not even close. There we go. All right. There we go. Use our thing. Come in 90. Close enough. Going in 90, and then we can use the output, the speed of the output for how fast we want to go. But if we do a 60, it's going to just still come out 60. But at least we can kind of backlog some of that in there in case something goes off or power goes off. You have a little bit of a backlog so your other stuff doesn't stop, right? If that stops over there, at least this doesn't stop because it's got some overflow. So there we go. Now we have, again, still have 90 going in here. How can we fix that number? How can we fix it from 90 to whatever? Now, the easiest way to fix it is actually to take it to 120. And you're like, how does that fix it, Kismet? Well, 120 is a much easier number to split, right? If you're taking 120 and you split that in half, it's going to be 60 and 60 and then 30, 30. But if you convert it into thirds and you say, hey, Siri, what's 120 divided by 3?
120 divided by 3 is 40.
Oh, next level. You got it. There you go. So we actually want this to be 120 now. You're like, Kismet, God, geez, back and forth, make up your mind, bro. So let's put that back to 100%. There we go. So what do we need for our input? That should be running out of there. What do we wait now? What do we wait now? Heavy oil residue, something back here has stopped. Something is, it's maxed out the rubber. Let's take the rubber out. Again, that's why we got to make sure we run that too. Rubber and our plastic, we got to run all that to the end. And that I don't think we're going to get done today, but we'll try. Okay, so now that's running. And again, we've got 20 and 10. That is 30 going into here, right? And we want 40, so we want 10 more. So we add another plastic, which I need more plastic than I need rubber right now. And so we can go ahead and bring that number up to 40. So we're doing 120 and whatnot. So very easily run over here. Say, all right, I need another one of these. Again, it's great to work from the end and work your way backwards or to solve problems as you go. Pretty easy to do. And then you're like, okay, hold on. I got to take this out. Got to take that out. Got to do this. Then we're going to do our little turny thingy, which I'll show you here. For those who didn't see it earlier. Do that. Turn. Oops. Let me get it in my pipes. There we go. Do this. Turn it. Move over by 2. Bada bing. Oh, that wasn't 2. Try that again. I just colored that green. Beautiful. Looking at lining it up. I've done a little bit of this, everybody. Done a little bit. All right, another plastic one coming in. Like so. Now we got the same problem over here. Now I can't just merge it, by the way, right over here if I want to. There's nothing says you have to center merge it. I can just bring it out like that. Bring that excess up over here. And just have this come out. A little rotation. A little double forward. There we go. Because this is running at 300, so you can remerge. Now, I don't like to do that. That's not my thing. I don't like to do that at all. So I'm actually going to take all this out because I feel like it adds more complexity to it than it really needs. I like to have mine nice and center pure like we had it before. Take all this out like that. All right, we already got that in. Let's go ahead and redo this one over here. Match that one. Now, again, this game's not just about the numbers. It's also about making it look beautiful. And that is part of the fun of just getting that beautiful centered merge going there. And then we want to run this into there and that into there. And there we go. Now we got a beautiful center merge where all that excess is coming out. And now we have enough excess to run this out at 120. And again, we'll take this out temporarily. We'll take this out right there. Beautiful. So now our maths are going to work out much easier because we're going to get that 40 that we need. And so we're going to go get our splitter. There we go. And we're going to go ahead and line this up nicely like this. Now we're going to do actually the opposite of what we did before, which is really fun. And that is we're going to run this out at 120. So we're going to use our belt number 2. Run that out. Then we're going to run one of these, which is going to be 40, right? So remember, 120 divided by 3 is 40. So 40, 80, and 120. And this one is the one we're going to run up into there. And then over here, we're going to go ahead and put a merger. I could switch to my other set, but this is also fun just doing this. And we're going to kind of line it up in both directions like this, kind of at an angle. And that's going to make it super easy for us to grab our belt. Now, this is an MK2 belt right here. I don't necessarily need an MK2 belt. I can actually slow it down to an MK1 belt over there, because that's all it really needs. 60 is the maximum that's going to go. But because I'm going to split this, it's now going to split it into 40. So that's going to be 40, that's going to be 40, this is going to be 40, this is 80, and that's 40 up there. Add that together, that's 120. Now, you can probably guess what I'm going to do with this over here. We're just going to get rid of this junk. For now, we'll come back, we'll use it more later on. But just to keep our production running so it doesn't come to a complete halt, we're going to go ahead and line this up. And then run this. Now, this is running at 80, so we got to have the faster belt. Into the awesome sink. And bring that power over up to there. All right, now that is going to cause it not to stop. The only thing that is going to cause it to stop is this rubber and all of that over here. So again, we're going to go ahead and do the same thing we did before over here. Except for this time, we're going to take all this out. I like that. Actually, didn't mean to take the lifter out, but we'll put it back in. There we go. And then again, we got to look at the output rate of our rubber and stuff. Coffee cup back on. The output rate of our rubber is 20, so 20, 40, and that's basically 50, 60, so it's 60. So we can just go with the 60 belt. Gonna bring it out, put it on the floor, lift it up, line it up. Let me get into my belts. There we go. Then we're going to use a merger. Right there. Easy, easy. Into there. Sexy, sexy. And now it's going to actually mix rubber and the other thing. And plastic together. Ugh, my brain. So we want to go ahead and run this back again, and we want to run this into our main system over there. So we're going to go ahead and just do some more lifters. Now, this is starting to get really high up, but it starts getting fun when it gets up that high. You start doing some crazy stuff up here. You start doing a little spaghetti. We're going to try to avoid as much spaghetti as we can, but we're at least trying to organize it nicely. And we'll go ahead and put this, I'm kind of feeling right there. Get up high enough where it's not blocking. Take this out now. We don't need this pole. And again, we're going to run this at 60 up to there. So it's going to turn, run up there. And now we're going to run all of our rubber and our other stuff back to our sorter. Oh, see, it's hitting the clearance of this one. That's okay. That's okay. We can work around that. We'll move it out just a little bit. I like to be at least a minimum of 3 high. If I can get under it with vehicles and whatnot. Up to there. It's our like final stage here. Are we doing on time? Oh, doing good, doing good. I think we're actually going to get this done in time. Wow, okay. I was a little worried about it. But I think we got this. All right, take this top one out. All right, so now we're back here, and look at this. We're into the sort line, right? Now, this is already an MK5, so this is going really, really fast right now. I actually don't need to go any further than this. I can go ahead and just look at this and tap into that line. Oh, we got this line in our way, though. Yeah, we're going to have to readjust that just a little bit. Make that nicer. Let's bring that down just a little bit. There we go. And that's going to allow us to get up here. This one, I think, needs to come down another one, too. You're like, Kismet, what about all that other stuff? Well, don't worry. We'll work on that in the future. There we go. That one nicely into there. This one hopefully does not clip. If it does, too bad. We're taking it out. It's not what I wanted to do. Ah, nope. No, no, no. And you're like, well, Kismet, how are you going to fix that? Well, there's another way to fix it. And that's to drop some loot on the ground, apparently. Yeah. Stop dropping my stuff. Oh, look at all that plastic. Nice. All right, now I got to climb up there and get these things. These things drive me crazy. I don't like it. Or you can jump up there and try to grab it, too. I don't like those things. Okay, so the other way to fix this is to go at the same rate we went before. And that's grab this. Run that across. To there. And then, actually, we could have just left it, but that's okay. We'll grab this. Run that up just a little bit, right next to each other. And then we're going to do this bottom one first. It's an MK3. Up into there. And then this one, what we'll do is just do a lifter. All right, easy peasy. And this is coming at level 1 anyway. So we're going to do the level 1 lifter. Kind of work around that a little bit. That's what you do pretty much. It's like problem solving a lot of the times. There we go, into there. And that's going to feed it into there. And we're going to see a mixture of all this stuff once it gets here. Oh, here it comes. Here it comes. All right, let's watch for that mixture. You always want to wait and make sure it works. Oh, there it went. See some rubber? See some plastic? Now, this is going way faster than all the rest of these belts combined. It's going at 780. So that's not going to be any issue. Now, what it's doing is it's running along this line. And that line runs way over here. And then that runs down into here, into these boxes. These boxes are my sort boxes whenever I tear a bunch of stuff down. Actually, I could probably take these boxes out now, speaking of. We've already sorted all that stuff. Take all this excess out. Clean this up a little bit. There we go. So it's going to run down the boxes, and it's going to go ahead and run its way into here. And there goes my plastic, and there goes some rubber. And it's going to go ahead and run through here. And if it's anything that I want to keep, because this is the trash compactor right here, or the trash removal, anything I want to keep, it's going to go on this line. Now, this line is going to run along up here, back here, behind all of these boxes, and auto-sort all of that stuff we just did. Right? So I don't have to make some smart sorters. It's already there. It's already done. Now, way over here on the end, In theory, if it's working correctly, when that stuff hits over here, that plastic is going to go where plastic goes. There it went. That rubber is going to go where rubber goes. And it's going to go up there, and it's going to start down feeding into the lower levels. So let's go up here and look. Now, this one does not have an awesome sink on it yet. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Yep, that definitely is awesome. So you want to see that number going up. There it goes. 84, 85, 86. So that number is going up. We definitely need to add this to an awesome sink. Over here, that looks like it's down feeding because it's not up on the top. Let's jump down. Jump down again. And look at the bottom one. All right, the bottom one is full. Middle one. Ah, there it is. 1, 2. Yes, it's feeding in there, sorting that automatically. And that's it. GG. GG, we done. That's what we wanted to do. To get all that going. Well, we're almost done anyway. We're done with that and getting all that other back, all of the complexity, the simple complexity of the back and how all the stuff interacts together. But we still need our final product. And our final product is aluminum sheets, in which we are going to feed into that auto sorter as well. So let's get up here into this. And then we got one more thing to add over here at the end on the output of this. Now the output of this, what it's outputting is outputting some water, a little extra water, which you can actually feed back into the system if you want to. And it's also outputting aluminum scrap, right? So we're going to work on that as well. We'll pick this up, add a little bit more room. Now our ultimate goal is the aluminum here at the end. I got to move that up just a little bit. Is our aluminum sheets. And our aluminum sheets needs aluminum ignits and copper ignits. Now, to make aluminum ignits, we got actually another step, right? So we want to take this aluminum scrap and make it into aluminum ignits, which is, of course, in our foundry, not in our smelter. And so we're going to do our foundry. And now we're going to look in our foundry. We're going to say aluminum ignits, and we're going to say, oh, we need aluminum scrap, and we need silica, right? That's what we're going to need there. And then one more forward is going to be our actual final product. And I think we might get it. We might get it today. Let's see. We've already got all that stuff queued up and ready. We're going to need some concrete. Booyah! I don't need no jetpack. I like my skates. My skates are my jam. They are my jam up in here. Where's that concrete? I know there's some over here. There it is. All right. Put that back in there. Let's put a couple of those in there. All right. So let's get this going. Up in here. I feel like I need another entrance over here. Let's do it. I could use my quick keys, but I'm just being lazy. Being lazy. All right, let's get in there. Let's use it. All right, 3 for an entrance. And we need some more power over here. Oh, we had it up here. Hey, yeah, that's right. Look, see, that all worked out in the end, right? It's from up there. It's from up there. Let's go. Whee! Up here we go. Okay. So we got to get rid of this water. We got to do something with the water. We can feed it back into the system. Or we can use it for future stuff. And again, we have 50 extra water and 300 aluminum scrap. And so over here, we need aluminum scrap and silica. And let's see, that's coming in at 24. This is coming out at 241. That's a lot. That's a lot of aluminum scrap. So we'll call it 240, 241. Actually, I think that's 240 is the input. Kind of hard to see. Let's go look in here. Parts. We're going to go make aluminum sheets. It's 8 per minute. See, it doesn't show you the inputs there. It's hard to see the input here because it has no power. Let's go ahead and give it some power, and then we can see the input. Yeah, it is 240. All right, cool. I was right. Okay. I like being right. Right's good. Right? Am I right or am I right? Or am I right? Or am I right? All right, silica, we got to come in at 140, which we don't have that right here. We certainly don't have enough for that. Let's see. What is our output of silica? It is 2. So that's coming out at 4. We got another silica over there. We need to bring our silica up now. So let's once again do our nice lifting. I know this is getting very complex, so we started with the simple stuff and we're working up to the more complex stuff. In this case, we need silica and aluminum scrap. So our aluminum scrap we're going to put on this side. It's going to be 240. So we're going to need our level 3 belt. We're going to put that over there. Now we're going to have to get rid of this water. This water's got to go somewhere. We got to get rid of that water. Now there's something we could do with that water, by the way, is we could take it, put it into, put it in the Awesome Sink by using containers and then getting rid of it. But you can also feed it back into the system so that it just constantly feeds that water back into the start. The only problem is if the water gets backlogged, then that part up there is going to stop. Right? So that's why you got to think of that always. At what point is it going to cause your production to stop? And that's always a good thing to think about. All right, and then silica here. So we're going to go ahead and put, what's our input again? 140. 140. So we're going to need a 3 there. Get that silica in there. Let's put it up a little higher away from our thing there. And let's grab our silica from down here. Where are you at? Right there. Let's take this out. And we're going to need that level 3 silica coming in. There we go. Okay, and our silica is running at 180 right now, which is way more than what we need. Right, so we have 140 right here. We got 180 coming in, so we're going to have some extra, and this is going to fill. So this right here, again, is going to fill up and do that. So how can we get rid of this excess silica? Well, the same thing we're using down here, right, where we're running our plastic and all of that. We could just upgrade this. So you know what? Let's run this at max speed. So that's feeding in there at max speed. Let's upgrade our lift to max speed. Let's go ahead and look down here. Our merger. These are all max speed down there. And then what we can do is the same thing over here. We can just go ahead and merge in to this line. And we can run this excess silica, which this one needs to move forward maybe. That's okay. We'll just run it. We'll just run it for now. And we only need a 1. Yeah, we can put one back there. Let's do this. There we go. And this is going to be going real slow. Run that excess out. Run it to our sorter. And now that's going to mix in. All that's going to mix in together. Run to the sorter. Sort it out. If I have excess, it's going to get rid of it. I can tell you with the silica, it's going to definitely go ahead and put it in its appropriate box. And then when it's done, it's going to get rid of the excess. So that's going to run all of that out. And it's running it out really slow right now, but it's running out faster than it's going in. And eventually this will get where it's all spread out, whatnot, because we just get rid of that extra silica because we got more than enough right here. And if we're using this line is only going to stop the silica production. It's not going to stop anything else before it. And so we'll run that into there. And now this is going to start up and start going. So this is going to make 80 aluminum ingots per minute. All right, so now we're at 80. We're getting close to our awesome sink over here. We can sneak that in. Oh, nice. Nice, nice. All right, now finally, after so much awesome work that we got done today, I can't believe we got this whole entire thing done in one day. But we've been kicking butt. And now we're to our aluminum sheets, right? So on the left side, which is closest to this, I'm going to go ahead and bring these aluminum here. And again, this is coming out at 80. So we want to use our level 2s into there. And then this needs it to come in at 60. So we're making more aluminum ingots than we really need to, right? This is usually how it ends up. And let's go ahead and run some power. Way over there. We're going to fire that up. That's looking good. Extend this out, just this little spot right here. Looking sexy. Feel like I kind of want to Feed this conveyor up too while we're at it. And then this is going to start making aluminum sheets. Now, there's only one more thing that we need, and that's our copper ingots that we were running over here. We've got them right there at the top. Now, look at this, though. Look at this mess. All right, this is a huge mess of spaghetti or junction problem there. We definitely want to fix that eventually, but we can go ahead and lift this up. Again, I forget what level. I think that's a level 1 on the top. Oh, that's a 2. It's a 2 coming in at the top. Up here at the top is our copper that we already ran. See, we're already thinking way ahead. So we can go in, we get a level 2, and we can actually stick it on the end of this. All right, if we want. We get all the way down. There we go. We can stick it on the end of this, like this. Raise it up over the top of our stuff. And there we go. That'll work as well. All right, but I would definitely come back and fix that junction. Absolutely. But we're just trying to get it fired up for today, so that's what we're going to do. Make ourselves some extra aluminum so that we can get all of our stuff running at a higher speed. Okay, now that's going to come in from up here at a level 2. That's way too high, by the way. Should have made that lower, but whatever. Going to run that in. We probably ran it in on this side. Hey, you know what? Let's run it in on this side. And we'll move it out. Actually, should have done that twice. That there. That there. All right, let's do that. That's better. Nice. Okay. We're going to do that battle here in just a second. I'm going to finish this aluminum up. We're going to feed it into our mega sorter. And that's going to be GG. Take this out. Pick that up. Put that up there so we don't think we're missing a wall. And we can take this out over here. I think that'll be fine. This is coming in. Let's go ahead and just go all spaghetti action here. Bring it straight down. A little bit of curve, and in there it goes. All right, there we go. Aluminum up and online. Now that aluminum actually is coming in fairly quickly, more than we really need. Or the copper ingots are coming in at 120, so those are eventually going to backlog as well. Now you can go along and fix all the numbers and do all of that as well down the road. I don't know why to play Skyrim or Fallout 3. Whatever you feel like. Flip a coin. It's only 2 choices. It's only 2 choices. Flip a coin and go for it. And you'll know the second you fire one of them up. You'll fire one of them up and you're like, I didn't feel like playing this game. And then you'll play the other one. Or you might fire it up and that'll be the right one. You never know. All right, there we go. And let's see why is our furnaces not running here? Aluminum scrap. Does this have power? It has power. This is good, but the water is now full. Got to find a place for our water. What to do with our water? See, that's going to be our biggest problem. Got 50 water at the end. And this has an input of 100 water. I guess we can cut our water down and then refeed that in. Well, in the meantime, just to get our production going a little bit here. See, this is going to be our biggest problem, is fixing this water issue, for sure. We do not have enough room to put it there. That's okay. We'll put it out over here. It'd be nice if you could just like run a spigot, right? And just have it draining off the side down into the water down there. That'd be kind of nice. But we'll fix all that later. First we got to fix this. Show you a cool little trick here too. We can get it lined up. Not lined up. Not lined up. We could run it underneath too. You know what? That's what we'll do. We'll run it down. Over there. Let's do that. Then we don't have to... What I was going to do is run the pipe in between the two lifters. And you run the pipe between the middle. That's possible too. But let's just do this. Logistics pipeline. Oh, we could use a wall connector too. But for right now, we'll run that down there just so we can keep our aluminum running. And we can create a whole nother production down there, by the way, that converts that water into packaged water. And then we could run it into the awesome sink if we wanted to get rid of that excess. I'm always worried about the excess of whatever you're producing because it stops your entire production. All right, so there we go. So that's doing good. That's making aluminum magnets, and we are finally making our aluminum sheets. And that's why I have this right here, is so that we can kind of do that. Actually, we can just run it straight. Let's just run it straight. Right here, we're going to go ahead once again. And again, this should definitely be cleaned up later on. But we're just having some fun right now, merging that stuff together. And this is coming out at 30. And there we go. Now our aluminum sheets are going to go down here. We're going to have, look at this. Look how it all of a sudden goes zip, zip, zip. It's kind of fun. So it zips down the line here. And of course, there goes our different stuff down the line. And that's going to go down here into this, into this merger. From that merger, all the way down over here, into our sorter. Our mega sorter is going to run down all of these boxes, just in case there's some sort of backlog, which there's not going to be because it's going so fast. Then it's going to run through here. It's going to say, do I want to keep the aluminum or not, right? Which is a yes. And we'll see that aluminum flying along here, well, for a split second anyway, flying along there. And the way we know it's working is we go to the aluminum box, because this runs behind all of these boxes and sorts it into its appropriate canister. So we're going to go right here, and we're going to see, is the number going up? Yes, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, and GG, we just did all of those. There we go. Now, we've also got a box of silica and quartz, which we don't really need because we're not using a lot of that. We got a whole gigantic box of that. But this is for me. This is for me to have extra resources. So now we basically have an unlimited amount of aluminum that we could just let this run for like 12 hours and we'd be good, right? And we'd be good big time. We could just let it run and we'd have so much aluminum that we could take every single line and make it as fast as we possibly want it to be. And it will never stop as long as we fix that water problem. All right, the water problem is our biggest problem. And that is something that we are going to tackle next time. So we're going to make a note about our thing here. Let's see, right here. Let's make a note. Take that out. There we go. All right, there. All right, you can't see this. I'm making a note in my thing. Next time, deal with extra water problem. All right, and we'll deal with that next time. And I'm also going to deal with our extra oil problem too, because we have a lot of excess oil we could be using for power or be using for other production as well. So let's make a note of that. Extra oil as well. There we go. All right, I'll make that note for next time. Now we're going to be back playing some Satisfactory on next Tuesday. We played on Tuesday and Wednesdays, 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you want to watch me finish the factory, you can do that. Or you can come back tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to be playing some more 7 Days to Die. And, of course, if we do find that auger, everybody, we're going to trigger that $25 Steam gift card right here in the stream. All right. So let's go ahead and do this battle, and then we're going to go to my office, and we're going to get on the Kismet Love Train. Let's go! We're going to play some more Stream Raiders later, too. Gotta be fun. All right, that's a GG. That's a loot for everybody in the stream. Slide that over. Boom. Furwin. Hey, congrats, Furwin, getting some extra love there. As well as Furwin coming in overall MVP. That's a double win right there. There you go. Now we'll come back. Oh my gosh, we're going to start on a 4 skull next time. Oh man, I should have stopped one back. Oh well, we'll just have to rise up, everybody. We'll have to rise up and see if we get that done. I only got 2 tokens left. I guess we can try it multiple times. We get that one done. I think we could easy mode to the boss and get this whole city done. We've only got 7 days left, though. All right, go to my office. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's turn this off first. There we go. And then off to my office. All right, everybody. It's that time again for the Kismet Love Train. Here we go. I'm going to check those retweets again, too, to see if you guys hit it. You did. You hit that 10 retweets. Boom. There's an additional 1,000 Kiz Caps. Now, if you do go in and grab that Kismet Love Drink, you're going to find it right there in the chat. You highlight it. You copy it. You paste it right back in the stream. You're going to earn those Kiz Caps together with everybody in the chat. Have a higher chance of winning the contest and giveaways here in the stream. And I got to press a lot of buttons and flip a lot of switches. So while you're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and do this. To watch some ads here. To get this going, as well as you can put an emote in there. If you're on mobile, just put any emote. We will count that as well. And let's see who we got. That's a good title. Like the title. Okay. I haven't gotten any of these people. Pretty good. Well, we got one leader who's got a pretty decent title. I like that title, too. Not as funny as the other one. Let's see. The choice, man, it's so hard to pick raid targets. It's so hard to pick them. That's why I pick them by their title. If their title makes me laugh, then I usually pick them. So make good titles out there, peeps. Me, I don't care about my title anymore. I just, I actually do all my titles like a week in advance, ahead of time, because it saves me time when I'm right before the stream when I'm putting the titles in and all that stuff. But I try to think of, some funny stuff from time to time. But I've done so many. You got to think that, I've done literally thousands and thousands of streams now. It's a lot. It's a lot of streams. All right, so let's go ahead and queue up this raid. Bam, right there. We're going to get this person right now. Her name is Whoa Jess. She's playing some Satisfactory right now. Looks like she's just getting started, doing some stuff, or maybe she's off in the corner. She's got 37 people on her channel. She's about to have a whole lot more. Let's go show her some love, everybody. Let's take that Kismet Love Train and run it over there. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys your Kiz Caps. There's 1, there's 2. You know what? I'm going to give you a bonus of 3,000 Kiz Caps right there. Now, again, I'll be back tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, playing some 7 Days to Die. Appreciate everybody being here today. I'm going to press the button, and I will see you all next time. Bye, everybody. Hey everybody, Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.